and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial.
நையா தீர்ந்திடவும் பொய்யா மூடம்புலக மெய்யா மூளை தேழும் பொய் மையார் நினைவணுவும் உய்யா தொடுக்கிடவே மெய்யார் இதய வெளி வெய்யோன் சுயமான்மா விலங்குமே இருளடங்குமே இதரொடுங்குமே இன்பம் பொங்குமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம். இதுவே நானாமெனும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் ஊனாரேனும் அதனால் நானாரிடமேதென்று போனால் நினைவுகள் போய் நானான குகையுள் தானாய் திகழும் ஆன்ம ஞானமே இதுவே மோனமே ஏகவானமே இன்பத்தானமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம்.
Nithyananda everybody, we request every one of you to please settle down. It's time for us to begin. We have another few moments before we get started. I request every one of you to please have your videos on. Now all the participants in Antigua and Barbuda, please settle down. Please settle down with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Inhale and exhale deeply. Inhale and exhale deeply. Now, please bring your hands in front of your heart. Place them in the Anjali Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandaram. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. From the same space, let us set the intention for the day. Visualize how you want your entire day to be. See yourself strong, powerful, flexible, manifesting Swamiji, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva, ultimately manifesting the oneness with Swamiji. See your body cooperating with you, supporting you to achieve everything that you want. See yourself without any tiredness or boredom. From this space, let us chant the Shivamoola mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 We are now going to be entering into the Tattvachamanam, which is the ritualistic cleansing process. Now please take the Panchapatram and Uddarni in your hands. Let us enter into the Tattvachamanam.
Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an Uddarni of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantra. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Take another Uddarni of water. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Take another Uddarni of water. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Please wash your hand with an Uddarni of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch the above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and then the heart center. Again wash your hand.
Let us now enter into the Sankalpa, which is the conscious resolution. When you perform the conscious resolution, the Sankalpa, the very strength of the Sankalpa itself will deliver and manifest the results that are intended. So from the same space, to experience oneness with Swamiji, to align our geometry to the cosmic geometry, let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Please clasp your left hand with your right and place it on your right thigh. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa.
Om ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतु मिथुनमासे कृष्णपक्षे त्रयोदश्यां शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां कृत्तिकानक्षत्र धृतियोग वणिजकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टाय अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तः श्यामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसंघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञानसंबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनां अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञानसंबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसंबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Please wash your hand with an uddani of water. Om apa upasprishya.
Please place your Panchapatram in Udarniya side and please stand up. It's time for us to get started. Please stand up on your mats. Now, we're going to begin by rotating our neck. So let us start off by rotating our neck. Rotate it clockwise and then you're going to rotate it anti-clockwise direction. As you rotate, stretch it out nicely. And rotate it. Now interlock your hands behind your head and apply gentle pressure as you push your head forward, stretching your neck muscles. When you're going back, push your head backward. Now let's move forward. Start rotating your hands. Please start rotating your hands. Make nice and big circles. Now bend your arms, bend your elbows, and then start rotating your shoulders. In the opposite direction. And relax. Let's now start swinging ourselves to the left and right. Please start swinging your body towards the left and right. Swing yourself to the left and right. Leave your body loose and then swing. When you're going backward, you're going to exhale and give yourself a little more push. So you're swinging yourself nice and good. Come on, come on, twist, twist, twist yourself. You're going to look backward when you turn. Come on, twist yourself. And relax. We're going to next move forward and down, bend forward and down. Have a slight gap between your feet and try to get your forehead towards your knees. You're going to push your hand towards the ground and the gap between your feet. Bounce yourself up and down. Come on, every one of you, bounce yourself up and down. Push forward and down. When you go down, you're going to exhale and push yourself to the ground. And relax. Come back to a standing position. From here, let's move forward to rotating our wrist. Let's start rotating our wrist. Rotate your wrist clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. And move forward with bending your wrist towards you. Turn it and then pull it towards you again. The other hand. Now move forward with stretching your hands. Pull it with the other. Raise the other hand towards your face, as high as possible towards your face, and stretch it. Feel the stretch. And relax. Now we're going to interlock our hands and then we're going to stretch it up all the way up towards the sky. You're going to stretch your hands all the way up towards the sky. And then slightly bend towards the left and then to the right. Hold at the bottom of the bend. Stretch yourself as you're doing it. Now interlock your hands behind your back and you're going to exhale and just push yourself towards the ground. Okay, you're going to push yourself towards the ground. Bring your head towards your knees. Try to push your hand towards the ground. Come on, push, push, push. As you go down, exhale and try to swing your hand backward, pushing yourself further down. And relax. Slowly come back to standing position. We're going to move forward with rotating our hips. Place your hands on your hips and then let's rotate our hips. Clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Opposite direction. Now move forward to your knees. Rotate them in the opposite direction. Let's move forward with our feet. You're going to start rotating your feet. Switch over to the other foot and rotate your feet. Now from here, we're going to start walking towards the front and back of our mat. Start walking towards the front and back of your mat. Now, we are going to take the next 1 minute and we are going to jump wherever we are. So the key focus here is for us to get our heartbeat up, and we want to make sure that you are continuously jumping. Try to jump as high as you can, but keep the focus to jumping back immediately. As soon as your feet touches the ground, you got to jump back immediately. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start jumping. Come on, start jumping. Come on, keep jumping, keep going. We're 10 seconds in. As soon as your feet touches the ground, you're going to push yourself up again. Jump yourself again. Keep going, keep jumping, don't stop. Even if you're not able to jump very high, it's fine. Just keep it going. 20 seconds in. Yes, we are 30 seconds in. Another 30 seconds to go. Keep going, keep going. Increase the pace of your jumping. Jump faster. Last 15 seconds. Keep going. Come on, don't stop, don't stop. Even if your knees hurt, keep going. Don't stop. Last 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Start walking towards the front and back of your mat. Don't stop. Just keep walking towards the front and back of your mat. Catch your breath. We are next going to be entering into the skeleton dance. In the skeleton dance, you're going to visualize yourself as just skeleton, bare bones. And then you're going to start shaking your body intensely. Keep your awareness on shaking out every joint. Literally, you should feel each and every single joint, every single muscle, every single bone that you have has woken up. So you're going to go crazy. Ready? Let us now enter into the skeleton dance. Please close your eyes. Let's begin.
Nithyananda, Nithyananda, Nithyananda.
shake, shake. Come on, last 30 seconds. Keep going faster.
எட்டாம்படி எடுத்து எட்டு வருஷம் வரவரம் மாவத்தர காளிய கருப்பு சமய பத்தவதேவிய வல்லவ சமய முன்னோரை என பேச்சிய தள மாரியம்மளது திருகோபுரம் கட்டவே அலாம்பனுக்கு அழகு புகுதி நிஜ வரளவு தொலகி அலாம்பனுக்கு அழகு புகுதி நிஜ வரளவு தொலகி நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் 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 ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம்
Come on, last 10 seconds. Keep going.
நித்யானந்தம் ஆனந்தம்
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Stand still. Stay where you are. Inhale and exhale deeply. Try to keep your mouth closed and inhale and exhale only through your nose. Inhale deeply. And exhale deeply. Feel the blood coursing through your veins. Inhale all the way from your knees and exhale. Take deep and long breaths. Feel your fingertips, your toes pulsating with energy. Relax and slowly open your eyes and settle down. Open your eyes and settle down. All of you come to a seated position. Let us now enter into the Sakala Vinyasa Krama. We are going to continue from where we left yesterday. So the first asana that we are going to be doing today is going to be Chhaturanga Dandasana. All of you are going to lie down on your stomach. Please lay down on your stomach. All of you, please lay down on your stomach. Now you're going to place your hands by the side of your shoulders. Tuck your toes towards the ground. Tuck your toes onto the ground. So what we are going to be doing is we are just going to be lifting our body just a few inches off the ground. Literally hovering ourselves just above the ground You're not going to extend your elbow all the way, but you're going to just lift your body just a few inches of the ground and hold in the position. As you can see, your knees are off, your chest is off. You're just hovering yourself in the air. Relax. We're going to do this together. Okay? At the count of 3, we're going to lift ourselves and hold. If you're not able to lift your entire body, you can place your knee on the ground and lift your upper body off the ground, as you can see. But try to lift your entire body. If you're not able to do it, then you can place your knee and lift the rest of the body. Okay, ready? The count of 3, we're all going to go up. Ready? 3, 2, 1, lift. Visualize yourself as a sturdy wooden plank in your inner space, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Relax. Relax, just lay down on your body, on your stomach. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Niranja karmasana. In Niranja karmasana, you are going to be getting yourself into a kneeling position. Please get down into a kneeling position, into Vajrasana. From here, bring your forehead towards the ground. Bring it as close as possible towards your knee. And place your elbows onto the ground beside your knees. And place your palms on your ears. Hold on to your ears and hold the position. Hold the position. Tuck yourself like a tight ball. Your elbows are close to your knees. Your palms on your ears. Head as close as possible towards your knees. In this position, you're going to be visualizing yourself without any karma. Swamiji clearing all your karmas as you perform the Niranjana karmasana. And the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
बालको गर्भशय्यायां तिष्ठेत् संकुचितो यथा तथा गर्भासने योगी निरञ्जनविधिं भजेत्.
From this position, next we are going to be entering into the Dandayurasana. We are going to be entering into the Dandayurasana. So from the kneeling position, we are going to be placing our hands, palms facing inward, means your fingers are facing inward. You are then going to bend your elbows and bring it closer to your navel center. Bend your elbows and bring it closer to your navel center. Now once you are in this position, once you are comfortably holding in this position, then you are going to be bringing your focus and awareness, and you're going to lift your knee off the ground first. Okay, once you're balancing yourself on your stomach, you're then going to lift your knee off the ground, and then after that you're going to look forward and lift your feet off the ground as well. You're going to lift your feet off the ground as well, and you're going to hold in this position. So this is the Dandayurasana. Let's enter into the different variations, whichever we are able to. The first and foremost, you're going to get into a kneeling position, and from a kneeling position, bend your elbows inward, Come on, all of you, bend your elbows inward. Try to position them as close as possible towards your navel center. Try to position them there and bring your forehead onto the ground. Bring your forehead onto the ground. All the acharyas on the ground, please go around and support everyone. Bring your forehead on the ground. All of you, bring your forehead on the ground. Elbows at your navel center. Once you are in this position, then lift your knees off the ground. Lift your knees off the ground and lift your head off the ground and hold there. Only when you feel this is comfortable, then you can lift one leg off the ground at a time and then lift the other leg. So this is the Dandayurasana. While you're doing this, you're going to visualize yourself as a peacock in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Mayuram dandavat kurjan mayuram dandanamakam kurjan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parshvanamakam.
Relax. Relax. You can drop yourself onto the ground, just rotate your wrist. Okay, just rotate your wrist, shake out your wrist. Okay, so how many of you are able to lift your feet off the ground? Can you give me a raise of hands? How many of you are able to lift your feet off the ground? Raise your hands if you're able to lift your feet off the ground. Okay, good. How many of you are able to lift your knees off the ground? You're able to lift your knees off the ground. Means your feet is on the ground, but your knees, you're able to lift it off. Can you raise your hands? Okay, good. Alright, drop your hands, thank you. So next asana is actually going to be Panguayasana. In Panguayasana, we are going to be doing this with one hand. The Mayurasana with one hand and the other hand would be stretched forward. Now for us to enter into the Panguayasana, first you should have been able to perform the two hand, the Mayurasana, the Dandayurasana properly, and then you will be able to move to Panguayasana. But we are going to try this. Whoever is able to already perform the Dandayurasana, all of you can try the Panguayasana. Now as far as the Panguayasana is concerned, the key here is you're going to see generally when you are placing your hand, right, in Mayurasana you'll be placing both your elbows in your navel center, right? But when you enter into Panguayasana, rather than placing it in the center, you're going to move it all the way to the side. So when you push yourself to the side, what happens is your whole body weight rests on the arms as well. So it's not just tipping at your navel center, but you're going to shift it a little more and the other hand is stretched in front of you. So that is what we are going to do it here and show for every one of you. So what you're going to be doing is whichever hand you want, you're going to push it in, okay, as much as possible. Push it inward, stretch the other hand in front of you, placing it on the ground, and then we are going to repeat the same. You're going to lift your knee and then you're going to lift one leg off the ground and then the other. Once you are able to balance, that is when finally you're going to lift your hand. Okay, till then you can take the support of your hand but placing it forward in front of you. Alright, let's do this together. Okay, let's do this together. Come on. So let's all either position both our hands, or if you want to try the Panguayasana, you can position one of your hand. Okay, place the other hand in front of you. Now try to lift your knee off the ground and hold there, and then slowly try to lift one foot at a time and the other. As you enter into the Panguayasana, you're going to visualize yourself as a peacock standing on one leg, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
मयूरासनवत् संस्थाप्य एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य हस्तस्य मणिबन्धं धारयेत् पाङ्गमयूरं भवति.
Relax. Okay, relax. Shake your hands out. We are now going to be performing the Panguayasana on the other side with the other hand. So just shake your hand out. We are going to repeat this again. Those of you who are still trying with two hands, you are going to do it once again with both your hands. All right, ready? Shall we go? So now once again, get onto your knees. Push your other hand. Push them as close as possible towards your stomach. Stretch the other hand in front of you. Stretch the other hand in front of you. Come on, all of you, let's do it. And then knees on the ground, feet on the ground. Try to lift your knee off the ground first. And then you're going to lift one foot at a time, balancing yourself at each stage. And once you're able to balance, then you're going to raise the hand off in front of you. As you do so, you're going to visualize yourself as a peacock standing on one foot with the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मयूरासनवत् संस्थाप्य एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य हस्तस्य मणिबन्धं धारयेत् पाङ्गमयूरं भवति.
Relax. Relax. Yes, all of you relax. The next asana we are going to do is going to be Nanasana. So as you're sitting on your heels, move your right leg off to the side. Move your right leg off to the side. Push it off your butt and bend your left knee, bringing it on top of your right thigh. Place your hands on the respective knees. Place your hands on your respective knees. You are not sitting on top of your feet, okay? Your butt is on the ground. Your feet is to the side. Hold the position. Just place your hands on top of your knees and try to relax here. We are now going to be performing the Samakumbhaka. In Samakumbhaka, you are going to have a very slight inhalation and exhalation, almost like a faint inhalation and exhalation. While doing it, you're going to see the prana awakening in your navel center. Try to have a faint inhalation and exhalation, just the opposite of what we do while taking long and deep breath. This is short and faint breath. Visualize Devi Saraswati in your inner space as you perform the asana, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथान्यदासनं कृत्वा सर्वव्याधिनिवारणं योगाभ्यासी भवेत् क्षिप्रं ज्ञानासनप्रसादतः दक्षपादोर्मूले च वामपादतलं तथा दक्षपादतलं दक्षपार्श्वे संयोज्य धारयेत्.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering is going to be Kubjikasana. Now, as one foot is at the back, which we bent, is continuing to be at the same place. The foot in front of you, you are going to pull it as close as possible towards your armpit. So you're going to try to twist it and bring your feet as close as possible towards your armpit. Try to hold on to it with both your hands. If you're not able to go all the way there, try to pull and hold it with both your hands. So you're going to hold with both your hands and then you're going to try and pull it as much as you can. Try to get it as close as possible towards your armpit. If you're not able to push it all the way, that's okay, but hold it in the tension. Pull it and hold it. This is Kubjikasana. Come on, all of you, lift, 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 lift. See, even if you're not able to put it all the way in, don't worry about it. But you need to lift and hold the position. Hold the tension. Visualize Swamiji liberating you from all the karmas. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ जठराग्निसन्दीपनं गुल्मप्लीहशूलहरकुब्जिकासनं किञ्चित्तिर्यक्शक्तिमा स्थाप्य जानुमूर्धं धृत्वा सम्परावर्तनेन कक्षमूले पादमादाय तिष्ठेत् एतत् पीठं कुब्जिकं वह्निकारी.
Relax slowly, let your feet down. The next asana we are going to be performing is Baratwajasana. In Baratwajasana, you are going to be, as you are seated, in the same position. Now once again you are going to bring your feet as close as possible towards your thigh and pull it as close as possible, because what you are going to do now is you are going to twist and you are going to hold on to the feet with this hand, with the hand, and then place the right hand on your left knee. So this is the next asana, the Baratwajasana. We'll do this together. It's not that hard. Okay, so one foot, the foot that you placed on the side, the right foot continues to be remaining in the same position. Left foot comes on top of your right thigh. Get your knee as close as possible. So get it together so you're able to twist. Now from here you're going to twist. This hand touches the knee. The other hand goes behind, holding on to your feet. Holding on to your feet. Come on, all of you, let's perform the Baratwajasana. Look backward. As you twist yourself, you're going to look backward. See, even if you're not able to hold, right? If you're not able to hold on to the feet, just turn to the side. Hold on to your knee and push yourself as much as you can. Push yourself as much as you can. One foot out. And turn yourself. Come on, push yourself. Hold there. You're going to visualize Lord Subramanya, Kartikeya, who is the ruler of the planet of Mars, in your inner space, and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Relax, slowly come back to a center position. Now the next asana is going to be Virasana 5. In Virasana 5, now you're going to sit on the heel of the foot that is stretched backward. You're going to sit on top of it. Now the foot that is there in front of you, if you have your malas on, you're going to pull your mala backward, because we are going to pull our feet as close as possible towards our stomach. So you're going to pull the feet that is there in front of you, try to raise it up as high as possible, trying to bring the sole of your feet towards your navel center. Hold on to it with your left hand. Place your right hand on top of your knee and hold the position. You can use both your hands if you want to apply extra pressure to hold it in position. You can use both your hands to do it. Try to bring the sole of your feet towards your navel center. Hold here. Now you're going to visualize Swamiji in your inner space and embody the state and space of bravery as you perform Virasana with the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकं पादमधैकस्मिन् विन्यसे दूरु संस्थितम् इतरस्मिन् स्थिता पश्चात् वीरासनमितीरितम्.
Relax. Relax. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Bayou. So in Bayou, you are once again going to pull that foot as close as possible towards your stomach and place it there. From here you are going to raise both your hands up above your head, holding on to your hands. So try to place your foot as close as possible towards your stomach and then move your hand. Okay, so you're going to try to pull it as high as possible. After that, you are then going to release the leg and raise your hands above your head, holding on to your head, the crown of your head, as you perform the Bayurasana. Now from here, stretch your hands up towards the sky. Stretch your hands up towards the sky, interlocking your fingers. Stretch it all the way up towards the sky. Bring your gaze towards your nose. Bring your gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as the head of a wolf pack in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मूलद्वारिटिकबैसिकधरे वामपादगुद औन्धो करे एडी अग्रगुदातरि धरे ऊर्ध्वचिटी अंगुष्ठतरि करे.
Relax, drop your hands. Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Badiendraasana. Now, as you are sitting on your left foot, place your right foot on top of the left knee towards the side, as you can see. Now, twist your body towards the raised knee. And you're going to insert your hand in the gap between your knee and hold on to it with your other hand from the back. Hold on to it with the other hand from the back. So we'll show it to you once again. So from the existing leg, either you can do that or on the same leg, whichever you are in. So from this position, you're going to cross one foot to the other side. Okay, now the opposite hand of the crossed foot, you're going to take it and turn towards the side. From here, you're going to try and insert this hand in the gap between your knee and your thigh. Try to insert it there, and then the other hand goes all the way behind, holding on to your hands which came through the gap. Okay, so if you're not able to do this, if you're not yet there, so you're going to sit on one foot and then place the other across. Raise your hand and try to bring it onto the other side and get your opposite hand at the back. placing it on the ground, and twist yourself. So we are now performing Badiendraasana. Hold the position. As you perform the Badiendraasana, open out your shoulder and try to twist yourself. Visualize yourself as the great sage and yogi, Lord Matsyendranatha, who is the founder of the Hatha Yoga in your inner space, and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Relax. Relax, stretch your feet out, stretch both your feet out and just shake it out. Just shake out your feet. Just relax it. Rotate your ankles. You can use your hands to shake out your thighs, your knees. We are going to be repeating the same sequence on the other leg. Till now we did everything with one leg bent, right? So this time we are going to bend the other leg and repeat this entire sequence. So just relax your feet off. We're going to go to the next one. Okay. So now let's go on to the next asana. We're going to be this time repeating Nanasana. For repeating into Nanasana, first bend your left leg, place it on the outside of your butt. Bend your left leg, come on every one of you, bend your left leg, place it on the side. Come on, come on, come on, we are just into it. Let's get going. Now bend your right knee, placing your right leg on your left thigh. Bring your right leg onto your left thigh. Place your hands on your respective knees and sit down in the position. Where you feel the pain, see where the pain is coming from, where the discomfort is coming from. And hold. Now perform the Samakumbhaka with a faint breath of inhalation and exhalation. See the prana at your navel center mentally. Hold here and continue to breathe. Now visualize Devi Saraswati in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथान्यदासनं कृत्वा सर्वव्याधिनिवारणं योगाभ्यासी भवेत् क्षिप्रं ज्ञानासनप्रसादतः दक्षपादोरुमूले च वामपादतलं तथा दक्षपादतलं दक्षपार्श्वे संयोज्य धारयेत्.
Now we are going to be entering into Kubjikasana. So the left foot that is there on your the right foot that you have placed on your left thigh, you're going to pull it as high as possible towards your armpits and try to hold. Try to get it as close as possible towards your armpit. Pull your feet up. Pull your right foot up as close as possible towards your right armpit. Come on, pull, pull, pull and hold. Whatever is the maximum you're able to stretch yourself, you're going to lift until there and hold. While doing this, you're going to visualize Swamiji liberating you from all your karmas and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ जठराग्निसन्दीपनं गुल्मप्लीहशूलहरकुब्जिकासनं किञ्चित्तिर्यक्शक्तिमा स्थाप्य जानमूर्ध्वं धृत्वा सम्परावर्तनेन कक्षमूले पादमादाय तिष्ठेत् एतत् पीठं कुब्जिकं वह्निकारी.
Relax, slowly drop that feet back on the ground. Now bring that right foot as close as possible towards your left thigh. Place it on top of your left thigh and bring your knees as close as possible. We are going to be entering into the Baratwajasana. So try to bring your knees as close as possible. Come on, all of you, try to bring your knees as close as possible. Now, from this position, you're going to be twisting yourself towards the back. So raise your left hand, all of you, please raise your left hand. Hold on to it. Hold on to the right knee with your left hand. Now turn your right hand all the way, twist it all the way behind and try to hold on to your right foot. As you twist, look backward, not forward, look back. Look backward as you twist yourself. Look backward and hold. Hold the position. You're going to visualize Lord Kartikeya, Subramanya in your inner space as the ruler of the planet Mars, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Virasana 5. So in Virasana 5, you're going to lift the right leg and try to bring it as close as possible towards your navel center. Once you get it there, then leave it and interlock your hands, placing it over your crown center. All of you, place your hands on your crown center, interlock your fingers and place it on your head. Now from here, stretch your hands out all the way up towards the sky. Stretch your hands out, your entire shoulders, stretching yourself. Hold the position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and embody the space of bravery in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यसेदूरु संस्थितम् इतरस्मिंस्तथा पश्चात् वीरासनमितीरितम्.
The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Baddha Matsyendrasana. So this time in Baddha Matsyendrasana, you are going to bend the right knee and sit on top of your right knee. All of you bend your right knee and sit on top of it. Bring your left knee across. Bring your left foot across your right knee. Whichever knee was bent, you are going to lift that out and place it on the other side. Come on, all of you get into this position. All of you get into this position. Okay, from here, now raise your right hand. All of you raise your right hand. Twist towards the side, bringing it outside the left knee. Now once you're comfortable here, you're going to bend the elbow and insert your hand in the gap between your calf and your thigh, and get the other hand from behind, holding on to your fingers. If you're not able to twist and get it all the way back, just raise, twist it, place both the hands on the ground and twist, look backward. Look backward, come on, look backward. Hold the position. As we perform the Baddha Matsyendrasana, you're going to visualize yourself as Sage Matsyendranatha, who is the founder of the Hatha Yoga, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते जास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमं करेण बन्धये तत्तो बद्धमत्स्येन्द्रासनम्.
Relax, stretch both your feet out and shake it out. Relax, stretch both your feet out and shake it out. Okay, relax. The next asana we are going to enter into is Baddha Konasana. So with your feet, both your feet stretched out, you're going to now bring the heels closer to your perineum. Bend your knees, bring both your heels close to your perineum. Interlock your fingers around your feet. Interlock your fingers around your feet. Try to bring your thighs onto the ground. You can flap your feet like the wings of a butterfly. Try to push your thighs all the way towards the ground. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Padmam Brahmam Stata Siddham Swastikam Vajramasana Baddhakonam Bhadra Prishtam Mulabandham Tadhaivacha.
Now place your hands on top of your respective heels. Place your hands on top of your respective heels. Instead of interlocking, you're just going to place your palms on your respective heels. Sit straight. We are now going to be performing the Santa Kumbhaka. You're going to inhale through your nose and hold the breath internally. Visualize the presence of the air, the Vayu that you inhaled inside and around you, inside and outside your body. You're encapsulated in the Vayu, the breath, the air, and then slowly exhale. Continue to perform the Santa Kumbhaka. Now, visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as we perform the Bhadrasana 4 and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
वृषणनी नीचे सीवनी नाडाबा भागमाडाबा पगनी एड़ी पगने उल्टा विने राखवी आने अने सीवनी ना जमना भागमा जमन पगनी एड़ी पगने उल्टा विने राखवी.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering into is Yonyasana. So in Yonyasana, you are now going to be holding on to your feet and try to pull them inwards towards you. Try to bring your feet inwards towards you and hold them with your hands. Try to raise your feet as much as possible and pull your feet inwards. Come on, try to pull it in and hold. See, you need to make sure that both your feet are placed together. Okay, from there, try to pull both of it together inward. See, this will not work by pulling one foot at a time. You have to pull both of it together because the bend is different. So you have to try and pull both your foot together. So try and lift it, pulling it as close to you as possible. Now in this position, you're going to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space, the energy of Devi Parashakti, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादौ सम्मील्य पादाग्रे आधारे पार्श्वलिङ्गादतः आनीय पादतलयोः संविशेत् योन्यासनं भवति.
Relax, drop your feet onto the ground, just relax. Okay, we are now going to be entering into the next asana, which is the Bhadrasana. In Bhadrasana, now you're going to pull your feet in the opposite direction, which means your toes are going to go downward and your heels up. Okay, you're going to try and pull your heels backward. Okay, we will repeat it, we will show it for every one of you again. So from having your feet together, you're going to try and pull your heels close to you, your feet on the ground. First come to this position. Try to pull your feet as close as possible and try to hold there. For those who are able to do it, then what you're going to do is you're going to use the support of your hands, come on top of your knees and slowly bend forward and down, trying to put your feet towards the back. So this is the asana. Let's do this together. Okay, for most of us, from the seated position, with both your feet together, you're going to lift your heel. Okay, try to lift your heel as close as possible towards your perineum and try to place your toes on the ground. Let's hold in this position. Come on, all of you try, every one of you try doing this. You have to pull it with both your feet together, only then it will come in. You cannot do one leg at a time. Now, while you're doing this, you're going to visualize the great sage, Gorakhanatha, in your inner space, and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वृषणनी नीचे सीवनी ना डाबा भागमा डाबा पगनी एड़ी पगने उल्टा विने राखवी.
Relax. Relax. Now we are going to get both our feet at the back. Get on top of your knees, sit on your knees in Vajrasana. Now widen out your knees, stretch your knees out, and your toes are behind you. Toes are behind you. Now hold on to the opposite ankles with your hands crossed behind your back. Hold on to the opposite ankles with the hands crossed behind your back. Now visualize Swami turning on patterns with his love and relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be the corner. So just stretch your feet out in front of you and relax. Just stretch them out. Stretch the mouth. Just shake out your knees. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Supta Baddha Konasana. Now, we are going to be practicing this because we need to pull both our feet towards your navel center. You're going to pull our feet inward. So, you're going to first bend your knees and bring your feet towards your perineum. And then from this position, you're going to simultaneously, you cannot do this one leg at a time. You need to simultaneously pull both the feet inward as close as possible towards your navel center. So you're going to pull your feet inward as close as possible towards your navel center. And hold. Only where you start feeling the discomfort, that is where you are going to start pushing yourself to go to the next level. So wherever you feel the discomfort, just try to hold there for a few seconds. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Supta Baddha Konasana and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Bhadrasanam sukham sthapya viparite pade ane kuryachai tatkamadanam bhavet.
Slowly relax. Just relax your feet again. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Virasana. In Virasana, once again, it's going to be a similar way of doing it. The difference is that you'll be interlocking your hands around your neck once you lift it. But first, we are once again try and pull our feet inward. Try and pull your feet inward and try to hold in that position. See, even if you want to try one leg at a time, you can try. So try to hold one foot and pull it in. Twist the foot inward, okay? So it's not just pulling it towards your stomach, but it's also twisting your foot inward. Trying to get it as close as possible towards your navel center. So you can try one leg at a time. And then the other. Come on, all of you, try to pull your feet. Now, let's pull both our feet together. So first you're going to try and open it like a book. Okay, first open your foot, each of your foot like a book. Okay, once you open it out, then try to together get it closer to your stomach, pulling it inward. And try to hold the position. Now, visualize yourself as a frog in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ध्यायेद्धिचित्पदं भ्रान्तमासनस्थसुखाय च यदि सर्वाङ्गमुत्तोल्य गगने खेचरासनम्.
Relax. Relax. Once again, just shake out your feet. Okay, let's now move to the next asana. The next asana is going to be Bhagasana 2. Once again, bring both your feet close to your perineum. Bring both your feet close to your perineum. This time, your heel remains on the ground. Your toes are lifted upward. Okay, your heels are on the ground. Lift your toes upward. Interlock up, trying to get your toes towards your navel center. Your heels remain on the ground. Just pull your toes along. Try to lift. Try to hold the position. Request all the acharyas on the ground to assist the participants. Just go around and help the participants. Heels to be on the ground, but the toes are pulled backward towards your stomach. If you require, the acharyas can apply a gentle pressure, trying to push it closer towards your navel center. Hold the position. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Bhagasana 2 and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ध्यायेद्धिचित्पदं भ्रान्तमासनस्थसुखाय च यदि सर्वाङ्गमुत्तोल्य गगने खेचरासनं महाभेकासनं प्रोक्तं सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं महाविद्यां महामन्त्रं प्राप्नोति जपतीयः.
Relax slowly. Relax your feet. You can stretch it out and rotate your ankles. Rotate your ankles, stretching your feet out. Let's stand up for a moment and we are going to shake our feet out. All of you stand up and just walk forward and backward on your mat. Just shaking your feet out. You can try a couple of squats. Try to just stretch it out. Just relax your muscles in your leg. Just walk forward and backward on your mat. If you want to rotate your knees, you can rotate your knees. See if there is any kind of discomfort that is there and just stretch that muscle out or the joint. Pull your knees close to your chest, one leg at a time. Like Balalingasana, pull it close. And then repeat it on the other side. Just relax. Shake out your feet. Now, let's all enter into the Shavasana. Let's lay down on our back. All of you lay down on your back. Have a slight gap between your feet. Place your hands by the sides of your hips, palms facing up towards the sky. And relax.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Slowly bring your awareness back to your body. Slowly move your fingers, move your toes. Bring your knees towards your chest. Hug your knees with your hands and roll yourself to the left and right. Roll yourself to the left and right. And slowly come into a seated position. Sit straight. Bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Let us now offer our gratitude to Swamiji and end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivopadukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everybody. Nithyanandam. Let's gather back for the puja in the next 20 minutes. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் நொய்யார் தமக்கு மூலந்தையா மலக்க கனி பொய்யாயொழிய மிகு மெய்யாயுலதான்மா ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் நெய்யாய் நிரந்தரந்தான் ஐயா தீர்ந்திடவும் பொய்யா மூடம்புலக மெய்யா மூளை தெழும் பொய் மையார் நினைவனுவும் உய்யா தொடுக்கிடவே மெய்யாரிதய வெளி வெய்யோன் சுயமான்மா விலங்குமே இருளடங்குமே ஈதரொடுங்குமே இன்பம் பொங்குமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் முதல் இதுவே நானாமெனும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் ஊர்னாரேனும் அதனால் நானாரிடமேதென்று போனால் நினைவுகள் போய் நானான குகையுள் தானாய் திகழும் ஆன்ம ஞானமே இதுவே மோனமே ஏகவானமே இன்பத்தானமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் அறிதலின்றி பின்னை எதறிகிலேன் வெண்ணை அறிந்திதிர்பின் என்னையுலதறிய பின்ன உயிர்களில பின்ன விளக்கெனும் தன்னை தனிலுணர மின்னுந்தனுள்ளான்ம பிரகாசமே அருள் விலாசமே அகவிநாசமே இன்ப விகாசமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் மாதி கட்ட விழ ஜென்மாதி நட்ட மேழ எம்மார்கமதனினும் இம்மார்க்கம் மிக்கெளிது சொன்மானதனுவின் கண்மாதி சிறிதின்றி சும்மாவமர்ந்திருக்க அம்மாவகத்தில் ஆன்ம சோதியே நீதானுபூதியே ஈராது பீதியே இன்பவம் போதியே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் கண்ணாதிய விலங்கும் கண்ணாதிய பொறிக்கும் கண்ணாமான கணுக்கும் கண்ணாய் மனவினுக்கும் பின்னாயோரு பொருள் வேறென்னா திறந்தபடி யுன்னாடுலத் தொளிரும் அண்ணாமலையன் அன்மா காணுமே அருளும் வேணுமே அன்பு போனுமே இன்பு தோணுமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம் நொய்யார் தமக்கு மூலங்கையா மலக்க கனி பொய்யாயொழிய மிகு மெய்யாயுலதான்மா ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம்
Bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyanandam, we request all the participants, please settle down with your puja kits and be seated in the space of gratitude and deep restful awareness in your Ananda Gandha. Please avoid any forms of distractions such as your laptop, your phone or anything else. Please be settled in front of your puja kit. Any other items that you may require will be provided by the sannyasis who are with you. Please settle down in a space of restful awareness in your Ananda Gandha, remembering Swamiji's presence in your Ananda Gandha. Establish yourself in the space of oneness with Swamiji. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. We request all the participants to please settle down with your puja kits. Can be seated either in Sukhasana or Padmasana or the Ardha Padmasana. Be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let us now enter into the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Before we begin the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmay Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer to Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti during the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pratyaksha Pada Puja with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us now enter into the Sadguru Vandanam. Please take a few flowers in your hands, hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Dharaspurita Katikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते. Please offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet. Next we'll be performing the Tattvachamanam. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Next is the Shuklambaradhanam. Please take a few flowers and akshata in your hands. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of the forehead along with the mantra. Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarvavighnopashantaye. Next we'll be performing the pranayama, which is the inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. We'll be performing the pranayama as we chant the Samhita mantras thrice internally. Om Hum Ishanamurtaya Namo, Om Him Tatpurushavaktraya Namo, Om Hum Agorahridaya Namo, Om Him Mamdevukhaya Namo, Om Hum Satyajatamartaya Namo, Om Hamridaya Namo, Om Him Shirse Namo, Om Hum Shikai Namo, Om Him Kavachaya Namo, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hahastraya Namaha. Om Hum Ishanamurtaya Namo, Om Him Tatpurushavaktraya Namo, Om Hum Agorahridaya Namo, Om Him Mamdevukhaya Namo, Om Hum Satyajatamartaya Namo, Om Hamridaya Namo, Om Him Shirse Namo, Om Hum Shikai Namo, Om Him Kavachaya Namo, Om Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hahastraya Namaha. Om Hum Ishanamurtaya Namo, Om Him Tatpurushavaktraya Namo, Om Hum Agorahridaya Namo, Om Him Mamdevukhaya Namo, Om Hum Satyajatamartaya Namo, Om Hamridaya Namo, Om Him Shirse Namo, Om Hum Shikai Namo, Om Him Kavachaya Namo, Om Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hahastraya Namaha. Next is the Sankalpa. Please clasp your hands and place them on the right thigh. Create an intention to manifest your reality as you establish yourself in the space of Sohamasmi, that you are Paramashiva. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinshati-tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunama Samvatsare Uttarayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Ritu Mithunamase Krishnapakshe Trayodashyam Shubhadito Somavasarayuktayam Kritika Nakshatra Dhriti Yoga Vanijakarana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parshivaputra Ratnakumara Gurumanyatulyavatara Shri Parvati Stanyapana Labdha Divyajnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktra श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामरश्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हतुजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्तृ सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणपद्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरचित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाको हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुवरंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसंबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये. Please drop the flowers and akshata onto your right hand side and rinse your hand with an uddarni of water. Om apa upasprishya. Next we'll be entering into the Ghantanada. Please take the bell in your left hand. Hold it at the level of your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karom Yadu Devata Hwanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. Next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. We request all the participants to please be seated in a space of restful awareness, remembering Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha as we chant the mantras of the Manasa Puja. Perform all the upacharas, make all the offerings, such as the offering of the seat, the asanam, the padyam, washing Swamiji's feet, offering him achamanam, the water for mouthwash, offering him a bath. All these upacharas, the various offerings that we make to Swamiji during the Pada Puja, make these offerings to Swamiji within your inner space, in your Ananda Gandha. The meaning of the mantra of the Manasa Puja we will chant now is, I offer a seat in the lotus of my heart, which is anointed with the nectar from the 1,000-petaled lotus. I offer water for washing the feet, and I offer my mind as a traditional bouquet. With that same nectar, I offer water for sipping and bathing. The element of space becomes the clothing, and the essence of fragrance becomes the perfume. Let my mind be offered as a flower, and the life breath become the incense. The element of Tejas becomes the lamp, and the ocean of nectar becomes the food offering. The unstruck sound becomes the bell, and the element of air becomes the fan. The 1,000-petaled lotus becomes the umbrella, and the principle of sound becomes the song. All the activities of the senses and the restlessness of the mind become the dance. I offer the garland of lotuses as a beautiful girdle with various flowers. I worship the divine consciousness, the flowers of pure emotions. I offer the flowers of absence of deceit, absence of ego, absence of attachment, absence of pride, absence of delusion, absence of hypocrisy, absence of hatred, and absence of agitation, absence of envy, and the absence of greed. The wise know these as the 10 flowers. The non-violence is the supreme flower, and control of the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and wisdom are the 5 flowers. Thus, with these 15 flowers of pure emotions, I worship Paramashiva. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Kurma Mudra in front of the Ananda Gandha. The Kurma Mudra symbolizes, it represents the quality of a tortoise for pulling its senses inwards, just as the way a tortoise pulls itself within its shell. We pull in our senses into our inner space, into our Ananda Gandha, bringing our awareness into the Ananda Gandha. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja. Om Hritpadmasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Arghyam Nivedayet Tenamritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Jasmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Prakalpayet Tejastattvam Chadipartham Naivedyam Syat Sudham Buddhihi Anahatadhvanirghantam Vayutattvam Chamaram Sahasraram Bhave Chhatram Shabdatattvam Chagitakam Drittamindriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastatha Sumekhalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidham Tatha Amayadyair Bhava Pushpaihi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Manahankaram Aragam Mamadam Tatha Amohakamadam Pancha Advesha Akshobhakau Tatha Amatsaryam Malobham Cha Dashapushpam Vidurbudhaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpamindriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Cha Panchamam Idi Panchadashair Bhava Pushpaihi Sampojayet Bhagavantam Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Next we'll be entering into the Upachara Puja, which is the external worship. The first is the offering of asanam, the offering of the seat. Now, please take the asana. Please take a few akshatas in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayam Yupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः. Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming Swamiji. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritva Bhavo Paratikaranat Shiva Uktau Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragakalaya Vai अमेजत्वात् अनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवास्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो. अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्. ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव Swagatam Suswagatam Te. Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing Swamiji's feet. Now, please take an udarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Arghyaha Om दूर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं ग्रहाणाढ्यं महेश्वर. ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा. Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of the water for mouthwash. Please take an udarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandagilyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam. Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take some Gandhatailam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhatailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Now please take an udarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Snaniyam Om Idam Snaniyam Om Idam Sushitalam Vari Swachham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratigrihyataam. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. Next is the offering of vastram, the offering of the sacred clothes. Now please take the vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapataच्छन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरण विज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्. Om ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Abharanam Om Svabhavasundaraangaya Nanashaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Srinityanandaparamasivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take some Gandha, the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhaha Om Shariram te na janami cheshtam naiva cha maya niveditan gandhan pratigrihya vilipyatam. Om Hrim Esha Gandha Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Srinityanandaparamasivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Ananda Saurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Srinityanandaparamasivaya Vaushate. Next is the offering of the Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. Now please take a few Bilva leaves smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilva Patrani Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Srinityanandaparamasivaya Vaushate. Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patra, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Please take a few Tulsi leaves smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varadamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha. Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Srinityanandaparamasivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of the Dhupa and Deepa along with the Naivedyam and the Arati. Now please light the lamps and the incense sticks before we enter into the offering of Dhupa. Please take the lit incense in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupah Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadyassu Manoharah Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyataam Om Hrim Eshadhupah Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the Deepa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadipah Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyābhyantarah Jyotirdeepoyam Pratigrihyataam Om Hrim Eshaddeepah Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Naivedyam. Please take an uddarni of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Shopakarana Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for the mouthwash. Please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Shuchirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. Next is the offering of the Ararthikam. Please take the lit arati with the lit camphor in your hands. Slowly wave the arati towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Arartrikam Om Bhim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangranhaniti Dvadasharatnirashana Bhavati Dvadashavasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Varundhe Maunji Bhavati Urvai Munjaha Urjameva Varundhe Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram Va Etat Karma Karpuragauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a few flowers in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha गुरुसारं तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तदर्शितं येन श्री गुरवे नमः चक्षुमीलितं येन श्रीगुरवे ज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ईश्वरोरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः ओम नित्यानंदम We will now be entering into the Paramashiva Puja. Let's begin with the Baratwajasana. ओम आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ओम विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ओम शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ओम हां हृदयाय नमः We will now be entering into the Sakalikarana. Using the left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using the right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Ha Astraya Namaha. Bring your hands together in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your third eye, visualizing that there is nectar oozing out of your third eye and drenching your hands. Shaktaye Vaushate. Now bring your palms in front of your face with the palms facing you. Touch the thumbs to the respective palms. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now touch the tip of the little fingers with the thumbs and slowly move the thumbs down. Om Ham Sadyojata Murtaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the ring fingers and slowly move the thumb down. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle finger and slowly move the thumb down. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the index fingers and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha. Now, using the index fingers, touch the thumbs and slowly move your index fingers down. Om Hum Ishana Murdhaya Namaha. Again, bring the thumbs to the center of the respective palms. Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend the index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of their respective palms. Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha. Touch the thumb again to the center of their respective palms. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Now again, using your thumb, touch the tip of the little finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the ring finger and slowly move it down. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the index fingers and slowly move them down. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now touch the tip of the thumb and slowly move the index finger down. Om Ha Astraya Namaha. Bring both your hands into the Mushti Mudra, clench together, and then rotate them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Bring your hands into the Namaskar Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushat. Next, bring the palms to the in front of your face. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Now, touch the tip of the right hand ring finger and thumb join together. Touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the little finger and thumb for both your hands and touch the respective knees. Om Ham Sadyojata Murtaye Namaha. Using the ring finger and thumb join together, touch the navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Gokhyaya Namaha. Touch the middle finger and thumb join together, touch the heart center. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaya Namaha. Touch the index finger and thumb join together and touch the upper lip. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha. Touch with the tip of the thumb, touch the top of the head. Om Hum Ishana Murdhaya Namaha. Again with the ring finger and thumb join together, touch the Anandagandha. Om Ham Hum Vidya Dehaya Namaha. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers join together, touch the three eyes. Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb join together, touch the Anandagandha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. With the little finger and thumb join together, touch the heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb join together, touch the top of the head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the middle finger and thumb join together, touch the back of the head. Om Hum Chikaye Vashate. Now cross your hands over each other with your index fingers in a hooked position. As we uncross our arms, we will take our hands around our head. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now with the right thumb, tap the left palm, and with the left thumb, tap the right palm. Om Ha Astraya Phate. Now with the index and middle fingers join together, tap the left palm thrice. Om Ha Astraya Humpate. Now with the index finger and thumb join together, snap around yourself in all the 10 directions. Om Ha Astraya Phate. Now move your hands from the top of the head to the feet by touching the sides of the body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next we'll be entering into the Samanya Arghya Sthapana. Please mix some chandan, the sandalwood powder, flowers and akshata into the water inside the Panchapatram. Now cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now perform the Digbandhana. Om Ha Astraya Phate. Perform the Avakunthana. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Perform the Dhenu Mudra and show it over the water inside the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next we'll be entering into the Avahanam. invoking presence of Paramashiva within the Atmalinga. Now please take some akshata and offer to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Please take a few flowers in your hands, keeping your hands in the Anjali Mudra. Meditate on the form of Paramashiva, Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva in your inner space, and offer the flowers to your Atmalinga by the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakritagasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spuritakatikopi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasifanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indunibha Pancha Mukhahastadashayuktam Shulamrgatankamasi Vajrama Bhayam Syat Pashavaradankushamanijwala Navame Shvetakamalāsana Sadashivasvarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now offer a flower onto your show the Avahani Mudra to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Show the Sthapani Mudra. Sthapana. Show the Sannidhapana Mudra. Sannidhana. Show the Nishthura Mudra. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Show the Kalakanthi Mudra. Astraya Humphat. Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Show the Linga Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Iti Linga Mudram. Show the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Show the Avakunthana Mudra. Om Haim Kavachayahum. Iti Avakunthana Mudram Cha Pradarshya. Let us now enter into the Upachara Puja. First is the offering of the asanam, the offering of the seat. Please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. Now next is the offering of the Padya, Achamana and Arghya. Please take another of water, show it to Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the first vessel, the Padya Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now take another uddarni of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take another uddarni of water and show it to Paramashiva's crown and offer it into the third cup, the Arghya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padya Achamana Arghyam Dattva. Now please take another uddarni of water. Next is the offering of Snaniyam. Please take an uddarni of water and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Snananantaram Achamam Samarpayami. Please take an uddarni of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Vastram. Now please take some Akshata in your hands and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Vastra Yajna Pavita Uttariya Bharanartam Akshatan Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the sandalwood paste. Please take some Gandha in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet and onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kunkumam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of the Ashtapushpa Puja. Now please offer flowers to your Atmalinga each time the word Namaha is chanted. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Let us now perform the Ashtapushpa Puja. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Bhavasya Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Sharvasya Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasya Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Pashupater Devaya Namaha. Pashupater Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Ugrasya Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Rudrasya Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Bhimasya Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Mahate Devaya Namaha. Mahato Devasya Patnei Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of the Bilva Patram. Now please take a few Bilva leaves made with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Bilva Patram Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Dhupa. Please take a flower and offer it onto the bill. Om Ha Astraya Namaha. Now please sprinkle some water onto the Dhupa. Om Ha Astraya Phate. Offer a flower to the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Dhupa in your hands and slowly wave it towards your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Atha Dhupaha. Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantam Dhurvatayyo Osman Dhurvatitam Dhurvajam Vajam Dhurvamastvam Devanamasi Sastitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Vanhitamam Devahutamam Hritamasi Havirdanam Dragumhasvamahva Mitrasya Tvajachusha Parekshema Bherma Sambhiktha Matvahigum Thishum. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Dhupamagrapayami. Please take an uddarni of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Deepa. Please sprinkle some water onto the Deepa. Please sprinkle some water onto the Deepa. Om Hastraya Phate. Offer a flower to the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Atha Deepaha. Om Uddipya Svajata Vedo Pagdhinirartam Mama Pashogascha Makhyama Vahajivanam Chadisho Disha Mano Higum Sijata Vedo Gamashwam Purusham Jagate Abhibhratagna Agahi Shriyama Paripadaya. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं संदर्शयामि Please take an udani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Naivedyam. Please sprinkle some water onto the Naivedyam. Om Haha Astraya Phate. Now offer a flower onto the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take an udani of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Naivedyam Om Madhuvatartayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhvirna Santoshadhihi Madhunakta Mutoshasi Madhumatparthivagumrajaha Madhudyaurastu Nafpitam Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagummastu Suryaha Madhvirgavo Bhavantu Naham Madhu 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha Naivedyam Nivedayami Naivedyanantaramachamanam Samarpayami. Please take another udani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Tambulam. Please offer the Tambulam, the beech leaves and the beetle nut to your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Tambulam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of the Aratrikam. Please take the lit Arati. Sprinkle some water over the Arati. Om Hahastraya Phate. Offer flower. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit Arati and slowly wave it to Swamiji along with the mantra. Arartrikam Om Somo va etasya rajyamadatte Yo rajasan rajyo vasomena yajate Devasuva methani havigumshi bhavanti Ya etavanto vai devanagum savaha Ta evasmai savan prayachanti Ta enah panasvante rajyaya Devasuraja bhavati Nadatra suryo bhadina chandratarakam nema vidyut Bhanti kuto yamagnihi Tameva bhantamanubhati sarvam tasya bhasat sarvamidam vibhati Pragauram karunavataram samsarasaram bhujagendraharam sada vasantam hridayaravinде bhavam bhavani sahitam namami bhavam bhavani sahitam namami bhavam bhavani sahitam namami. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Karpura Nirajanam Sandarshayami. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet and onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right thumb and perform the Gayatri Mantra Japa 11 times internally. Next, you can please remove your hand from the Yajnopavita and now perform the Shivamula mantra japa 11 times internally. Now, please take a few flowers, Durvagrasana Akshata in your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namah. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushat. Now, please take another dharni of water into your right palm. Hold your hand in the Udbhava Mudra and offer the flowers and the water onto your Atmalinga by the end of the mantra. Om Yatkinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivapadastasya Bhungshakshapaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvamidam Jagate Shivo Yajati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now we'll perform the Tatvachamanam. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023, and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure.
So now we come to the first chakra. First chakra is Muladhara. As I told you, there are two ways to open these chakras. One is meditation, and one is maturity. Maturity means just understand in which way these chakras are locked. Get the key and open the chakras. If you know how to open the chakras, you will see the maturity descends on you. This chakra is not by a particular emotion. Each chakra are marked by a particular emotion. If you know how to unlock it, the chakra energy will be released in you and you can float with the energy of the chakra. The Mooladhara chakra is concerned with the sex. In the world, most talked about, most discussed about, most of the books are written about I think on these three sentences, most of the books are written about, most talked about, and most discussed about. Subject is and most confused, most misunderstood, most misinterpreted. Subject is also. No. No. Text. This is the subject. Most talked about, most discussed about, most written about, and most confused, most misunderstood, most misinterpreted. No other subject is talked about so vastly. No other subject is talked about so vastly as this subject. But no other subject is misunderstood as this subject. We try to avoid the subject. We try to indulge in the subject. The man who tries to avoid the subject tries to avoid the big pit in front of him. If he doesn't know that pit is there, how is he going to transit? Man who tries to indulge in the subject is trying to jump into the pit. So both are not supposed to be done. We should know and transit. Either we try to avoid or indulge. Do we try to do anything else? What is the reason? Ancient rishis, science give a very beautiful, clear understanding of this subject. The man who wrote the Kama Sutra, the science of this book, of this subject, is a sannyas like me. You know? He is a rishi, Vatsyayana. He is a rishi, he is a sannyasi like me. He is questioning, what authority do you have to speak about this subject? He is questioning, I think proper question. Every question. Any man who is intelligent and intelligent will put this question. What authority do you have to speak about this subject? Yes, I mean, yes, actually, logically, I have no authority to speak about this subject. Vatsyayana very clearly answers in his book. But example gives, I have not listened, I'm living in a modern day. He gives an ancient type of example. In those times, there used to be an system which is used to use the electricity in the bioenergy. He gives that example. I am giving that very clear example. Electrician knows how to switch on and off that switches. He knows what is the circuit behind the switches and the instruments. When you switch on, what will happen? Switch on, what will happen? Everything he knows. He may not have switched it on and off. He may not have actually done it. But he knows the science behind it. He knows the energy flow behind it. But But a man every day uses a switch, is switching on and switching off. He may not know the signs behind it. Am I right? Many of us know only how to switch on and off, not the signs behind it. That is why many times we get shocked. That is the reason many times we get shocked. We are many fathers, grandfathers, we have all grown in a grown up peaceful life. We may have had just like a normal man who knows only how to switch on and off the switch. But he doesn't know the mechanism or energy flow behind it. Just like an ordinary animal, living with a simple basic instinct. But Virasana says, I may not know how to, I may not have done the switching on and off, but I know the background energy flow. Only has an authority to speak about these things. Virasana says, a real sannyasi is the only person who is not trying to give an idea about the subject. Nobody else has got any authority, he says. Because he gives one more example. Some two person are playing chess. Chhaturanga. Chess. Two persons person got involved in chess. When you see from outside, you will be having the right idea. You will be having the right moment. You will be knowing the right moment, but they will not be doing that. Have you ever experienced it? When you see from outside, you will be knowing the right moment. They will not be knowing it. But when you sit and play, you will not know the right moment. The person who is outside, he will be knowing the right moment. Have you accepted this? What is the reason? He has no pressure that he has to win. The man who witnesses has no pressure. The man who is outside has no pressure that he has to win. The pressure makes mind dull. So a man will jump out of this being, samsara. A man who is outside this being only can give a right idea about the being. If you are sitting in a giant wheel, you can take the example of giant wheel. If you are sitting in a giant wheel and rounding, can you give a giant wheel? Can you? When you have jumped out, when you are looking at things, seeing the things are happening, you can give a idea about giant wheel. So a man who has come out, who is beyond, who has transformed the energy, who has jumped out of the samsara chakra, can only give a right idea about this subject. So you come to the question, what is sex? Today, biology proves all men are 51% men, 49% women. All women are 51% women, 48% men. Just 1% this way or that way. 1% this way or that way. But when we start moving, society doesn't allow the women part of us to express. When we do the meditation, many times I observe, men always cry, women try to laugh. What is the reason, you know? The women feminine part of us has been suppressed. The masculine part of the women has been suppressed by the society continuously. When we start growing, we slowly start collecting the image that person tries to satisfy himself through mother and father. That is why girls are always attracted to the father, and boys are always attracted to mother. From there, the sex starts, the science starts. We start slowly collecting the images, prints. All men try to fulfill their image with mother. All women try to fulfill their man image with father. The art is suppressed by the society. When it is suppressed, we try to fulfill it with the father and the mother, having some loving relationship. Then after a few years of growth, we start collecting the images from many people, from the outsiders, how a real human should be. Especially from media, how a real man should be. We start collecting the images and start preserving it in our system. The repressed or suppressed women is always unconscious. It's the real science actually, what is happening in the mind. When you go after a certain age, you will start collecting images from many actors, actresses, many stories, especially from the TV serials. From all these things, we start collecting the images and start preserving it. How a real man should be, how a real woman should be, how a many things, how a husband should be, how a mother should be, how a father should be. Many images we start collecting. We keep the imagination of a woman inside, the ideal woman. Sometimes, at the age of 15, after 18 to 23, in that age, we see somebody outside. And from distance, it looks like as if there is somebody in this image, which you have inside. We continuously start searching for this image. We have the body inside. We start searching this outside. We start searching whether some image will suit with this image, whether some real person will suit with this image, which you have kept in your mind. So actually, when you see somebody from distance, you feel as if that your image is resembling with that real person. We start falling in love. The falling in love happens in that moment. The science behind the falling in love is we have an image and we search. In distance we feel. In distance we feel as if the world is resembling. As if the world is looking alike. Then we fall in love. But when you come here, you will immediately find the image is image and real person is person. You can never find image in a real person because of this image. Not because of anything, because of this image. How can image be a real person? Because of this image. This is the base of this where we start expecting something from the other. This is the greatest expectation. All of us we always want the other means the way should act according to our image. Is it possible? Can it be possible? Dreams can never become true because they are dreams. The very word denotes they are dreams. If they can become true, why will they be called as dreams? Just very clearly. Please listen with full attention and try to digest what I say. That's why very slowly. If any question please raise, now slowly come to the clarification. This is the way in which our expectations about others starts. We collect all types of images from media. Whenever we see the ideal person, we collect that image and leave it inside and try to actualize it. We try to make it a reality with a living person. Is it possible? It can never be. That is why all ends in failure. All capital letter ALL we can use. All without exception. We can say there is an exception, one or two, like Chakra. Both of them have no image. Both of them have no expectation. So something directly happened between them. The pure love transmission, of course, that type of exception feeling. In ordinary play, all of us feel that we touch them. Men or women both feel that we touch them. The reason is the basic science system is such, if you don't understand, you put the blame on others. Others will never be blamed. Take the blame from you. You expected, you imagined, and you put your imagination on others. Who will be the responsible for the failure? Who can be the responsible? Last year responsible. But do you understand that what I say is in a very practical reality? What is happening in a day-to-day life? But we never try to repeat it. It is happening in our everyday life. We never try to repeat it. Am I right? It always happens. We never repeat the good truths. So, when we see that our image is not a reality, when we saw from inside a distance, it looked like what is in my hand? Oh, it is green. That also looks like a green. When it comes near, no, it's little yellowish. When it comes more near, no, it's slight white. When it comes near, you will see it is red and it is white, it is green. Totally opposite and totally different. Then you think you have decided wrongly. Then what we do? We don't keep quiet. We start sculpturing the man according to our image. Women sculptures man starts sculpturing women. We try to possess each other. We try to make them into a matter. If you want some furniture, if you have a chair, you can keep it where you want. It will have, as you say, if you keep it there, it will be there. You can give it to somebody else. And if you have wood, you can make furniture according to you and keep it there. But as you possess this furniture, do you think you can possess your life person? If you possess a life person, what you are doing then? You are making a spirit into a matter. You are reducing a man into a matter. You are degrading him. When you degrade somebody, Do you think she will respect you or he will respect you? No. Problem starts. Problem starts. The unending war starts. Almost I can say unending war. Unending war starts. Our the so-called life is nothing but this unending war. Any of your house, I can go more deep into this subject. Many of you can raise any questions. Always it goes in such a way. So we have an image and we start arguing. The 24 hours, she is with Nanasana, you are also with Nanasana. When you find her, you start whistling. When she finds you, she starts whistling. The house is continuously completely filled with whistling sound. Keep quiet. Don't stand. All these sounds are whistling sounds. The continuous whistling sound is resounding in the house. So, this is the way this chakra is locked. When you expect something from others, when you try to fulfill your imagination by disturbing others, this chakra gets locked. This chakra has nothing to do with sex as we think, as we get the meaning of the word. This chakra is something to do deeply our imagination. This chakra has nothing to do directly with sex. This chakra gets locked or unlocked with the imaginations. When I say that this chakra has nothing to do with sex, I mean whether you are a brahmachari, sannyasi, or Virasana, this chakra can be opened. Even for sannyasi, this chakra can be locked. So it has nothing to do with the outer condition of life. I want to say, this has nothing to do with a so-called celibacy. A real celibacy is who can be called a real celibate. Man who has dropped his inner image. When a man drops the inner image, which he preserves, inner woman's image, he only can be called a real sannyasi. Even if you live in a Virasana life, if you drop this image, if you drop the chisel and the hammer from your hand, if you stop chiseling the hammer, you will be a brahmachari. Your Mooladhara chakra will be open. You will get having the real benefit of this chakra opening. Do you understand what I say? So the outer conditions, whether you live a married life or unmarried life, has nothing to do with this chakra. Don't think only for sannyasi, this Mooladhara chakra can be opened. This can be opened for anybody. Yes, because they are not into us. We never turn inside. We go everywhere, but never inside. Just drop expecting, just drop chiseling the hand. Then this chakra will automatically open. When you drop the imagination of hero, the chakra will automatically open. Actually, when you have the imagination, many people come to me and ask, Swamiji, in my house only we two are living, but there is no peace. There is no peace, only we two. We don't even have son. Myself and my wife, both are living, but there is no peace. I used to tell them, no. With two persons, there is always peace. You are not two, you are four. Your imagination always. She had imagination about you. You focus with hope, peace can live. Peace can be with you. With hope, peace can never be. With two, peace can be. With four, it is impossible. So if we drop the imaginations, two things happen. Yes. What I mean is, we always start the images of heroes and keep it in our mind. We want that should be reality from our life. That is the reality. If you drop that, this chakra can be broken. Don't expect that it should be according to you. You should act according to you. Not only about husband and wife, even about father and mother, you can idea. How can father to be today as a mama? The final thing you will write today, please go and write and see. One thing I will just tell them and then I will come. Father, mother, wife. If you don't know your husband, no problem. If you have wife or husband, son, and son or daughter. This five hours from five relationships. You write how you expect them to be, how you feel, the ideal quality. You just write it down to the points. So all these five relationships, ideal your vision. The ideal father, ideal mother, ideal son, ideal wife, ideal husband. You will find deep down unconscious. You will find it. All your ideas are just from the TV serials and cinema. All your ideas you will find. And few times I checked with people. I just asked them to write down how the should be. It will be corresponding to the even the house furniture. We have the imagination. How it should be. We take from the media. Before that, there were dramas. If you rely on the dramas, there were unbelievers. Even now, even in early time, you see from kings, they torture as best they can. And she tortures as best she can. She tries to make a drama, we try to make a scene. But finally, what happens? We do not know what happens. Anyway, so the imagination and trying to present it disturbs this chakra. If you can stop the imagination, if you can stop chiseling the other, this chakra will be completely open. The people who share the problem with the dangerous problem. If you diagnose your mind, you will be having this problem of imagination and trying to project it and forcing upon others. Of course, women have their own way to force. They don't go with chiseling, they force with tears. They force with tears and cry. So they have their own ways.
What happens to the boss? Asking the employees, according to what he wants to do. What about?
You see, so in business world, there is no other way. One thing you can do, you do your art with consciously. Do art and see that it doesn't disturb you. It can now if you chisel, afterwards we come and sit and feel the breathing consciousness. I have told that I have done something wrong. If you do it consciously, you will not give overdose. Even if you are angry, angry is just like a money, as anger is a great energy given to us. It is a great presentation of God. One person came to me and he says, I am not able to control that anger. I told him, take control of your anger and keep it in your worship. Puja every day. He started laughing. Swami, why are you telling him? I told him, please do it and then come and tell me. And it's a great energy given to you by God. When you worship that energy, when you respect that energy, you will not misuse it. Lust is also a great energy given to you by God. Karma is a great Shakti given to you by God, which can produce another life. But you are misusing it, dissipating it, because we don't have respect on the energy. You never misuse the money. You never pay it because you have respect for money. But you won't pay that. If you have done for 5 rupees job, you pay only 5 rupees. But if you have done the 5 rupees only a mistake, you pay 50 rupees under. If you are conscious at that moment, you will pay only 5 rupees. If you are paying the 5 rupees under, you will never feel guilty, I assure you, I promise you. Because you pay, you never pay, you come and feel guilty. To compensate the overpayment, you feel guilty. If you pay properly, how much mistake you have done? You just pay that much under. I don't say don't pay under. You have to pay under. You pay money. How to pay under? Pay under. Be angry. Only that much. If you are conscious, you can maintain it. Yes. In all it works out. You see, all of it is taken over anyway. And once you really, you will feel the tremendous respect towards the anger. You will not face it. Afterwards, the devotee came and really told me, Swami, no, I am not going to be angry. Because it's not respecting the anger. Once you respect the energy, you will never taste it. We never feel that anger is an energy. When you went to see what happens, a new type of energy goes on. Your eyes are getting red, and blood starts flowing more, and beating more, begins faster. See the difference? See the energy difference? Because we always fight with the energy. If we don't fight with the energy, if we know how to use it consciously, we will never have that. There is no need that other person should know. You can show the result. You can, what you are asking is, if I don't show enough result, enough impact, enough punch, you will not respect me next time. That's what you are asking. You can give a punch, there is nothing wrong. But see that you are not disturbed. That is what I mean by the consciously angry. If you are angry consciously, you will disturb enough. You will give me a right, but you will not be that disturbed. Be very clear. This is the situation. I have handled the situation this much only. Don't allow the situation to control you. You control the situation. And be handled. What I ask you then, logically, clearly do it. Do it perfectly. Then afterwards, don't feel guilty. If you are done it consciously, you will not feel guilty. Yes, right word. Now, reduces the right word. Same day, not about lust, reduces the lust. Because both are one and the same. Both emotions are two sides of the same coin. If it is allowed, it is called lust, calm. If it is stopped, if some obstruction comes, then it turns as anger. If somebody doesn't allow you have what you want, then immediately it is not it transforms. It becomes anger. So both emotions are the two sides of the same coin. So how to open this chakra is just drop all the imaginations which you have. Don't expect anything. Then in your house, you will see two persons only will be. Accept the person. Easy. There are few people come to me and tell me, Swamiji, I love my wife very much. That is why I try to convert her. I try to, I make her. I want her. Am I right? Many people won't help me. And you are the thing. Because I love you, that is why I force you to do what I want. Is to answer them. You don't love your wife. You love the image which you have in yourself. And try to force the image on her. You will love if she acts according to your image. If she doesn't, you won't be loving her. So your love is not towards her. Your love is towards the image. That's the real image. Your love is towards the image. How she should be. That is why you force her to be as you want. So, when you have these imaginations, the Mooladhara Chakra energy will be awakened with one key. As a Bible, we are also looking at great Chakra. All of us are almost like a good Chakra. Our also become good Chakras. Am I right? Our also become really good Chakras. Actually, so if I speak about the line, pull down the waist structure of Puja, it is a sheer nonsense. Having two feet, two paper pieces, going with some person asking about how to live in you. What right you have to live if you don't decide how you are living? Going and asking some person who is unknown about your life, giving him two pieces of paper, please just see and tell me how to live in you. What type of life you are living, I don't understand. You are the man who is living. You know about the concept of your life. You are the person who is living. You don't know about your life, but when you ask to live, then what type of intelligence, which intelligence we are living, I don't know. It is sheer bullshit. In Jyotish Shastra, there is a science. There is some truth. In original Jyotish Shastra, it is complete science. But going to some Jyotish is another reality. It means we don't know about our life. We don't even have intelligence to run our life. If we don't have intelligence to run our life, if we don't have intelligence to decide about our situations, if we are not able to take the responsibility of our life, we have no authority to live. Actually, a real man will not go for the books and write and ask, what will be my future? Many people come to me and ask, Swamiji, what will be my future? I tell them, never what will be my future? How to make my future? Never come to me for prediction. Come to me for design. If you come to me for designing, I can help you. If you come to me for prediction, I can't. Go and repeat the university, but I will be rupees. Daily. Go how to live it. Going and asking a back. There is your thing. How to live it. The back itself doesn't know its life. It's not that here. Most of us, we do not know how to operate this system. The system given to us by God is an unknown thing. Somebody is using it as a bullet cart, somebody is using it as a tractor, somebody is using it as a pen. The system given to us, see the theory is primarily we are used as a bullet cart. An educated man is used as a tractor. must use it as yeah. What is the difference between these three people? Nothing. The system is same, but man is knowledge. Just like that. The system is given to us by God. Most of us, 90% of us, use the system only as a bulaka. Taking birth, eating, drinking, reproducing, dying, over. Nothing much is achieved in our life. Few vessels, few bungalows. If you really your life, it's few wells, few bungalows. Little bit of going here and there, work. Nothing much. Future. Nothing much is alive. They are not on course of life. Taking birth, reproducing, and dying. Nothing much is achieved. Nothing new has happened. Nothing great has happened to the consciousness, to the being. Nothing what I'm mentioning is happened. Somebody came and asked, only why the symmetries in all the gradient is called born and die. Born, such as the day, die, such as the day. Why? Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. That is the only worth mentioning is. In what way? That is the reason. Born and die, except birth and death. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our system. So most of us use the system as a bulaka. We just use it in a minimum level, dull, dead, dry. Most of our life, if it is tuned, it can be tuned only, dull, dead, dry. This is the first level, first layer of light. The second layer of people who have entered into the zone of art, who became artists, who became painters, dancers, musicians, who enter into the next dimension of their life. Not for dancing. If you dance just for your being's beauty, you sing just for your bliss, you pay just for your job, you became a painter, a dancer, a musician. The next dimension of your life, when you explore, you use your system as a factor. A man with a simple head can never become Thakur. If you want to become Thakur, you need to have your next dimension. Persons like Thakur, Gandhar, all these great scientists are the next layer. They can be called as something more than scientists because they explore the next dimension. That is the reason the Nobel is given for giving them. Gita, the monumental works are the great dancers. When they create the masterpiece of dance, or the art, or the poetry, they explore the next dimension of their being. They explore, they see the next dimension of their being. So these are the people who became practice, who see the next level of their life. That is the reason the great poets, even if they die in property, if they die with no problem, and power, they have very deep, satisfied that they have lived their life ultimately, that they have lived their life fulfillment. They live in a very poor way, they do not have wealth, they do not have power wealth, but they live in a rich way. Wealth is different, richness is different. They do not have comforts, but they live in a very rich way, they are kings. And if you read the Bharati's life, Bharati is a great poet from Tamil Nadu. To read his life, he is given in a very poor way, but if you see the way in which he lived, simply abided, he lived more like a king than the you can see all the poets, great poets, They are not really wealthy in a so-called wealth, not the comforts, but their life is really rich because they have seen the next dimension of their being. They know the expression of the human being, of the human possibilities. Whatever way you can express your being, the possibilities of human being, the next dimensions of possibilities, they are touched. The third layer, only the Buddha, Krishna, Rama. These are the great intelligent masters who have used their system as an aircraft. These are the few people who have used their system as an aircraft. Majority, 90% of us used as a aircraft. 80 and 90% who are artists, are the great dancers, great poets, they use as a aircraft. Only a handful of people. See, if you want to know the human history of humanity, you don't have to read the millions of people who have taken back and died. All the history is not necessary. Just read 10% history. The Buddha, Krishna. This 10% life history is more than enough to know the whole history of humanity. These are the people who have milestones on the human history. These are the people who have created turning points in the human history. Just like that, if you know the few man's history, you can know the whole history of the humanity. These few elevated persons are the persons who have used their system as an aircraft. Until there is no need even to have two fingers, two hands. One hand is enough to count this type of people. Very handful of people. Buddha, Krishna. These are very few who have a great impact on the humanity, who have used their system as an aircraft. But real pilots are the pioneers of the human evolution, of the human growth. If you see the difference between the village, the tribal man, and the pilot, nothing much. Only one thing. The villages don't know how to operate the mechanism. The tribal people, they know how to operate this. That's all. Nothing. The tribal people, they don't know that mechanism. The pilot, he knows the mechanism. Nothing else is the difference. Only a very small difference. It is not that something needs to act. No. Only one difference. They don't know, he knows. That's all. Just that if you know how to use your system and mechanisms in your body, in your mind, in your being, you can become a pilot. You can use this system for an optimum result. You can use this system for the maximum result. You can convert this system into an aircraft. The mechanisms which exist in your system is what is called chakras. There are 7 chakras in our being. The energy centers. These energy centers are called, these energy centers are real mechanisms in our system. If you know how to open them, how to create them, how to move blockages from them, how to energize them, you can simply transform your system into aircraft. As long as you do not know anything about the system, you will be just pulling your being. You just know how to open, how to energize, how to activate the system. You will be using the same system, same mechanism as an aircraft. So now we will get into each and every system, each and every mechanism of your being, and we will explore how to operate, how to open it, how to work it, what under the chakra, under energy center. Let me show you how the chakras are situated. The small diagram, very small, all of you will be able to see how the chakras are situated. If you have this book, you can just open the page 20. The lower is called Mooladhara, the root chakra. You don't have to remember the names. You see, there is no need to remember the names of all these things. Just I'm giving an introduction. Then afterwards we will get into the deeper layers. You don't have to go and remember all these names around. There is no need to bother. You can just see and have an idea. That's all. First center is called Mooladhara. From beyond the root of the spinal cord. Just at the root of the spinal cord. Mooladhara. The next is Swadhisthana. Above the Mooladhara, below the navel. On the navel, Manipura. And in between the chest, Anahata. Then on the throat, Vishuddhi. And between the eyebrows, Anya. Top of the crown, top of the head. It's called Sahasrara. This much is enough. You know that you have a basic idea. Few energy centers which exist in our being. Now, we are going to work on the each and every energy center, each and every chakra is connected to some emotion of being. You can see throughout the world in all the languages, the love and the heart. These two words are used as synonyms. Am I right? The love and the heart. These two words are used as synonyms. Any language, it is not the only language are created in one's time or one place. All the languages are created in a different space, in a different time. But around the world, almost all the languages have got the same expression. The love and the heart is used as a synonyms. Why? Something more than literal connection exists between these two. Some experiential connection is existing. If you really observe, then you can understand. You meet a friend after 10 years, your childhood friend, after 20 years, with whom you have very loving and sweet memories. Suddenly something will go in from here. You can observe. Have you observed any of you? Suddenly something cool, very nice thing will happen here in the soul and it will flow. If you meet a person whom you love after 10 or 20 years, after a long gap, something will happen here. That is the reason, because this is an experience for everybody. That is the reason in all the languages, not only the Indian language, our Russian language, even the Bible language, I have seen at least more than 100 languages I read. In all the 100 languages, love and the heart is synonymous. Because it is something deeper, emotion. So the love is the emotion which is related to another chakra, the heart center. Just like each and every emotion is related to each and every chakra. If you receive any shocking news, or the news which you can't bear, immediately the first step will be on your stomach. You will have a stomach upset. The stomach will be upset, either you will have diarrhea or loose motion. Have you observed anybody who had experience? It's an experience. The first flow will be for Manipura chakra. The worry and depression is very closely related to Manipura. And again you can see in all the languages expression. If you see some news which you can't target, you say, I can't digest it. I can't stomach it. I can't digest it is expression. In all the languages. Again, because the worry and depression is very closely related to Manipura chakra. Like this, each and every emotion, the sex is related to one chakra. which is in the middle, end of the spinal cord, the root of the spinal cord. Each and every emotion is very closely related to one chakras. If this emotion is handled properly in our life, each and every emotion is an energy given to you by God. It's like money. If you don't know how to handle money, you will get. Just like that, if you don't know how to handle the emotions, you become energy. See, if somebody works for you, his work is $1,000. You pay him only $1,000. If possible, 900. That's what it is. You give him $1,000 and more than that. But if he does a mistake, it is worth $1,000. How much of anger we pay? At least $5,000 worth of anger we pay him. Anger is an emotion. It is valuable thing. If you can pay the anger just like money, exactly how much is necessary, that much if you pay, you will never go energy back. That is the reason I'm shouting. We are so tired, we just fall on the sofa and have our feet. Because it's not to be a big word. Just shouting is not a big word. But you feel so much you are drained. Why? Because emotion is energy. All your emotions are energies, which is in your center, in your beings. When you use the money, when you are very loosey way or a luxurious way or an unnecessary way, and the luxury is something necessary for life, nothing wrong. But when you spend unnecessarily, lavish, you can bankrupt. Just like that, when you spend the emotions, when you lose the energies, lavishly, you become energy there. Each and every emotion is connected to some chakra. If you know how to handle them, how to use them properly, how to balance them clearly, your chakras, your energy centers open. If you don't know how to balance them, if you don't know how to use them, if you misbehave with the energies, are showing too much anger is a misbehavior in anger. Anger is like Lakshmi in you. If you misbehave with the money, you are misbehaving with Lakshmi. Just like that, if you misbehave with anger, you are misbehaving with your energies. If you will you throw anger in the dustbin, will you throw anger in the dustbin, you always invoke instead. This is also Lakshmi. Just like that, if you throw your emotions unnecessarily, it's a result of your energy. Just like the God has given you money, He has given you emotions, energies to run your system, to run your life. When you disrespect, when you throw them out unnecessarily, you show every disrespect on the emotions, on energies. If you know how to balance, how to run them, you have an understanding, the chakra open. If you misunderstand or you misbehave with the energies and the emotions, the chakra closes. But if you more understanding can be told in the other way. If you know how to give your love, the another opens. If you continuously ask for love from others, another closes. It's the master key for another chakra. First you enter into the heart center. It's a master key for another chakra. If you know how to give the love, the center opens. If you ask for love, it closes. First master key. One more way you can understand. If the chakra opens, you will give the love. If you give the love, it opens. If you give the love, it opens. If it opens, you give more love. More opening, more love. More love, more and more opening, more and more love. It's like this side circle. Now it is this side circle. More love, more it is closed, more it is closed, more and more you ask. The one going in the this way, it is getting more and more black and more and more. Now we are going to stop the bar by the meditation and start rolling this way. Then more open. Once the chakra starts opening, the more love overflows. When the more love overflows, the chakra becomes a little more. And the little more is opening happens, the more love overflows. The bar rolls this way. The chakra rolls this way. The whole program is just stop the ball rolling this way and start the ball this way. We are going to work on each and every chakra to open the chakra, to see the emotions are balanced, to see the energies are centered. First, in each and every session, we'll have a small discussion on the chakra. Then, your meditation on the chakra. The meditations are taken from many religions. I wanted to present, I wanted to prove all the religions are centered on the same thing. The one ideology, how to make it more joyful and more blissful. First, how to make it more joyful. It means how to make you more happy in the life with the outer persons. And then how to make it more blissful. How to make it more blissful without outer world. First, be joyful without outer world. Then be blissful without outer world. So this is the reason why the meditation and the religions are born in this world. This is the central goal of all the religions of all the world. That is the reason I take the meditation techniques from Virasana. The religion preached by great by masters. Each and every session will have a discussion and then meditation. This way we will have 7 sessions on the 7 different chakras. Finally, tomorrow evening we will be having the energy version. The peak or pinnacle of the is done. Later I'm going to explain what is energy version. Now let's enter into the another chakra, the heart center. First question I receive is, people ask me, from the adamant bypass surgery, will the chakra be just peace? Will the chakra be there? When we went bypass surgery or the angiogram, don't worry, the chakra will be there. Because it is not physical, it is more metaphysical. I can give 2 more touches, I can show you. You have a ribbon, you can give me 3 ribbons. Next question. Thank you. I'll show you how the chakras exist. See, these are the 3 bodies. We have 3 bodies. This is very clear. Don't think you have only 1 body. The 1 body which you are using now. The next body which you are using in the dream sessions. When you dream, you will be sleeping. This body will be lying in Chicago. But you will be dreaming as if you are not in India. Then which body you are going to India? This body is lying in Chicago only. But not in India. How can it? So the body which you are using to go to India, the second body, that is the Sukshma Sarira. The second layer body, one is physical layer, another one is Sukshma Sarira. The third layer body is a Karma Sarira, which is called the causal body, which you use in a deep sleep. When you fall asleep without even dream or the wakeful state. In a deep layer, the third layer, now what we are using is physical body. What we use in the dream is subtle body. The body which you use the deep sleep is called causal body. We have 3 bodies in your system. The three bodies, they meet and merge in 7 different points. They meet with each other. You can imagine the 7 hearts in these 3 practices. You can imagine the 7 hearts, just 7 different hearts in a 7 different ways. You can imagine that is the places which is called chakras. The 7 different hearts. The 7 different hearts are called chakras. The fourth thing we are going to attend is anahata. Here also the 3 bodies meet and merge each other. In the book it is very clearly depicted. The 3 lines, they just meet near. That is the zone where the chakra is there. They just meet. Where chakra starts. So even if you undergo bypass surgery, the chakra will be there as it is without any blockage because it is more metaphysical. This chakra is love. When you ask for love, when you ask for attention, it will be there and changing the word from love to attention. Because whatever you know as love is nothing but attention. If you say somebody loves you, what do you mean by it? He gives attention to you, that's all. He gives all his attention, or all his time, all his money, all his energy, or all his space to you. Attention is what is we call as love. Actually, except a man who is enlightened, nobody can know what is really meant by the word love. Whatever we know about love is nothing but attention. If you say that he loves me or she loves me, what it means? She gives you enough attention. He gives you enough of attention. He gives you enough of his energy or money. Once the attention is given, everything else is slowly given. So the attention is what is called love in our language. When you give your attention to others, the chakra opens. When you give your attention to everybody, whomsoever asks, when you leave overflow, the chakra opens. When you start giving, this opens. When you start asking, this chakra closes. You can just see, you can just stand in life. Almost all our life is just centered on the attention of others. From the young age, we are trained, you can see the young kids. They will just put 2-3 steps and they look at your face. If you smile, you agree for what they do. Then they do the next steps. And they stop and they wait for the concern. You can see that young kids, anything they do, just they look at your face for confirmation. Okay. Only when you say okay, they go for the again. Just like from that age, we start expecting the attention or the okay from the others. The same thing continues till our end. You can see in how many places you just wait or expect the others okay, others attention. You can see more than 80% of your decision is influence or is waited. You just wait or you just for their information, for that others smile. It is not only economically, mostly psychologically. You feel inspired, or you feel regenerated, you feel power or energy only when you have confirmation from others. Each and every move of your life, you continuously see whether somebody confirms it or not. You wanted the smiling face of the other. Almost it's like a psychological slavery. In every step, you wanted the other to be a source of your inspiration. If you just stand, you just in your room and scan the lifestyle in which you are living, almost 90% of your decisions, 90% of your life is just for the others' opinion, asking the others' attention, expecting the attention of the others, expecting the opinion of the others. It is more like a signature campaign. Each and every one expects that certificate from my good husband. Why is expecting the certificate, the good husband, good wife, parents, good parents. Son like is expecting a good son. Each and every system we expect certificate from our brother, from sister, from father, from son, from everybody. Just to feel good, just to feel energy. We expect the certificates. Only with a smiling face or with the certificate, we go next. We go ahead. See, adjusting or not adjusting is perfectly okay. That's the one of the difference between adjusting and compromising. Listen thoroughly and concentrate thoroughly. We not adjust. Adjusting is perfectly okay, but compromising is very bad. Just understand what is the difference between adjusting and compromising. Adjusting is that you have all your energy source, or inspiration, or strength within you. Then you give it a lot. You adjust for the sake of others. It is perfectly okay. But compromising is, unless they are all supporting you psychologically, you will have no energy to run on your own. When you adjust in that so you are compromising. Most of our life, we have somebody else as a psychological strength for us. If he smiles at you, you have all the energy to run. If he does not open his mouth, if he doesn't smile, the whole day you will feel depressed. Have you observed any time? If he doesn't smile at you, as fast, very morning when you wake up, if he doesn't give his smile, whole day you will feel very low. If some of your boss, or the husband, or the wife, or the son, or the father, if some of them didn't give their attention and smile at you, immediately you will feel low. It means they are legs or they are feet for you to stand. The psychological slavery, psychological handicap feel, I call it psychological handicap. In America, I saw so much respect given for the handicap people. Everywhere you are talking for handicap, separate way for the handicapped people, separate bathrooms or restrooms for the handicapped people, everywhere. Physically handicapped is much okay, nothing wrong. But psychologically being handicapped is simply sin. Please be very clear. I am giving a new definition for sin. Don't think sin is something what you traditionally understand. Sin is something scolding others, telling lie. Of course, that is different. But I am giving a new explanation for sin. Sin is psychologically dependent on others. That is about sin. Because when you psychologically depend on others, you try to possess them. First, understand how many ways you have invested your energies on others. Most of our business becomes failure. Till the business project comes to a shape, 90% is project is over. Till the time you get the inspiration or smile or okay from your inspiration source. One point, if that is removed from you, if the inspiration source is lost, immediately the whole thing comes down, goes to pieces. Have you seen the children? They just build a house with a play house. You remove one car, at least the children are intelligent. They build their castle with their own cars. But you build a castle with others' cars. When he gives a certificate, a good husband, you collect that. Good wife, you collect that. Good brother, collect. Good sister, good son, good father. You collect all the certificates and try to build your personality. Just like God's cousin. And if anyone at any time takes away that certificate, removes their certificate, their whole structure, whole personality just collapses. That is what I call depression. Most of your energy is centered on somebody else. Only if they say, psychologically you have a center. Only if they say what you do is right. Even if it is right, you are not convinced. You ask for their certificate. You ask for their attention. That is the reason. Till the end, you don't feel you are independent. How much you speak about independence, how much you speak about freedom, it is all only the word. Only when you start loving others, when you don't expect the love from others, when you stop expecting attention from others, you are really independent. Till the time, you are psychological slave. Whatever you speak about independence or freedom, you are psychological slave. Because your flow of energy depends on others. Only if he smiles, we can run. If he doesn't smile, how do you run? You will not run. You will feel very low. You will feel very dull. You will feel very depressed. The source of inspiration, as long as the source of inspiration is somebody else, you cannot have your freedom, your ananda, cannot be active. Your energy center can never be totally awakened, totally alive. First thing, find out where are you immersed in your energy center. On whom all you are dependent. Please be very clear on whom all you are dependent. Psychologically. You need how many smiles to run. Try to reduce the number of smiles. Even without that, smile start running. Even without that, okay, start running. I am not telling you to go against the society. No. Do your same routine, same lifestyle, but try to reduce the number of smiles. Don't expect, don't keep them, don't make them as a source of inspiration. There are two things which you may not be able to talk. Then at least keep them in a good repute. So that at the time of emergency, they cannot take away cars. If they take away the cars at the time of emergency, they will fall into the real deep depression. So try to become independent. Try your best to be on your own. Try to center all your energy at your own heart, at your own source, at your own personality, at your own being. When you feel you are not able to cut or you are not able to run without one person's smile, understand that I am not able to run without these 2-3 persons. And at least keep a compromise with that 2-3 persons. You will know that I am compromising with the 2-3 persons. I am not serving them, I am compromising with them. Please be very clear. Don't expect any reward for your compromising. Many of us think, I have stuck with my husband so many years. All these duties I did, but I never had any reward. He never did anything for me. Be very clear. If you really struggle, always you have reward. But all our service is just compromise. He is the source of inspiration for us, so we compromise something. So be very clear. All your work, all your attitude of seva. Again, I took care of my son so much. I did so much for my son. After growing, he never did anything for me. He went away with me. It is why. Be very clear. If you have done really studies, if you have done really something, you have given, you have never asked. We just give and take. He is the psychological support for us. So we compromise with him. Just scan or filter all your emotions, all your understandings, realize completely whenever you are failing, whenever you take decisions, you are dependent on others. This one understanding can give you a tremendous strength on your own, to stand on your own, to run on your own. When you understand it's a slavery, you will never use your energy on others. As long as you understand only one, people say, Swamiji, I understand the smoking is bad, but I'm not able to stop it. Then be very clear, never till you understand. If you really understand, you can never fight, you can never against smoking. So you say, I understand, if I put my hand in the fire, it will burn, but I'm not able to resist the temptation to put the hand. You never say that. Once I understand, if I put my hand, if I put my finger in the fire, I will get burned. You never do it again. You always keep yourself away from the fire. The same way, if you really understand that there is psychological slavery, simply you can see, you can be so clear, you can be very clear, it will transform your life. Only thing we don't understand. Have this understanding after going back to the house after 2 days. Just sitting in a room alone and scan your life. Where all you have invested your energies, what are all inspiration sources for you, and try to harness, try to bring all the energy center on your own being. Don't let somebody else to drive you. If you keep somebody else as an energy source, you are allowing somebody else to be a driving force for you. So naturally, you will be living for somebody else. And he is the inspiration source. Naturally, you have to take his ideas work out. You have life on the planet only to live your desires, not all everybody's desires. If you try to live 5-6% desires on your life, where is the time? Where is the energy? Where is the money? No. We try to live somebody else as an inspiration. They have to live their desires also, because they are living their ideas also. Whenever their inspiration, they will live their ideas. So, you will be dancing for so many persons' tunes. You can dance for one tune. In front side, somebody is putting Bharatwajasana. You go 2-3 steps. Then this side Western music. You shall just come and shake your head. And then this side immediately some command music is going. Then you have to jump here and do for one more tune. And that side calendar is going on. You have to go on 2-3 steps. How will it be? The whole thing will be myth. Now our life is nothing but each and every tune you try to dance. Will it be possible? No, it will never be possible. You try to dance for one tune, your life will be successful. Even if you don't know dancing, you will create a new dancing. What you do is what you dancing. It is not a dance, it is not some basic rule. If you don't do according to that, it is not dance, nothing like that. Dancers are unique. People who go beyond the rule, still if they maintain the grace, they are the dancers. People who maintain the rule have always seen their only millions. In any field, when you go beyond the rule, and still you maintain the grace or the beauty, then you are a successful dancer. Either in a classical dance or a Western dance. Go beyond the rule and maintain the grace. So, anywhere, only when you have your individual, only when you have yourself as a center, you can be successful. So, here is a beautiful meditation technique from a Tibetan Tantra, the Tibetan Buddhism, to center your energies. Now, the small understanding you have about this Ananda, then we will get into the meditation or the technique to center your energy. After the meditation, we will enter into one by one session.
Now, before entering the meditation, we will have few minutes for question and answer. Of course, you do have time. Otherwise, there will make everyone must, even if they don't have a question, I tell them at least tell you words. I try to, in my way, I keep telling people who attend at other age, they know. I make everybody to ask. But now I think we do not have so much of time. At least few questions. I'll try to respond. Yes,
Few things like if somebody says no, put the hand in the fire. We don't because we know it burns either by feeling it or by experiencing it. But at the same time, there are some things, though we know it shouldn't, we shouldn't do it, but we are still doing it. It's like psychosomatic because it's supporting and we really don't know.
Small story. One man came to Swamiji last week. I read a book which explains very clearly the dangers of smoke. How they get cancer, how many problems come due to smoke. Then I stopped. I asked him, oh, you stop smoking? He goes, no, I stopped reading. See, actually, if you know very clearly the fire burns, you don't put your hand. The problem is, first when you put your hand in the lighter fire, you get burn. Then you think, I think lighter fire really burns. If I put my hand in the water, it will not burn. Let me check. You put your hand on the water, the fire also burns. I think if I can put my hand in the some other candle, let me see. You put your hand in the candle, just like that. You try each and every fire. Finally, when you understand how the fire burns, your body will burn. Your age will be over. We end up in that age, your age will be over. It's more like that. If the understanding is not deep, if the understanding is deep, you can never go beyond it. We don't allow understanding to see deeply. See, whenever you receive some intellectual conclusion, you don't allow the intellectual conclusion to work on your emotional layer. If you allow the intellectual conclusion to work on your emotional layer, you never go beyond it. Allowing the intellectual conclusion to work on the emotional layer is what I call it meditation. Meditation is nothing but allowing the intellectual conclusion to see deeply into the emotional layer. Now you understand few things. To meditate, the meditation technique will allow the intellectual conclusion to see deeply into the emotional layer. That's what they call in Vedanta, Sravana Manana. Sravana means listening. Manana means allowing it to see deeply. Most of the time, we don't give space or the time to allow the intellectual conclusions to sink into the emotional layer. So once the intellect is allowed to sink into the emotional layer, it will already Niranja transformation happens. It should not be done. No desire should be suppressed. No transformation can be done. It should only happen. See, flower. If it automatically flowers, then it's really flower. If you just open a lotus, in many temples I think they open the lotus, and the flower is still missing in the lotus. The flower is still missing in the flower. Only if it blooms or if it flowers by itself, there's not beauty. You can do few things. You can allow the transformation to happen. You can put them inside, wait a little bit. You will see the transformation happens. But we neither give time or the space to see it, or we are too urgent to see the transformation. The desire for transformation is so pushing, so urging us. See, the desire for the outer object and the desire for transformation, both are not the same. When you desire too much for the outer object, you may miss out. Just like that, if you desire too much for transformation, you may mess up. Put the idea aside.
Just wait for a little. Allow the seed to sprout. A small story. Once three monkeys, they got a mango. If they are living in forest, they got a mango fruit. If one monkey gets a mango fruit, you know what will happen. The three monkeys, they already work together. So we already have to share the mango. Now the problem starts. How to share? Finally, all the monkeys they got together and they decided, see, this one mango we three cannot share. We will plant this mango, pour water, put fertilizers. Then it will become tree. We all will have enough of mangoes when it becomes tree. They all decided, they put they planted the mango. See, the first one he took the responsibility of pouring water, the next took the responsibility of putting the manure or the fertilizer, the third took the responsibility of security of the seed. All of you are doing their duty so religiously for 6 months. For more than 6 months. Till the seed is not sprouted. So all we call for a conference, all the three sat together, they started discussing. The first one he told, you see, every day I am pouring the water religiously. Every day morning I pour water. One day I miss my morning walk, but I never miss pouring water. I don't know what is happening. The next month he told, every day 4 o'clock I put the manure and fertilizers. I don't know what is happening, why it is not coming. The third week he told, see, 24 hours I stand here as a security. I don't go anywhere else. And not only that, above all, every day I just dig it out and see. See, every day you dig it out and see. You can have a sprout. Pour water, put manure, and wait for 2 days to sprout the seed by itself. Just like that. We listen something now, and we do meditation for 20 minutes. Immediately, oh, still not nothing has happened. Still not transformation has not happened. So wait for some time. Give it space for the seed to sprout. Allow the conclusion to sink in and do the meditation. The conclusion is the theme. Meditation is the manner. Just give a little bit of space or the time to see to sprout. Otherwise, we will be digging just every day and see. What occasion we will be doing the same. Just the digging itself will drop and will stop the sprouting. Digging creates a guilt. You see, digging, I have seen many people. As soon as you hear these things look so nice and so very good, immediately you start working it out. When you start immediately, naturally you will want to pay for. Then you will oh, I am not able to do, I am not able to see. The guilt that I am not able to stop smoking creates more than the smoking itself. The guilt becomes so deep thing later in your life. You decide, I cannot put all these things into the line. I cannot practice. The Swami can practice because he has lived all his life, but I cannot practice. You come to a conclusion that these are outdated ideologies. These cannot be practiced just by one pitfalls. That's the reason I'm telling, allow the transformation to happen. You will see it always happens. I have not seen single seed die. Maybe in the outer world, seeds may die. In the inner world, no seed dies. So this meditation is called Kubjikasana. This is very from Tantra, from Nithyananda. This meditation is designed. This is especially designed by man to throw out his mind, throw out his subconscious, throw out his reptile things. It is a 30 minutes meditation. first 10 minutes, it is a 3-part meditation. We cannot call it as meditation. We can call it as meditation technique. Even the word meditation is somehow associated with seriousness. When you listen to the word meditation, many people are like, am I right? Many people are like, just by listening the word meditation. If you ask them to round the study they have temple 11 times, 11 days, they will do it happy. They will even bring some, then even some milk and go on the study they have the temple. Not on the they will be happy to do outer things. But after inner things, why? Look deeply. The Bandora box is there. The Bandora box gets opened, what will happen? She has asked very right beauty. She asked the question. If you don't control, what will happen? See, the very person resonates with the fear. If you don't control, you open the Bandora box, what will happen? All of them, they are afraid of the Bandora box. That is why we never think of meditation. We never think about meditation. It's not the word meditation. Right? So, the word meditation is also a little too serious. That is the thing. So now we'll go for the technique. The first 10 minutes, there is a music which will encourage you to do the meditation technique. There is an encouraging music which will change yourself every 10 minutes. You don't have to see the clock. This is 30 minutes will lead 3 each consists of 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes, we are going to work with breathe. We are going to work with breathe. We are going to work with deeply and deeply. I will just know, I will do it and show you. Because when the body intelligence awakened, the body will take how much of oxygen is needed when you deep breathing. There is no need for controlling your breath. There is no need for holding your breath. It is not pranayama. Please be very clear. It is not at all pranayama. You are supposed to breathe as deeply as possible, as deeply as possible. Up to navel. Up to navel. Begin breathing, not up to navel. Just begin breathing in the 10 minutes. First 10 minutes of deep, devoted breathing. And then, no, just as deeply as possible breathing, as deeply as possible breathing. And people who have got do it as much as you can. Don't follow it. Put it over energy and do it. The 10 minutes standing, deep breathing. In these 10 minutes, all your frozen energy in your body will start breathing. All the frozen energy is stored in your nervous system will start getting melted. The heat will melt all the repressed emotions. Your subconscious will be completely open. The next 10 minutes is called KAILASA. You are supposed to open the sealed body which is in your being. Just make your body as still as possible everywhere. In a chaotic way. Just throw your legs, throw your hand, round your head, whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. But why? There is nothing but like do it why? Just make your teeth tense, make your feet tense, make your hands tense, make your legs tense, make whatever body part you feel, make it tense as possible and relax. I will show you, do it and show you. The first 10 minutes, deep chaotic breathing. Next 10 minutes, just pouring on all your dukkha. You feel like crying, just crying. You feel like screaming, scream. You feel like going for it, just go. Allow complete independence. These 10 minutes. Don't control your body for 10 minutes. Only one rule, don't disturb the next person. Don't disturb others. That's only rule. You are supposed to throw all the things. Become a man. In one word, become a man. Because you are mad inside. Am I right? Already you are mad inside. You just take the paper. Today you go on video. Homework. Today this is the homework for you all. You all take the paper and sit in your place. And evening you just keep using the demand, you will forget everything, start having your dreams, your thoughts. When you remember, just start writing what you thought. Then keep the pen alone. After 3 seconds, you will forget and your mind will start wandering. Again, you remember, write it down. If you write one page, you will see what big man is in your dreams. You are running a big assignment in your dream. Suddenly you will feel that you want to tell him. After 2 weeks, suddenly you will be back. And suddenly you will be your shop, looking at the business. And immediately you remember that your wife is not doing what you are afraid to do. So your thoughts are completely unrelated. Jumping from here, there, there. You give example, given the example. What is mind? The answers. If a monkey is mind. He said, if a monkey drinks alcohol, intoxicated, what will happen? And not only that, yeah, something spicy. Then, and post what will be the condition of the monkey? Our mind is actually equal to the moon. Much simpler than our mind. Yes, that is what is our mind. So, just without the maths, out the maths is the right. Now let's read in this psychodrama. It's a lie. If you want to beat somebody, they will give you a pillow. And you have to do prana krishna of that person in the pillow. Just as you do prana krishna in temple. Oh, Ramakrishna, you do prana krishna. Let Ramakrishna be here. Just like that. Remember your knee and do prana krishna in the pillow. And beat the pillow. They say, the psychologists discovered. They say, this is the person best out of the is many pieces. The psychodrama. Going out of the feelings into the going out of the feelings into the dropping your feelings into the if you beat somebody the chain of karma will continue. He will be giving, then he will be getting. If you keep it inside, it will become suppression and disease. Either you disturb others or you disturb yourself. Now this is the technique. Neither disturb them, nor disturb you. Just throw it out. All that. Just to make your whole body make presence. Now you all will be given ribbons. So nobody will be able to see each other. So you have complete freedom. Full freedom to do whatever you want. That's it. Just resolve everything. Don't have any culture, anything. You have enough of all these things. Just keep your what to say, patient, mask. Just keep the mask out and bring the mind figure outside. You will become really conscious. You see, when a person comes out, the shanta, the ananda, the silence, we start moving. Then, without your knowledge, from a deep inner consciousness, you will be in deep silence and pleasure and breathing. So, when the 20 minutes there, take a safety talk. Immediately talk as you are. You are standing stop. Just get a frozen step. Frozen. Just get why I say from heart mind. You come to a deep old frozen mind. In between, mind will stop working. You will have an experience of samadhi or meditation. There is every possibility, and especially in the master's presence. When your mind stops working, immediately energy is rushing. Actually, you are all meant to listen, not for listening. I have nothing to tell you. I have nothing to give you. If you are able to feel the energy that I communicate, I can give you more insight than that. Actually, I can help you more insight than that. When I talk, if I don't talk, you will start talking with yourself. If I ask to sit silently in my presence, what you will start talking with yourself. So to stop your chatter, I am talking. When you give a little gap, when you stop little chatting, immediately my energy will rush in. My presence will give you a rush in. So that gap, when you stop, when I say stop, really stop. When you stop, immediately there is every chance. After in that gap, you will see that something is happening, some new light is happening. After 1 minute or 2 minutes, you will start seeing the thoughts are slowly coming. So no problem. Just sit down as you are. Sit down. The last question of the meditation, the 10 minutes, just sit the relaxed way and pleasing mood. With a pleasing mood. So if you remember somebody, if you remember, just remember whom you love. Remember somebody you are pleased with somebody's face. Just remember, he may be God, he may be a guru, he may be your devata, he may be your friend, he may be your relative, he may be your husband, he may be your wife, and most probably not be your wife. It happens so. Maybe anyway, whomsoever feel like pleasing, just remember. You can be a husband without even remembering. You can just be pleasing. Witness all your thoughts. Don't condemn your mind. Don't condemn your thoughts. Don't concentrate on anybody. Concentration has nothing to do with meditation. Concentration is not meditation. Meditation is awareness. So just be aware of the thoughts. What thoughts are those? Just allow it. So, do you understand this clearly? First thing is deep chaotic breathing, standing, whatever way the body moves, allow it. And next thing is deep gather, acting it out. When you stop, stop. And other thing is when you slowly start touch, just sit in a relaxed way and pleasing. Whatever happens inside your body and outside your body, just witness by closing eyes. Don't try to go silence in the house when you meditate. There are few people, if they start meditating, they will answer the whole house. You keep silent, they take out and keep the telephone and giving commands to the people, I'm going to meditate. Before they go to meditate, they will make a big poster. And then they will go to meditate. Don't do that. Whatever happens outside, let it happen. Don't be anything as disturbance. Don't try to torture people in the name of meditation. So, these are right? The body moves to move. For some people, if you do like this, it will be easy for you. Allow it. No problem. The way each body moves, allow it. You may have similar type of techniques from some other school. Don't bother. Don't come back. Don't mix it up. If you remember your enemy, just give beat. Then you can be happy, relax, no problem. If you don't have anything, just sit in a relaxed way. No problem. That is no compulsion. That you have to express. You have everything is done. Sit simply. But speaking, don't cheat yourself. Be very careful. Many people try to cheat themselves. What about Mamakara? I don't have patience. What do you have to do? Actually, Mamakara and Desha, only in word they are different. In intrinsic way, they are one and the same. You see in the deep mind, when you deeply breathe, these differences you will understand. That is why the verbal, when I say verbally, you can first Mamakara, Desha, all these words. When you are breathing 10 minutes, all the anger will come out. It will simply bubble up. You will not be able to control yourself, you will simply breathe. And things will come out. Don't use the word, use the screaming sounds. Ooh, ah, ooh, like this. Don't use words, your mind will come in. Don't allow the mind to come in. When you hear about this technique, you will not feel like this Swami is teaching us to man. You will be, when you do this technique, you will see the benefit. You will be tremendous with the benefit. When you do this technique, if you want to testify scientifically, all of you go today and have a master technique. Take 15 days do this technique. 15th day you take your master technique. You will see your face completely become flower. In 15 days, I assure you, in 15 days, your face will completely get changed. You will see that your face, your eyes will become easy. Your face is flower. You will see a tremendous difference in your face. So you can see in a visible way.
After 50 days, you will get built-in content.
Yes, right in you will get a freedom. So this meditation technique, now you are going to start. Just like it will show you one thing. So for breathing, use this. So for meditation, do whatsoever you like. There is no need of step. Simply do what you want. That's it. I think there is no need for step. If you show something, you will follow the same thing. Don't do according to you. Do according to you. So the second step, do whatsoever you want. Feel like whatsoever you need, you do it. You see, there is no much in this. You according to you. No problem. Just do it as you like. Allow the breathing to happen. That's all. Body will take its own posture. You don't have to design any separate posture. Anything. Second technique is no need for breathing. Let it be normal. Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Have you heard of the word fear stroke? For example, in the night time, around 9 o'clock, you are taking a small walk in your garden, like this place. In some place there was no light. If you see a coiled rope, what will happen? And the moment you feel it is a snake, you get a shock. Of course, within 1 minute you will understand it is a rope because it is not moving. You will understand it's a rope. Then you will reconcile, you will settle, that is different. But the moment you think it's a snake, you get some shock. If you analyze, you can see very clearly it starts from that point only. From Swadhisthana only the shock will start. That is why any fear stroke will create a feeling of diarrhea in you. It will just churn your stomach. There are so many instances we can say. When a flight is caught in turbulence, you get the fear stroke. When the lift stops in between, you get the fear stroke. Many more instances you can tell. Come up with some more instances from your life. When cell phone rings midnight, 12 o'clock. Brake failure. See, mind, because of long time thinking, it gets its own intelligence to survive. It plans anything which is harmful for mind. If it is proposed for you, immediately you get some reason, some logic to avoid it. So it tries its best to escape. That is why many people, I have seen many people, especially in the West, in the East people are not afraid, many people in the West, the moment they see me, they tell me, Swamiji, when I saw you, I felt so joyful, so pleasant, but from inside my being, from some corner, a terrible fear attacked me. They feel such a joy and pleasure and feeling of ecstasy, along with it, a deep fear arises. The deep fear is because of the mind. Mind just wants to escape. See, anything which creates pain, mind is ready to receive. Because with pain, mind can survive. But anything, any method to go beyond the pain or to go beyond the mind will never let you do that. Mind will never let you do that. Mind will try its best to put some obstacles. Even at the time of meditation, it will create some doubt. I think this portion I will do tomorrow. Now I think I am tired. Next meditation I am not going to do. Many of us decide before even entering into the session. This is because the mind will never let you do all those things. And moreover, mind has got its own regular setup of thinking, regular way of working. This whole camp, the whole camp is designed in such a way, your regular mental thinking setup itself will be broken. You will not be let regularly, you see, every day, at least 8 hours you sit alone and think. Even if you are working, except the moments which you are talking, you are sitting and talking with yourself. The thinking is going on. The mind is alive. First time in your life, you may be stopping thinking for so many hours. When you listen to me, you cannot think. Your thinking will not be so solid. Not only listening to me, continuously the meditation is going on. Different techniques. So the mind will get frightened. Unconscious can predict the danger. Unconscious has got a intelligence or intuition to predict the danger. So if you totally get involved, you will reach a space, the joy or the bliss, where mind cannot pull you down, where you cannot be same old personality. So naturally mind will create enough of problems. I have seen many people coming and telling me, Swamiji, I don't have time at all for meditation. What? What I don't know what word to use. Simply cheating themselves. You see, if you say, I can't give so much of preference to meditation, that is okay. But how can you say, I don't have time? Because everybody has got only 24 hours. It is your priorities. For what you want to give priority. For money, if you want to give priority for money, you spend all your time in working. If you want to give priority to the family relationships, you are just continuously around them. You take them out, you spend time with them, you sit and chat with them like this. For what you want to give priority? Only for that, you work. So if you really want to give priority for your life, for your joys, for your bliss, for the real energy, naturally you will find time for meditation. So if you say, I don't find time for meditation, it means two things. Either you have not understood the importance of meditation, or you don't feel like giving priority to the meditation. Any moment of fear stroke in your life? Or exam fear? Oh. Okay. Even exam is a fear, not fear stroke. Interview is a fear stroke. When he asks a question, you do not know the answer, you get that shock, fear stroke. The fear of unknown things. Whenever you see, in the midnight, you feel like having a cup of coffee. You slowly come down from your bedroom to go to the kitchen. Suddenly you see a shadow moving. Then you get the real fear stroke. Instead of boiling the milk, you are boiling. That's right. Some other situations?
I have always had, whenever I am planning to leave my home, whether on work or whether on any private journey, immediately I get some churning in my stomach.
Yes. Yes. It means in the young age, when you leave the house, mother will warn, be careful, come back properly, don't go here, don't go there. The mother's train, that gets recorded. Actually, the kids' Swadhisthana is very simple, very relaxed, sensitive Swadhisthana. We actually inform, we put lot of inputs, so that gets recorded. That becomes a solid thing. Now, that's why in the young age, I've seen in some houses, they make the kids to sit on the dining table. If they do some mistake, if they do something wrong, if they are too naughty, they make them sit on the dining table. That only creates the height phobia. The height phobia is created if you punish the child, making them sit on the height. So naturally they get that fear. The fear is recorded inside the Swadhisthana. So that only creates the height phobia. For every phobia, these things are only reasons. So at least with your child, please don't create. With your children, please don't create the phobias or deep fears. Never let them, don't give all these nonsensical inputs. I have seen many parents doing it. See, you may catch cold if you move in the rain. Never think children also will do the same thing. Children have got their own strong immune system. It is you who teach them. Don't go in the rain, you will catch cold. Don't go here, don't go there. This will happen, that will happen. Don't eat ice cream. All these things are your teachings. By teaching all these things, you make them dull. Once they have become dull, buffalo, then we feel comfortable. Yes, we have created our we have reproduced. Or we created replicas. Never create this type of strong imprints, samskaras in the kids' mind. And if the kids are jumping around, if they whirl, if they spin, immediately you tell them, hey, keep quiet, sit, you will hit this wall. You will get hurt. I tell you, if they get hurt, be prepared to do the first aid. Never stop them. If they try to climb on a tree, don't pull them down. Just be prepared to do first aid. And just be there. Even if they fall, you can catch them. Never try to disturb them. Never try to pull them down. In the West, I saw in the beaches, kids simply enter into the ocean and play. Parents are just waiting to take care of them, that's all. They never go and disturb them. And in India, we cannot even imagine. I think they will put practically a chain and hold except like a dog, except putting chain, they have done everything else. Don't do that. These are the reasons, these are the things which create very dull or a dead life system. These are the few things of fear stroke. You can very clearly feel the love is felt from the heart. The worry and the depression is felt from the stomach, navel. The fear stroke is felt from the swadhisthana. Sex is felt from the mooladhara. In every layer, you can see exactly the emotion being felt in those chakras. Let me explain the fear stroke. 3 things you need to understand about the fear stroke. Average in 24 hours. And one more thing, you all have forgotten, you get fear stroke in dreams also. Even in the dream states, you get fear strokes. And suddenly you get up and you will see your heart rate is high and you are sweating. Yes, you have fallen from a height and you get up, you see, fallen from a height and many things. So even in the dream, you get the fear stroke. Average, at least 6 times you get fear strokes every 24 hours. Every 24 hours, at least 6 fear strokes. You may think it looks too much. But the people who do research on this, they say average at least 6 fear strokes you get. They say maximum even 12 people get even 12 strokes per day. Minimum 6 strokes. One thing you need to understand, fear stroke is just like shaking a rose plant. That's a rose plant. Every day, 6 times if you shake the root of the rose plant, what will happen? Plant will die and the whole flowers will wither out. Just like that only, the same effect happens on you. Fear stroke does the same effect on you. Your whole nervous system is just shaken for one moment. See, after 2 minutes you understand it is a rope, it is not a snake, by torch, or because it is not moving, you understand. You settle down, that is different. But the moment you get the shock, that's like almost like electric shock, and especially the strong fear strokes, you can feel almost like electric shock only. Your whole body is just shaken. The fear strokes shakes your whole nervous system. First thing, at least 6 fear strokes you get in 24 hours. Second thing, it damages tremendously your immune system. Your immune system is just shaken. Third thing, your lifespan is reduced due to fear stroke. Never think you are afraid of death. You die because you are afraid. We always think we are afraid of death, but understand now, scientists are proving you die because of death, of fear. Your fear brings the death more closer. There is a beautiful Sanskrit saying, a man who is courageous dies only once. Man who is coward dies every day. The fear stroke only is called death of every day. Every day you die. Every fear stroke is a death. And in death, you will have only one fear stroke and leave. That's all over. But in the covered life, in this type of lifestyle, every moment you get the fear stroke. Every moment you are dying. So, the fear stroke is simply an enemy for your life. Simple enemy. A direct enemy for your life. We all know that now the fear stroke is the enemy. How to deal with it? What has to be done? Yes, said beautifully. We have to face it. There is the Upanishad called Katha Upanishad in Vedanta, which deals on the death fear. There is a beautiful idea. You need to face the fear. You need to face the fear. What is exactly fear? Let us analyze. What is your subjective feeling of fear? Let us reduce everything to words. Don't say, I cannot explain, I cannot express. Yes, Scott, beautifully. Then? Even the word imagination is not right, ma. You see, he gave a beautiful subjective experience, subjective expression. A special kind of chemicals or hormones are released in your system, which when the feeling is created, you just don't want to live inside your body. You want to jump out. You just don't want to be in that space. In a nutshell form, I will present it to you. Something happens in your system is not ready to put up with it. You just want to escape from that space. You just want to jump out of your skin. Some uneasy feeling is the tremendous uneasy feeling is created inside your system. That is what we call, see, raising the heartbeat or raising the pulse, raising the BP, all side effect. Basically, an uneasy feeling is created which is not letting you to stay in your body comfortably, which is not letting you to stay in your space comfortably. That is what is fear. What is the exact way to face it? Upanishad says, create the same space consciously and face it. When you create the same space, same hormonal changes, same BP, same heartbeat rate and same pulse rate, same uneasiness. Create them consciously and face them. Once you create them consciously and face them, your consciousness gets a deep strength. Even if it happens unconsciously, you will be ready, you will not lose your balance. It's like if you had a deep foundation, even a flood cannot take away your building. If your foundation is not deep, if you have that type of foundation, even a small fear stroke can imbalance you, can put you off. If you have a deep foundation, if you have worked on your fears, if you have a deepest consciousness, even the unconscious strokes can never touch you. Even the unconscious strokes can never touch you. Swadhisthana is the master of paralysis. If this chakra is strong, you will never have the paralysis attack. If this chakra is weak, there is every chance of getting paralysis attack. Paralysis stroke is nothing but the side effect or byproduct of fear stroke. So, the way in which we can overcome the fear stroke is create the same fears consciously. When you create consciously, the same hormonal changes are happening in you, same pulse rate, same BP, same uneasiness, but you are steady facing them. It's like you are the center of a cyclone. A big cyclone is happening around you, but the center is always calm and relaxed. Even in the tornadoes, any of you have seen the tornado clippings? Even in the center of the tornado, there will be a space where a total silence exists. Total silence is existing. So, if you create a conscious tornado in you, your awareness will be a center. Once you face the fears, once you go to the deepest layers of your fears, then even if the adrenaline release happens, even if the same sufferings are pressurizing you, even if the same heartbeat increasing or the same BP level, same pulse rate, even if the same thing happens, you will not lose your balance. You will not be imbalanced. Please understand. Any of you, if you don't understand this concept, this idea, you are welcome to question me. Because based on this idea only the whole meditation is going to happen. How much you understand this idea, that much only you will be able to meditate. If you have any question, please crisscross me.
Innumerable situation fear stroke can strike. Say that Marxism made so many situations like that.
You put a right question. All the innumerable situations can be brought under 4 classifications. You have the 4 layers of fear. Is fear of losing some part of your body in accident or through some fatal disease like cancer, all those things. This is a second layer of fear. The third layer of fear is fear of losing your near and dear ones, your loved ones. Fear of losing them or losing love from them. Losing them physically or losing love from them is the third layer of fear. The fourth is fear of the unknown, fear of your own death or fear of God, fear of the ghost, fear of unknown. It's the fourth layer. These are the 4 major layers of fear. If you think there is some more fears, then these 4 layers, you can tell me. If we work just on these 4 layers, that is more than enough to reduce the quality and quantity of fear strokes. Any other layers, any other fears? Somebody asked me, in America, just like this I was telling, somebody asked me, Swamiji, I am afraid of marrying. Under what layer the fear of marriage comes? What is the layer under which the marriage comes? I told them, marriage comes under all the 4 layers. First thing is the fear of losing the status. A small story. Once in the forest, marriage between lion and lioness was happening. Because the marriage was lion's marriage, the whole forest gathered for celebration. Monkey is playing some instrument and fox is playing some instrument. Everybody is playing some instrument and celebrating. Big celebration is going on. Suddenly, a rat jumped in the stage. The center of the stage, it started dancing. The rat started dancing. One lion came and caught the rat and told, hey, it's a lion's marriage. What courage you will have to come and dance here. Fool, who are you to come and dance here? Go outside. Get out. Immediately the rat said, no. Before marriage, I was also lion only. So, first thing, losing the social status. The next thing, of course, don't mind if you are already married. The next thing, The fear of losing the body, some part of some body, or the fatal disease. I was just making fun. In all the 4 layers, we can bring the marriage. Fear of unknown and fear of losing the love. All the 4 layers can happen due to marriage. Anyhow, any other
Fear of expression.
fear of expression, social status. You are afraid that you may fool, you are a fool. You may prove you are a fool. Afraid of being called as a fool.
My brother passed away by accident. Elder son. While I was sleeping, I know that somebody is coming because the bed is facing the door. So while I'm sleeping, I know somebody is coming. I move myself. Then and this already died. Why did he speak to me now? That makes me very fierce and started to shiver. I just ran away from the room.
Actually, till the 16th day, the hangover will be there. That is why we are expected to keep that place separate and expected to do that regular shraddha and all those rituals to give a send-off, peaceful send-off. Emotionally, when you relax, when you let go them, only then they can carry on their life. Emotionally, when you let go, only then they can let go. They will be able to let go the whole thing. No, it's a wrong thing. Anything done with a fear cannot be spirituality. That is why I always tell people, never take up Nitya Puja. You see, one day you must have felt so joyful, ecstatic when you did puja. Some one day you will feel so joyful just sitting in front of God and chanting some sloka. Because of that joy, you become greedy of it. Then you start possessing. You wanted to do the same thing every day, but the same feeling will not be there every day. The fear will start coming. Oh, if I drop one day, what will happen? Will God mistake me? Be very clear. God is not waiting for your milk or fruit. He has got enough of work. First thing, and next thing, because you have the fear, first you must come out of it. Simply drop the puja. Don't bother about it. Simply drop it. Face the fear. And I assure you, nothing wrong will happen. Nothing wrong will happen. That's the first thing. Second thing, face the fear. Nothing wrong. Never do anything out of fear. I never prescribe Nitya Puja for anybody. I always tell the people. And one more thing, people who do Nitya Puja, after doing the Nitya Puja, they will never get into the room. You can see them. See, even ordinarily, you get into the puja room, you go there. But people who do Nitya Puja, after that morning puja, you can never see them again in that room. And even when they do puja, they will be just waiting when I can leave the room and go. When I can finish the room, finish the things and go. They will be just waiting to finish and go. I have always seen people who work in the garden. Once they finish the work, they will never go and sit in the garden. They just want to get out of it. But people who are working somewhere else, the moment they finish the work, they want to come and sit in the garden. So it is just like that. Same way. If you take up Nitya Puja, it becomes a work, duty. Duty is a 4-letter word. When I say 4-letter word, I mean ugly word. Never, never, never take up any puja as a regular routine. Whenever you feel like, do it. See, puja has to be done out of love and gratitude. Many people ask me, even in the West, many people ask me, Swamiji, please give us a set of puja, Guru Puja. We want to do every day, do puja to you. Do the Guru Puja. I told them, no, never do that. If you want to hate me, start doing puja to me. Then naturally you will get hatred towards me. Then naturally you will never look at my photo after the puja time. I always tell them, look at my photo with love, never with respect. When you start creating respect, you stop connecting with the God. I always tell the people, When you start respecting, you stop connecting. Never do that. Never create any ritual around you. Never do any things which creates fear in you. Always out of love. Somebody came and told me.
That's a fear.
And one more thing, you will feel as if something is lost. It's addiction. Addiction to Coca-Cola and addiction to mantra, addiction to puja is one and the same. I always tell the people, never be addicted. You see, out of too much of love and gratitude, if you do the puja, it is totally different thing, but never out of ritual. And I tell you, when so much of gratitude and love flows, even your very walking will be a pradakshina. Your eating will be offering nevedya. Your thinking will be just a japa. Even your sleep will be a meditation. There is a beautiful sloka by Shankara. Even my nidra is samadhi, meditation on you. Even my walking is a pradakshina for you. Even my words are archana for you. Even my eating is a nevedya for you. When you live with a love and gratitude, you live like a flower on the planet Earth. That is the status, that is the state in which real puja happens. Don't do it, that's all. Why do you bother? Huh? What is this? Why should you feel guilt? One thing, if you think the God will punish you if you don't do puja, why should we worship him at all? Pull down, he is not God, it means. If he accepts you, whether you do it or not, only then he is God. You understand? Only then he is a compassion. Only then he is a love. He will accept when you do it, he will not accept when you don't do, means he is more or less a politician. And pull him down from his seat. One thing, remembering him will be always with love. Then you will not have the fear. If it's a ritual, you will have a fear. Be very clear about the things. Be very clear, analyze yourself. If it is out of fear, drop today itself. This moment itself, drop it. If it is out of love and gratitude, you can do it. I always tell people, no intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days. It's a law. If you are an intelligent man, you cannot do any practice. Practice means this type of rituals. Of course, meditation you will be able to do. That is different. Any kind of ritual cannot be done more than 21 days. If you do it, it will become a dull, dead thing. The moment you enter, you will be waiting when I will leave, finish it and go out. That is it. Rama, Krishna, Nama. By the time you finish the 108 Nama, only Nama will be there, nothing else will be there.
What is the significance of the 21? Last time on the previous class of 21 hours.
21, every 21 minutes, your energy does one full circle. In every 21 hours, your energy moves through all the 7 emotions. The emotion of love, worry, fear, sex, and jealousy, ego, discontentment. These are the 7 emotions related to the 7 chakras. Your mind at least goes once and comes out throughout the 7 emotions in every 21 hours. That's one thing. In every 21 days, at least 3 days you fall in every one of these emotions. That is why the 21 is a very significant number. In every 21 minutes, at least one thought related to these emotions come in your mind. If you can test it. Just sit for 21 minutes and write down whatever thoughts come up in your mind. You will see all the 7 emotions thoughts will be there. Every 21 minutes, all thoughts, the thoughts which is related to all the 7 emotions will appear at least once in your mind. Same way, you will have the fall into that emotion at least once in 21 hours. And in 21 days, you will have a deep feeling of that emotion. The peak of that emotion will be realized in your body at least once in these 21 days. Thought, feeling and the peak, intellectual, emotional and being level. In all the three level, you will enjoy or you will experience these 7 emotions at least once. In intellectual level, 21 minutes. In emotional level, 21 hours. In being level, 21 days. That's why the 21. Of course, naturally the depth, the quality gets reduces. Then quantity also gets reduced. That is why all meditation techniques are designed for 21 minutes. Make it as a small ritual. When you feel emotional, that day you sit and do it casually, relaxed, wait 2-3 hours. When you don't feel, do it as a 2-3 minutes ritual and finish it and go. Over. Or take turns. Tell somebody else, if you are feeling, today let them go and do, that's all.
Satisfy the mind.
Even that is also to satisfy the mind only. If you ask me honestly, I'll tell you drop even that. Don't bother about it even. Don't even bother about that. You see, when you imagine about the future, you alter your life. When you imagine about partner, you alter her life. If it alters your life, it is welcome. It's a vision. Only in that way you grow. If it alters somebody else's life, it's an imagination. Don't do that. Alter your life, okay, but never try to alter others' life. This is the difference. Bhavana, Kalpana. Bhavana means vision, visualizing. Kalpana means imagination. So do visualization, never imagination.
So visualization, what I have said, basic experience. They are contradictory visualization.
Okay. You see, whenever the vision is not same, work on the visualization, work on any one visualization. If you think as yourself as a cricketer, start working towards it. If you think yourself as an actor, start working towards it. When you start working, someone will drop automatically. Then you will understand for which you need to give importance. In 1 or 2 steps itself you will understand which is going to suit with in your life. Then naturally the other one will drop. But never drop any visualization without working on it. Because you will have hangover. If you drop that visualization, if you drop the idea of being an actor without trying to work towards it, at least take 1 step towards some producer's house. Then if you feel, no, this is not for me, it is difficult, then you drop. You will not have a hangover. If you drop without having any steps taken towards it, you will have a hangover. So start taking steps. Naturally, whatever is not for you will drop. Not that you need to drop it, that will drop you. Naturally, you can go ahead in the steps which you need to go.
So visualization for the positive aspect is so good. Right. Sometimes the mind thinks other aspect also negative. You get into the trap of negative. Sometimes negative.
That is called unconscious visualization. Meditation is the only solution for unconscious visualization. Otherwise, the unconscious visualization is nothing less than a poison. It is a simple poison which will kill your life. See, with poison only your body will be destroyed. With unconscious visualization, your lives after lives will be destroyed. You will carry this unconscious visualization everywhere. So drop the unconscious visualization. That is a just poison. Meditation and bringing more consciousness to your thinking setup. See, if you meditate just 21 minutes per day, the whole 21 hour will be flooded with awareness. So don't miss at least 21 minutes of meditation. Every 21 hour,
At least 21 minutes allot for meditation. Then you will see, because in every 21 minutes, you come up with one full circle. If one circle is filled with consciousness, it will have an impact on the whole day circles, on the whole day energies. So naturally the awareness will improve. When the awareness improves, the unconscious visualizations will disappear. You see, chanting of mantras makes you only unconscious. It never helps you. It makes you only forget. Chanting of mantra is like a painkiller. Painkiller only makes you forget the pain, not that it heals the pain. This meditation will heal the pain. It will heal the very symptom itself. So now, don't miss this meditation. Do it totally. Then you will see the symptom itself is healed. And you can do this meditation even in the house. By sitting. Don't do it by lying. By sitting you can do it. Now, any one meditation technique if you practice, that is enough. Which is suitable for you, tomorrow I will answer. Tomorrow in Energy Darshan, every one of you can take advice from me. I will see the energy of every one of you and you can take the right technique. That one technique if you practice, that is enough. Please don't start practicing all the 7. That will become an Aramba Suratva. I have seen many people, in starting they start doing everything. Except cooking, they do everything. If you do all the 7, where is the time for cooking in the house? Then after 2 days, no, this is not for me. So don't do that. Take up one meditation and do it sincerely every day. Meditations you will not feel bored. Meditations are not rituals. So do one meditation every day. That's enough. Of course, if you feel, you see, for some people I give 2 meditation. For that type of people, morning one, evening one. For some people I give only 1 meditation. If you receive only 1 technique, you can do twice. If you receive 2 technique, do it only once. Because I see the chakras. If some chakra is damaged, I give them the meditation technique. If some chakra needs more help, I give them that technique.
How do you know that chakras are open?
The very feeling of lightness and the bliss, that itself is the symptom.
Chakra only access to meditate.
Just concentrate on the region. Don't meditate, don't imagine any flower or any chakra or anything. If you start imagining, you will start seeing visions. You will not have the experience. So I don't want you to see visions. I want you to experience the maturity, the emotions. So best thing is just concentrate there. If it automatically happens, okay. Don't do it by yourself. So we shall start the meditation. Please sit straight. Let me explain. Sit straight. And now I think you can close your eyes and listen. If you just listen, that's enough. Then when I start the meditation, I'll guide you. If you are not able to sit, no need to tie the ribbon. If you are not able to sit on the ground, you can sit on the chair, nothing wrong. But sit straight and close your eyes. Close your eyes. As you are all aware, there are 4 layers of fears. First thing is fear of losing the wealth, comforts and social status. Next thing, fear of losing some parts of your body or fatal diseases or accidents. Third thing, fear of losing the near and dear ones, the loved ones. Fourth thing, the fear of unknown, your own death. If you have fear, deep fear in some one layer, work on that particular layer deeply. Otherwise, come one by one along with me. I'll guide you one by one. First, if you have the fear of losing the wealth, visualize as if you have lost it. Imagine really you have lost it. You don't have it. You are really lost. Put yourself in the worst situation which can happen in your life. Allow the fear, allow the uneasiness to happen to you, allow that shock to happen to you, allow the suffering to happen to you. Consciously visualize and allow the suffering to happen to you. Same way, step by step, we will start penetrating all the 4 layers of fear. Now please tie the ribbons. Understand, your system undergoes a hormonal change or chemical change which you are not able to bear. Once you know how to be centered, even when that happens, you can open the Swadhisthana. You can manage the situation. You will be centered even when the fear stroke happens to you. The quality and the quantity of the fear stroke will disappear. Many people, after doing this meditation, they come and tell me, Swamiji, the total fear stroke itself has disappeared in my life. Even if the same situation rises, I don't get the fear stroke. This will totally heal your Swadhisthana. When the fear stroke happens, you can see the Swadhisthana only will be shaken. That is why immediately you go for 1 or 2. Immediately your Swadhisthana is shaken. Love you can feel from Anagata. Depression you will worry, you will feel from navel, Manipuraga. Fear stroke you will feel from Swadhisthana. Sex you will feel in the Muladhara. Exactly you can feel the emotions in that space. Now we understood one thing. We should face the fears, layers of fears to face the fear stroke or to reduce the quantity and quality of the fear strokes. What are all the fears? Okay. Now let us classify all these fears under major 4 layers. If you find some more fear, then you can tell me. We will find where it can be placed. First thing, first layer, fear of losing your wealth, comforts, name and fame, social status. First layer of fear. Fear of losing the outer world things. No, outer world things. That is the first fear. Next, fear of losing your health or accident or losing some parts of your body. Fear of your own health. Third thing, fear of losing the near and dear ones or the love of the near and dear ones. Not only losing them and losing their love. This is the third layer. Fourth layer, fear of unknown. Fear of death, fear of darkness, fear of ghost, fear of black magic, fear of hell or the heaven. All these things are under fear of unknown. These are the 4 major fears. Is there any other fear which has to be which you have? We can classify it. Because you need to understand these 4 layers of fear. We are going to work on it. Any other fear? Physical?
We heard, but I didn't have an experience. But when the rape and something happened.
And that is the first thing. You see, if you bother about the name and fame, it comes under first category. If you bother about the personal pain, second category.
What about fear of being afraid?
Fear of being?
Afraid.
Yes. Fear of fear. That cannot be classified under anything because we have to work on it. Fear of fear is, you can say, fear of unknown.
Fear of God.
Fear of not having confidence. First layer.
Fear of God.
Fear of God is the fear of unknown. Unknown.
Fear of heights. What does that come under?
Fear of heights, fear of accidents. So let us work on the fear stroke. Any other fears except this 4 layer? Okay. Let me give you the basic 4 instruction about this meditation. First thing, this meditation is not like other three meditations you practiced. It's not like I'll give instruction, you will do. It's like a guiding. When I guide, you need to do. In other things, I know what you are supposed to do. I tell you, you do the same thing. But here, I can only guide you. I can only show you the path. You need to imagine, you need to visualize and do. It's like if you have the fear of losing the name and fame, feel, visualize you have lost it. When you visualize, really feel that you have lost it, your whole body will feel the fear or the pain, suffering. You will feel as if you want to jump out of your skin or you want to run away from this hall. You don't want to visualize anymore. Your mind will tell, no. When it comes, let us face, let us not do now itself all these things. Your mind will try its best to do all these problems. Don't listen to your mind. When I guide you, you need to visualize or imagine deeply. You need to practice this meditation technique deeply. I can only guide you. You need to practice. This is the first thing. Second thing, don't think what imagination can help me. I know everything. Why should I imagine? Don't think. If you imagine, only then you will understand what all the things are locking you. Where all you are caught. You may think, I know what are all my fears. What is there in imagining? What is there in visualizing? What it is going to do? I know how to come out. I will do. If you think in that way, it's only an intellectual knowledge. Intellectual knowledge, the value of intellectual knowledge, it's like a 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0. Spiritual experience is 1. If you don't add that 1, what's the value? 10, 0 is equal to 1, 0 only. So if you add the 1, only then the zeros get value. So have the experience, only then your intellectual knowledge will get value. So don't think what imagination can do for you. Imagine deeply, visualize totally. Then you will understand how much it can help you. Because by visualizing, the Manipura totally gets cleared, actually it gets unwinded. Now it is like a twisted towel. For example, a bed towel, if you twist how it is, your Swadhisthana is just like that. That is why you are holding it, you are tight in that region. If you visualize and do this meditation, it will slowly get relaxed. It is just totally relaxed. It will totally heal the Swadhisthana. So, visualize totally. Second thing. Third thing, don't have the fear, will I die once for all? Don't have the fear, you will come back. Fourth thing, there are 4 layers I will be explaining, I will be guiding you. All will not have fear of all 4 layers. You will have other 2-3 layers only little bit. Some 1 layer you will have a deep fear. Work on that deep fear layer some more time, even if I go to next layer, don't bother about it. The 4 layers, losing the outer comforts, name and fame, social status, losing your own body, health or some parts of your body or accident, losing the near and dear ones or the love of the near and dear ones, fear of your own death and the unknown, fear of unknown. If you are caught in any one layer deeply, work on that layer deeply. So, any more doubt about this meditation? Visualize totally, let your eyes pour tears, let your hands tremble, let you feel that you are sinking, let you feel you are dying, nothing wrong. Allow everything to happen, everything to come up. Only then your consciousness will get strengthened to face the fears and reduce the quality and quantity of the fear stroke.
navel is the source of energy. Because only through navel you are connected to your mother. Your mother is the source of all your energy. Now let us discover, they say, I read in that book, Why God Won't Go Away. It's a book. It's actually 3 doctors, they did a lot of research on this psychosomatic zone and the mysticism. How the mysticism, the prayer, meditation, all these things, what is the effect of all these things on the mind? They have done the research with the SPECT scan, what is happening in the brain at the time. More than neuroscience study. And they published their report. And after that report, they say the students in the medical college signing for the spiritual study, the spiritual aspects of meditation. Spiritual meditations. What is the meditation, the other healing systems, alternative therapies, all these things, the study, the signing for the, before this book, the signing rate is 10%. After this book, they say 80%. The signing rate, 80%. Such a tremendous new opening is done by few doctors, but very thoroughly done study. And very critical study also. Never think the bias use, very critical study. And in the study they reported, the mother, she may be in India and child may be in America. But if a mother falls sick, that works on the brain of the child. No connection. There is no need that the child should be informed. The mother is sick. Simply it shows in the neural system or the brain system of the child. Of course, no proof. We cannot give any logic, but it happens. It's happened.
Are you talking about telepathy or what?
No. All the child. You see, delivery, if you learn, then only you will do.
What age? What age of
You see, below the 7.
Below 7.
Below 7. All the kids. Below 7. After 7 only you get the individual. Below 7, no individual. All the kids. It is stored in the brain. There are few kids who have got the immune system strong, they don't get the disease. But there are many kids whose immune system is not strong, they get the disease. Even a small fever, what to say, headache, it is immediately responded. The corresponding thing happens to the kid. Of course, very hard to believe, very difficult to believe. Logically, there is no connection, but they say it is what this is what is truth. Such a after vast research, they say it is true. It is happened. Why? Because the nerve center, Manipura, we are connected to mother through this Manipura. The first source of energy is nerve center, Manipura. Through the nerve center, we are related to mother before birth and even after birth for some time, few minutes, till we get their connection with the air, with the outer existence. We have a connection with the navel center. Navel center is the center which can give all the 5 energies to us. The ether and air and Agni and water and Prithvi. All the 5 energies, 5 elements, Panchabhutas, all the 5 energies can be given to us through navel center. Other chakras can receive only 1 or 2 energies, but the navel center can receive all the 5 energies. That is the reason we are connected to mother through navel. This chakra is disturbed by worries and depression. By worries and depression, this is a master key. Let us enter deeply into it. How? You may ask, any worry, you can see the first blue will be for stomach. You can always see it's an experience of thousands of people. Any worry, the first blow will be for the stomach. Either diarrhea or other indigestion problems. Any worry. You always say, I can't stomach it. I can't digest it. And the next thing, let us see what is worry, and then we'll enter into what is depression. First we'll finish the worry, and then the depression. About worry, I think about worry, I always saw more than people give beautiful explanations about worry, because it's an experiential expression. So let me ask some of you to give few explanation about worry. Anyone? Anybody who can give an explanation about worry?
I lost my money. I give somebody borrow money. I want to collect. You didn't want to pay me. Keep on bothering me too much. I'm worried about my money.
That's one thing. A small story about this. See,
and also another thing. My son is 31. He didn't want to marry. I keep on pushing him.
That is one thing. See, as soon as he told money, I remember a small story. Once a man vanished. He got $100 from a man called Room. He spent it. Then the Room asked him, "Where is my money?" He borrowed $100 from another seat and gave to the Room. After a week, the seat asked, he borrowed from Room and gave it to the seat. After a month, Room asked, he borrowed from seat and gave it to the Room. After repeating this for 10 times, he called Room and seat together. Why don't you give me the money after every month by yourself? Keep me out of the scene. So this is one reason.
Something that you keep on thinking about.
That's something. And then?
But the thing don't go the way you expected.
And then, anyone? Some more? Some more worries?
Fear. Fear inside you, which is fear about future. Insecurity.
Worry about your patients again.
Each one is telling out their worries. You see, whatever he said is only the reason for worries. Now, what he said is the reason for worry. What you said is the cause for worry. Only it's the reason and causes. What is worry itself? Exactly give me the definition. Just give me a clear definition. Any philosopher?
State of disturbed mind.
Okay.
Fear of the future which is not there.
Okay.
Or you process it differently what's happening outside.
You are the philosopher. Processing little different way what is happening outside. A nice thing, nice way of putting things. Then, because 99% of the worries never become true. Whatever 1% happens, true is always good. It's always good. So,
The way how you react to things and the attitude that you have.
we can react.
Anxiety about something that hasn't happened.
Married? Then you will know you do it. If you are not married, then difficult. Don't try. No, I am telling you, don't try to answer our worry. I am not telling you. Don't worry. Anyhow, any other philosophical explanation?
Apprehension of unknown.
Yes. So that's one question. Apprehension of unknown. And here is a good answer. The processing in a wrong way. What is happening outside?
It's the disturbance of your mind. Whether it's real or unreal. It's a disturbance of your thinking.
Yes, but if you are trying, ma, don't worry, ma. If you don't try it, now she has tried something. Are you going to give some answer? Now you are. No.
She's not worried.
So all the answers.
wasted thought energy towards something you have no control.
Your personal mind. You see, in our system, our mind is simple mechanism. Be very clear. Our mind is simple mechanism. Never think mind has got its own intelligence. No. Mind is a simple mechanism. Intelligence is totally different. Mind as such is simple mechanism. If you are habituated to take a coffee, to have a cup of coffee in the early morning 7 o'clock, every day 7 o'clock, you don't have to look at the watch, you will have a feeling that you want coffee. When you have a feeling, then you can see it's 7 o'clock already. Just like that, the mind is habituated, just as the body is habituated for coffee or some routine. Mind gets habituated to have a low energy or to have a shrinking feeling with some times and some situations. Whenever the time comes again, whenever the situation comes again, the situation may not be as deep as it has happened in the first time. It may not be exactly the same as it has happened previously. It may be just reminder of the last situation, but you will see the same low energy, the same irritation will happen to you. To reduce the whole thing into more clear terms, you can say, if you take the mind as a computer, the few programs which has been affected by virus is for you. There are few portions of your mind which is affected. It is like have you seen a gramophone record? The gramophone record is disturbed or it is repaired. It will repeat the same line. It will repeat the same line. Any of you have seen gramophone record, the old gramophone records? It will repeat the same line. It will never go. Next line. The same line. I went to his estate. Devotee's estate. There I saw the gramophone. And tape was repaired. Then tape means what they put inside.
Record.
That is called record.
Scratch. It was scratched.
That is called record. Scratched. And there is a song in Tamil, it means the income is 8 paise and expenditure is 10 paise. It is not going to the expenditure at all. It is again depending on the income. It's not going for expenditure at all. So that is a good graph for money income. No expenditure.
You might have done it on purpose.
That I don't know. It is the same line. It's not going to the next line. So, then I think you have to really expand. So, there is the same thing. Sometimes it happens to our mind. The words, even if you don't want, whether you want it or not, whether you like it or not, the same words is repeating inside you, which makes you feel shrink, is what is for you. The continuously the same verse, which is getting repeated in your system, in your mind, and which makes you feel shrunk, even if you don't want it, is what is called worry. We have two things, please understand. We have two things in our life. One is dialogue. When you speak with others, when you speak with somebody else with volume, it is dialogue. Next thing, when you speak to yourself, it is called monologue. The first thing, all of you are aware. The next thing, only you need to observe, you will understand. You will be sitting on the bank of a river, or on the seashore, or under a tree, or in the swing in your garden. You may be sitting, but your mind will be, tomorrow morning I will go to office and tomorrow evening I will come back and tell a man to wash my car and I will take my
inner dialogue.
The inner dialogue. What is that's called the term inner dialogue. It's called monologue. Monologue. You see, the speaking to yourself. which you can call as thinking or mind. Any terms you can give, but mind, the word thinking and word mind makes it so big. I don't want to use that word. I am using the word monologue, inner chanting. If it happens with volume, it is speaking. If it happens without volume, it is thinking. That's all, nothing else. Don't make thinking as a complicated thing. We always think mind cannot be controlled. We come to a conclusion. Without trying, mind as such cannot be controlled. We have a very wrong, major understanding in our life. Mind cannot be controlled. Why you know? You try to fight with the mind when the mind is a whole. You take the mind as all the thoughts. If you think of the mind is something like all the thoughts together. But actually mind is not all the thoughts together. Mind is individual thoughts. But you make all the thoughts together and then you name that bunch of thoughts as a mind. Then you can never name. See, if you put all the sticks together, you can never break. If you have an individual sticks, you can always break. What you do, you put all your thoughts together and label that as a mind, and then you decide that mind cannot be controlled. And then you never try. Once you come to conclusion, how will you try? Once you start believing, how will you try? Never. But mind is not everything put together. It is an individual small sticks. It is individual thoughts. As long as you deal with thoughts, you can simply transform. When you start dealing it as a mind, you can never change it. The problem is how you are looking. See, first understanding you need to understand this. Mind can be transformed. Mind can be controlled. How? You can ask. When you can control your words with volume. You see, with volume, whatever you speak, you control it. Am I right? Am I right? You are controlling it. When you can control with volume, can't you control without volume? You can vary. Only think a little bit of awareness, nothing else. Just see the logic. With volume, when you can control. Without volume, can't you control? You can vary. First thing, you have not tried. Next thing, you have tried from the wrong corner. From the wrong side. Whenever you look at your enemy, you look at him as a whole. Just like that. Whenever you look at your mind, you look at him as a whole. He is not whole. Never think he is a whole. He is a small parts. If you know the mechanism where to touch, you can simply come over it. The habit. The worrying is a completely habit. It's like a more like a recorded program. You see, in the starting only, you need some reason to worry. In starting, for some reason, something happens outside, you start worrying. After some time, you become such great masters of the art of worrying. You master the art of worrying. After some time, you don't need any reason after reason for worrying. You find some reason. Or even if you fail, if you can't find any reason, you see, I have seen some people, if they can't find any reason, they will come and tell me, Swami, today things are going so well, I think tomorrow something bad is going to happen. Tomorrow something very big is going to happen. We go to the next step. Tomorrow something big is going to happen. If you can't find even that reason also, even without any reason, you know how to worry. Because the way becomes habit. Your system completely gets habituated to worrying. See, the word habit is a beautiful word. You should understand that word. You should understand that word, worry, the habit. If you drop H, your bit will be there. If you drop A, bit will be there. If you drop B, it will be there. Only when you drop the I, it will die. The very word has got a beautiful meaning, habit. Drop H, your bit will be there. drop A, bit will be there. Drop B, it will be there. Only when you drop I, it will die. The meaning can be understood by the word itself. A beautiful word. Worry becomes just an habit in your system. Worry has become part or a portion in your system. The feeling which makes you shrink and which gets continuously repeated by itself, whether you want it or not, whether you accept it or not, is what is called worry. Next, let us see what is depression. The circuit or the way how the depression is created. See, any, according to the people of the Bayou, the body of the animal and body of the man is one and the same, almost one and the same. Only mentally we are more, we are something higher than animals. And now they say that chimpanzees do 80% of all the activities what a man does. 80% can be simply done by chimpanzee. Only one thing, he doesn't have his own mind. In the plane of mind we differ, but in the plane of body we are almost one and the same. If a chimpanzee gets angry, he will simply beat other chimpanzee, or at least a cage. But if a man gets angry, he cannot beat somebody else. In the society, if you are angry against your boss, what can you do? You can give only a smile. Nothing else. If you are angry against your wife, what can you do? Nothing can be done. There you lose job, you will lose food. Nothing can be done. See, anyway, you can express your anger whenever you want. You cannot be completely expressed. But they say, the doctors, they say, whenever anger happens to you, poisonous chemicals are released in your system. Poisonous chemicals which disturbs your immune system is released in your body, in your system. What will happen to all those chemicals, all those acids? It's like an acid bath. It's like a bathtub filled with acid. You are taking acid bath every day, every time, whenever you enter into anger, and you express it, at least you come out of it. The chemical is whatever. When it is not expressed, it is completely, totally suppressed, and just it gets deposited in Manipura Chakra. Manipura is the energy center in which all these negative emotions are deposited. Any suppression, sexual suppression, or the violent suppression of the violent emotions, or the anger, or the vengeance, anything, if it is suppressed, it directly comes to the energy center of Manipura. Manipura is the center where all the suppression happens, all the suppressions are stored. If you suppress, the suppressed acid only creates acidity. Nothing else. That is what directly happens. That is the reason the Manipura gets disturbed. The depression and the worry directly disturbs Manipura. Anything suppressed directly attacks Manipura. Manipura is the first chakra, first center which is disturbed by the suppressions and the system of suppressing. That is the reason children don't have any suppression. See, if you see the kids, you can see a grace in them, a beauty in them. You will not see any ugly child around the world. You can see the photographs of kids around the world. Indian kid, American kid, African kid, Sri Lankan kid, any country, you can just see the photographs. You will not see a single kid who is ugly. Have you seen a single kid who is ugly? You must have seen in so many TVs. Even Ethiopia, they are living in poverty. Even there, kids you see, they have their own grace. They may live in poverty, they may be lean and thin, but the grace of the face will not be lost. Because they are nothing in the Manipura. They are not collected anything, they are not suppressed anything. Have you seen a single kid who is ugly? Have you seen a single grown-up man who is beautiful? The problem is Manipura. The depression and the worry takes the grace from a being. No depression or worry is accumulated by the kid. Even if they accumulate, they have a beautiful technique to throw it out. Have you seen after feeding the kid, if you put him to rest, he will just blabbering. Have you seen? Something like that will be blabbering. The blabbering is a beautiful technique to cleanse the Manipura. Kids do that. Whatever meditation you are doing in all these 2 days, all the kids they do. Because the system has got its own intelligence to do all the meditation. And the same way, any of you, if you know Yogasana, the major 12 asanas are there. All the 12 will be practiced by the kids from the age 1 to age 7. Without knowing, without you teaching them, they will be practicing. The Dandayurasana, all the asanas, they will be practicing. Because the system itself, the body itself has got its own intelligence. In the so-called process of growing, we have lost all these things. And you can see the children spinning or whirling. Have you seen? If you have a small kid, you can understand. For no reason, he will just whirl. The spinning. But the spinning is the greatest meditation in Sufism. They say, when you spin or whirl, the energy is centered perfectly. The energy center, the centering of the energy happens. In Sufism, the whirling is a meditation technique. But when the child does, we beat him and make him sit. At least Indians. I went to the Sandals beach. I saw small kids. They are just entering into the water and playing. Their parents are also very relaxed and they just let the children go. And I can't see this scene in Bayou. In India, first thing they won't let. And even if they let, how so many rules and regulations they will put up. Child will hate the playing itself. Will drop the idea of play. Of course, anyhow. Whatever the kid does, we don't encourage, we don't allow it. The so-called process, the process of growing, we lose everything. Blocking is a beautiful technique. You may ask how. How can it be a technique? See, whatever you say as a mind, it's nothing but the languages which you know. You can tell me what are the languages you know? English and Tamil, that's all. Not even 2-3 words in other languages. Baranana, Kuchundi. No. 2-3 words in Telugu. Huh? No, Malayalam.
I can understand. I can understand.
I see, if you know even a few words, add in the list.
Okay. I can understand Malayalam.
Karnataka. Gottilla.
I can understand.
And then Hindi. Thoda. And then Hindi. Any other language? That's all. You see, if suddenly something happens and you forget all these 5 languages, can you say you have something else called mind? No. Even acting out happens only with the seed of language. The verbalization may not be by language. You see the man who doesn't know any language and he acts out. You can see he has got his own language. But as far as you concern, only these 4-5 languages. You are not developing your own language. Only if a man is born from birth, if he doesn't know any language, then only then he develops his own language. For you, I am telling you for you, if you forget these 4-5 languages, can you say your mind exists? No. Alright, tell me what your mind exists.
I can just tell it to myself. I cannot have a dialogue with someone.
That is what. Then again you are using the same language, 5 languages. I am telling you, if you forget 5 languages completely, there is no other thing in our mind except this language. our mind has nothing else, at least the active portion of the mind. Whatever is active in your system has nothing else except this five language. Except this language, not for you five, for others their own languages. You cannot think anything except these few languages. Without that language, it is like a big lake covered by snow. The lake is the energy, the Atman. Snow is the thought process, the chattering. If you can break the chattering, if you can break the thought process, and the water which is inside, or the pure water which is inside, can gush out and energize your field. You are this side, and the energy is that side. In between, the ice layer is there, snow layer. The ice layer stops the energy reaching you. The ice layer is what is the mind or the thought process. If you can break the thought process, if you can break the mind process, you can see the energy gushing towards you. The Manipura also, Manipura is the energy. The suppressions or the depressions, the suppressed emotions form a layer in your system, in the Manipura Chakra. By some process, if you can break the thinking system, if you can break the thought process, the energy just gushes out and washes away all the depressions and suppressions from your system. If you feel that anything else can exist without words, you can tell me. Anybody else? Do you understand what I mean? Difficult, it is difficult because the whole mind is reduced to just languages. It's something new. Because it's new, we are, almost base is lost. Because mind means we are thinking as a big thing. Mind is something very big thing for us. But simply the base is removed. Now I will say mind is nothing but a few languages which you know. So we are really at the loss. That a big property is taken from us. But last thing I tell you.
What about people who think before they had any language?
You see, that we cannot imagine. Now if you imagine, again you are using only the language. Then you try to imagine, they had their own language. Again, when the mind got developed, when an animal has become man, in the process, the language development was there. The sounds, I see the special sounds are associated with the fear. If a man feels that a fire is happening nearby him, he used to create that sound, and all will understand something frightening thing is happening there. So they will run away. Like that, with the sound, the language was developed. They had their own language. With that sound, they think. They start thinking with that sound. Do you understand what I say? The tribal language, you may call it.
I guess we have always assumed that language is a way of expressing what is in our mind. But now you're saying language is
simply the mind. Because anything in your mind you cannot have without language, without word, without verbalizing. The verbalizing process, the verbalizing process is the process which is the uppermost layer of your energy system. You are above the verbalizing process and your energy is below the verbalizing process. That is the reason the connection between you and the energy never happens.
So any logical thinking is lost without language. There cannot be there cannot be any logical
thinking. There cannot be any logical thinking. You see, when you use your logical mind itself, you are not using your whole energy. Please be aware. When you use your intelligence, you are putting all your energy to use. When you use your logic, you are not putting all your energy to use. You can always see the decisions of women is very sharp because they think more with intelligence, not with intellect. The decisions of the men maybe immediate, they will give an immediate result, but for long run, the decisions of the women are the sharp because they think with intuition. any decision with intuition or intelligence, any decision with logic has no intuition. I always seen the decision taken by logic gives immediate result, but for not for long run. Decision which is taken with intelligence and the intuition, which may not be directly, you cannot directly give a reason, but you will see, for a long run, for the whole life, it will give a tremendous effort.
Swami, I have to thank you for telling this to all the men over here.
Swami to give me some examples. You are
See, if you can question me, I am ready to tell you an argument.
I'm just like, figure out in my mind, please give me some examples.
You see, there are few conclusions. I will not be able to give you directly example because of whom I have seen, in what the place I have seen, all those whole examples I will not be able to give. But you take this conclusion and scan your life and see. For a long run, any great logic man, a man is excel in logic and a great professor, he will be giving lectures and convincing thousands of people. He will come to the house and a small problem. He will convince his wife for half an hour. After half an hour, she will start from the first step. You see, she will start from the first step. Why do you know? Because the conclusion structure is not by intuition, by intelligence. They don't have much thinking. You see, I have always seen women doesn't think much. They get proper results. Because most of the energy is stored in the seed form itself. Whenever it is necessary, it gives out the result. In the ancient India, women are more treated like counselors. Any problem, in the evening, man will come and tell the problems. She will give the counseling and tomorrow morning it will be executed. More they are treated as counselors. And not only that, the techniques to keep the intuition awakened is practiced by women. The dart itself is a technique to keep the intuition awakened. Tomorrow we will be using the technique with the dart, with the Chakra. The techniques to keep the intuition awakened is always practiced by women, but you cannot see any women logically. How much you try to convince by logic, nothing like that.
Is it that they think through the heart more?
No, they think through Manipura. They think through Manipura, not through heart, but through.
Are they more emotional?
No. They think through intuition. The Manipura is the center. You see, Manipura is the center, very active in women. That is the reason only women could give birth. And not only that, Manipura is active in women. One more reason, they need to give birth. They need to give whole body to one more life. For that, by nature, Manipura is strong for women. They need to give a full structure. Practically, the work of Brahman needs to be done in the energy center. So the Manipura of the women is more strong. That is the reason. And this, I have seen the intuition counselors. There and that also, women are more successful. Even in India, the rule of Chhaturanga. Have you heard of this? Intuition counsel. Even in that field, women are more successful because the Manipura is very strong for women. The intuition or the conclusions will be more strong because the layer will be very thick. The thinking layer is not deep in women. Only the conclusion layer, the energy layer, is high and strong for the women.
Just the proportion between men and women here says we're smarter.
That cannot be the publicity. No, that cannot be the solid reason. No, I want a solid reason.
No, we have the intuition that we're going to be enriched in our power by attending your course.
See, in that case, you see, logic can play both things. That is not right. I wanted to give you some solid proof, some solid example. See, I will give you the discourse. By the time I remember, I'll give you the solid examples. It happened in my. And even if you give one example, that will not be enough. This is the concept. If you scan your life, you will understand. This is the idea. If you just go through your thing, you will understand. Whenever a woman decides it's for long run, it is always good for a long run. Because she doesn't have much of energy wasted in aggressive immediate. No, not only that. The aggressive joys. You see, any joy which comes to you by aggressiveness, but outgoing things, she doesn't have. Our system itself, the joy of passiveness, the very system is more passive. Energy is wasted only in aggressiveness.
Okay,
The very system is a passive.
women being nurturing, because they nurture, they have to use a lot more common sense and intuition rather than logic.
That's something. Why it happens, how it happens, they ask.
I see.
I'm trying to give them some visible examples. I'm giving only the reasons. Reasons from all the energy sources or the books. Only I'm giving the reasons. I'll give you an example and I remember. Manipura is, you see, this basic understanding. The Manipura is the master of intuition, the master of the energy, master of the energy source. This chakra has to be powerful for you because you need to give birth. You need to supply tremendous energy to the other life. That is the basic logic. Why the Manipura of the women is more strong. Why the Manipura of the women is more strong. Now I have to give you some practical example. I will give you. So whenever you suppress or you put the desires into the system, that goes and gets settled in Manipura like a layer, like one ice layer. Here is a small meditation. As I told you, mind or the layer is nothing but a language. If you can break the language, you can break the layer. The whole layer is nothing but a language. If you can break the layer, you can break the ice layer. You can allow the energy or the water to come up or to gush to the higher zones, to your being. The breaking of the ice layer, the technique to break the ice layer is what is called bladder. This is a very powerful technique to cleanse the Manipura, to break the inner chakra, to break the thickest layer of depression. Now, let me explain the technique to you. First, you will concentrate on Manipura. Concentrating means you will just relax and sit feeling this place. See, as soon as you feel Manipura, you will see your worries and your depression start coming out. Because they are already there. Only we are putting a big, thick asana or a chair on it and we are sitting on it. They are all just there, bubbling out like a volcano. But we have big seat cushion on that and allow that we sit and we feel we are comfortable. We are comfortable. As soon as you start thinking, you will see the depressions or the worries coming up. So just throw them out by any sound, that's all, nothing else. Make any sound, you feel or make any sound, just feel that you are throwing them out. That's not, you understand? Just make any sound, which should not be a word, kind word. You see the kids, they make sound, just like that. Any sound, at first 2-3 minutes you will feel, Swami is making us mad. Please be very clear. I am not making you mad. I am just saying. I am not making you insane. I am bringing out the insanity from your inside. I am bringing out the insanity which is inside you. You understand? Something you commented. Can I hear it?
We are going to be happy of hearing this.
That is nice. See, when you create sounds which has no words or which has no meaning, the mind breaks. Only one thing, don't allow any thoughts to, any words flow or animal chanting. Any thought comes, just create a sound and throw them out. Just continuously create sound. Only one condition, for this 20 minutes, you should not stop. No gap. You see, if you do gap, the mind will start appearing. Mind will start speaking. So, don't allow any thought to come. Create continuously some sound. Can you repeat the same sound? That is not a problem. That is not a problem. See, if you don't get any sound, one thing, you should not allow your mind to think. Then only the system will break. You see, 21 minutes is one energy circle. The 21 minutes, don't allow any thought. Try your best and create only sounds. And within 2-3 minutes, you will see automatically you will remember the man who cheated you. Who is your enemy? The intimate enemy. The intimate enemies and enemies, all these things you will remember it yourself. And all those tears will come up, all those things will happen. You see, tears will come, or the deepest feelings will come, anger will come. Allow everything by words, by some sounds, not the words, some sounds.
Then how does the worry come?
Automatically it will come up, you will see. It will come like a figure, small words, a broken way. Automatically it will come and just throw them out by the word, by the sound, not by the word, by the sound. You will see automatically it is coming up. All your enemies will come up, you will kill all your enemies, throw all your anger, everything will come up. You see, this is called, 1 minute, this is called verbal catharsis. And one more thing you can do, it is called physical or body language catharsis. The verbal language catharsis is this. One more thing, body language catharsis. Just remember your enemy and make as much of faces as possible. Why not? All your tensions are hidden in the face. You don't know. The grace is lost because of the layers of the tension in your body, in your system. Have you heard of this alien photography? They photograph the aura body. And now it is accepted as a diagnostic system, one of the diagnostic systems in the East and of course in the West also. It is discovered in Russia. They say if you are worrying, if you have a suppressed mood, depressed mood, the aura in the photograph falls only for 2 inches or 2.5 inches. If you express the worries like this, if you shout and finish, throw it away. They say at least 8 inches are seen. 8 inches, the Korean photography. Any of you have heard of Korean photography? Not even one. You have heard of the Korean photography? Have you seen any photographs? They photograph ghosts, they photograph angels, they photograph when the man becomes possessive. What happens? All those things are photographed. And they prove how a spirit enters into a man and how it leaves at the time of death. A man is continuously photographed and the light going out of the body is seen and the silver cord means even after the cutting the navel cord or the umbilical cord, umbilical cord, a subtle connection exists for 11 days between mother and the child. You feel you are something special, you are attended, you are cared, you also told the right word, you are cared. Care is what we call love. If somebody gives his attention to you, you say he loves you. If you give your attention to somebody, you say you love him. That's all. Giving attention or having attention is what is love. When you give your attention, you say you love him. When you receive attention from somebody, you say he loves you. Am I right? Any question? May has not understood.
Well, a lot of times you hear people say, I
care for you, but I don't love you. Yeah. Especially in American society.
Caring and not loving, I don't think there can be caring without love. And I don't think there is a difference between these two. That's all. But I say general love. Totally, love means it's a caring.
Does expectations also matter? Does expectations, with or without expectations?
Without expectation it cannot happen. Without expectation only enlightened man can love. I tell you. No, it's the truth. So never think that our love is without expectation or something like that.
The depth of expectation. Or the depth of expectation.
No, even that, you see, only two things, expectation or no expectation. That's all. And when a person becomes a love, when his whole being becomes love, only then he can give loving, he can give love without any expectation. Otherwise it is not possible. So, let us not bother about expectation or not. That is the basic thing, with expectation only. Whether we give or receive, that is the love. Let us understand basically what is love. Then step by step we will go. Yes, something. Love for a place. How do you say you want to be there? Then you don't have love. See, the very love, you imagine that about the place continuously. How can you say, I love the place, I don't want to be there? It is simply your feeling to want to be there, only is the love for the place. You see, if you love some place, naturally you want to be there. You would like to stay there. That is the love. Otherwise, how will you say that you are loving that place? When you remember, you feel like you are pulled, you are called. That is what is love. Even place, the love for a place is nothing but with expectation. So you understand first, I think Jayashree can take the notes later on. How many of this type of courses you attended earlier? Not even one. First course. That is why you are not experienced. How many of you have attended any other courses like this? Please, you can raise your hands. And how many of you have taken notes at the time? Raise the hands. And how many of you went back to the house and started seeing once more?
I didn't.
No.
You are on exemption. Last time also you are the only exemption who raised the hand. Nobody else. 90%. You say 99, I suspect you. I don't believe you. Even if you say that I go and revise it, I don't believe.
She does. She tells me.
Maybe rarely.
Thank you.
I think she has no other work. I have not seen a single person who takes the notes and goes back to the house and sees it back. No. Most of the time, when we go back to the house, we just put that in some cupboard. When you shift your house, you just come upon that notebook and say, oh, that Swami from Bangalore came. Yes, that course notebook. With respect, put it in the dustbin. So, don't go for notes. Understand. If you take notes, instead of understanding now, you will postpone the understanding. You will think, I'll go and study in the house. So instead of that, at least understand, you will have notes in your heart. And once you understand, you don't need to remember it. The idea will remember you. People ask me, Swamiji, should we practice all these teachings in the house? I tell them, no. Don't practice. If you have to remember and practice, then what you have understood? If you really understand, you don't need to practice. You don't need to remember them. The teachings will remember you. They will just come up whenever it is necessary. I always tell people, try to forget everything.
if it is really worth in your life, you will not be able to forget. Do you forget your name? No. You don't forget your basic details or basic things about your life. Same way, if it is a basic need, if understanding is a basic thing, you will not be able to forget. If you don't understand, only then you need to remember. Once this becomes an understanding, you don't need to remember it. The understanding will remember you. I again and again tell the people, if you really understood, if you really grasp what I say, if you really interact, that is more than enough. Whenever you take something, swallow something without understanding, only then you need to again and again remember. You understand what I say now? Just, if you understand, that's more than enough. You don't need to remember the teachings. Teachings will remember you. Heart. Whenever you are given care, you say, you are loved. Whenever you give your attention, you say, you are loving. Heart center, the Anagata Chakra, is related to this attention only. Whenever I say there is a heart center, there is an Anagata Chakra, people immediately ask me, Swamiji, I underwent bypass surgery, will it be there as it is? Whether you underwent bypass surgery or open heart surgery, the Anagata Chakra will be there as it is. Don't bother about it. It will be there as it is. It is not physical, it is more metaphysical. It is more spiritual. The key for the Anagata Chakra is whenever you give your attention, the energy center opens. Whenever you ask for the attention of the others, this gets locked. We may say, when are we asking? All your fight in the house is nothing but the asking of attention from others. Everything. Let us look a little deep into the mechanisms of Anagata Chakra. Actually, you feel pampered when you are attended. You feel you are recognized when you are attended. Have you seen the kids? They will be playing in the house. They will throw something here, there. They will just put few steps forward. And then they will wait and see your face, whether you recognize it or not. They will just look at your face. If you recognize, if you say okay, they will go ahead. If you just gaze at them, if you show a different face to them, immediately they will sit silently. They will keep quiet.
Not all children, Swami.
Of course, some they start crying and weeping or anyhow, they just sit or they just wait for your attention, for your recognition. Same way, you also continuously wait for others' recognition. Whenever you do something, you immediately wait for the others' certificate. Even if they don't affect your day-to-day life, even if they are not directly related to your day-to-day life, you wait for others' certificate. People come and tell me, no, Swamiji, I just do everything as a service. I never expect anything. If you don't expect anything, you will not even expect the good opinion of the others. But what all of us do? End of the day, we just wait for what? Certificate. Good wife, good husband, good son. If you are not given certificate, sometimes you demand also. Most of the time, we demand. Understand a little deeply. Every action, if you scan your life, every step you can see you are expecting certificate. You are expecting certificate from somebody. From the very young age, you are conditioned to live with good certificates. You are conditioned to aspire for good certificates. The West, I saw even many houses I saw, they put that good wife, good husband, good parents. Actual certificate itself is given. Kids give for parents, husbands give for wives, and wives give for husbands. The certificate itself is given. The certificate from the other, the opinion from the other becomes a driving force for us to live. Most of the time, if somebody doesn't give you certificate or recognition, if nobody recognizes you, you feel lonely. You feel lonely. We are continuously afraid of loneliness. Loneliness is more or less like a poison for us. Your ego is alive only when the others exist. You are a good person only in front of so many persons, so many people. If nobody is there, if nobody recognizes you, if you are alone, your ego feels hurt because it is not getting pampered. It's not getting boosted. It is just there. Your ego slowly withers away. If you stay alone in your room, there is nobody to praise you. You cannot feel you are a good person. Only with so many others, you can feel you are a good person. Alone, can you feel you are a good person? No, there is no comparison. Your ego doesn't have a base to say you are a good person. Your ego does not have any support. Only in the relationship ego flourishes. Whether good or bad, it flourishes only in the relationship. In aloneness, ego never flourishes. That is why aloneness is very killing. We are always afraid of aloneness. Aloneness means we feel frightened. We continuously work only for certificates, only for the other signature. Our life is nothing but a long signature campaign. We have a big notebook. In that we have written, good husband, please sign. Good wife, please sign. Good son, please sign. Our life is nothing but a long signature campaign. You just expect signature from everyone. Playing with the playing cards, they will build big castles with the just playing cards. With playing cards, they will build castles. Have you seen? But kids are intelligent. They build their castles with their own cards. What do you do? We build our personality with other certificates. Just as the kids build their castles with playing cards, we build our personalities with others' certificates. If somebody says you are obedient, we collect that idea. From the young age, we collected all the ideas of the society. Whatever others have said about us. If somebody says you are a good person, we collect that idea. If somebody says you are a very intelligent, we collect that idea. If somebody says you are smart, we collect. If somebody says you are dark, we collect. If somebody says you are beautiful, we get that idea. If somebody says you are not beautiful, we collect every idea. And totality of that idea, the plus minus, everything we put together, we come to an opinion about ourselves from the others' ideas. If we receive 10 opinions from 10 persons, we put together everything and create an idea about ourselves from these 10 opinions. Be very clear, because you do not know about yourself, you are not centered on you, you understand about you from others' opinion. There is a small research done by Chicago University, beautiful research. One day morning, early morning, young man is going to his office. When he came out of his house, the man was standing just in front of his house asked him, "You look so tired. Why are you going to the office? Why don't you rest?" He said, No, I'm quite okay. I'm all right. He went to the bus stop. In bus stop, there was one more person. One of his friends asked, "You look so tired. Why don't you go and rest? Why should you want to go to office? Why do you want to go to office?" This man said, No, I'm all right. In the bus again, one more his friend, other friend said, "This is totally arranged." Actually, they arranged. One more person asked, "Hey, your face shows you are tired. Why don't you go and rest? Why do you go for a job?" Again he said, No, I'm all right. He went to the office. In the office, ground floor itself, somebody said, receptionist. She said, "Why don't you have a leave and rest? Why don't you get your leave and rest? You look so tired." As soon as he went inside the office, boss called and told, You could have had your leave. You feel so sick. By seeing you, I can understand. You are tired. Are you sick? Why don't you go and rest?" The man really started thinking. And not only he started thinking, he applied for leave and went to the house, went and is rested. That day evening, he had a temperature. Not only temperature, really is sick. When many people continuously tell you something, you immediately start believing. Not once or twice, 15 times they did this experiment. All the 15 times, all the 15% fell sick. All the 15% fell sick. They just arrange some 10 people here, there, casually to tell, "It seems you are not feeling well." The test proves how much others' opinions play on our mind. How much you live based on others' opinions. It's just like the castle built by other certificates. As the kids build their playing cards castle, you build your personality with the others' opinion, with the other certificates. How long you can have other certificate? Tell me. As long as you dance according to their tune, you will have. They will let their certificate to be with you. How long you can dance according to everyone's tune? Imagine. One side, your husband is playing Kathakali music. You go there and do few Kathakali steps. On the other side, daughter is playing pop music. You jump there and do few steps of pop. And back side, your son is doing Bharatanatyam music. Then you do few Bharatanatyam steps. This side, somebody else is doing rock music. You jump there and do few rock steps. This side to that side to this side, this corner to that corner, here, there. If you continuously run around, what will be your dance? It will be nothing but mess. That is what now we are doing. Everybody has got their own tune. How long you can run, you can dance for everybody's tune. If you know 6-7 type of dances, at least you may manage. Even then I don't think you will be able to manage. Because you need to change the tune. How long you can manage? If you dance according to everybody's tune, then they will let their certificate to be with you. If you don't dance according to everyone's tune, what will happen? They will take away their certificate. If somebody takes away their certificate, what happens to your personality? That's what I call depression. Continuously it happens. It's like you are a centipede. Centipede means you understand with 100 legs. You have 100 legs. Only if all the 100 persons say something good about you, if all the 100 say some nice things about you, you feel comfortable. You can walk. If someone takes away their leg, what will happen to you? You just tumble down, collapse. I tell you, this is a homework which you need to do. Make a list of the people who can depress you. Now really, now this will give you the new understanding in your life. See, most of the time, we do not even know our problem. That is the problem. Once you know your problem, 90% of things gets dissolved. Once the problem is brought to the consciousness, you will see that it disappears. Find out who all can depress you, for whose opinions you wait. How many persons' opinions you give weight for them? How many persons' opinions you give respect? Who all can depress you? Make a list who all can depress you. Be very clear, you are slave of all of them. That's all. Understand very clearly. Just by one word they can put you into depression. You are slave of them. You see, psychological slavery is the worst thing any man can have. You are actually psychologically handicapped. Without them all, you cannot move your life. That is what it means. Make a list who all can depress you. Have it in your bedroom itself, so that every day you remember, I am slave of all these persons. At least let you be aware. As of now, what is there in your life? Same thing. Let you be aware that you are slave of all of them. Once your being is aware that you are slave of them all, naturally you will come out of it. I tell you, very naturally you will come out of it. The being is such, your nature is freedom. It will never allow you to be slave of somebody. It will never let you be slave of somebody. So the very understanding, just make this list. You may think, oh, this all looks impractical. What type of solution this Swami is giving? But once you make this list and continuously see, at least for 10 days, every day when you see, you will automatically turn your maturity, or your mind will turn towards the maturity. You will never invest your energy on so many persons. Now you do not even know on how many persons you have invested your energy. It's like a bank. You have 100% energy, but you invested all your energy on so many persons. Only 10% you have, 10% of the energy you have. That is why you always feel low. You expect their attention to just boost you. You expect their pampering to bring you up. You always feel without them you cannot move. Tell me.
Unfortunately, when somebody removes their attention, the tendency is to work harder to get it back.
No. Then again, you are working in the line of slavery. I tell you, by making this list, you will integrate yourself. And one more thing, you will be able to give love to others only if you are integrated. Till your integration, whatever you give is not love. It is just bargaining. You give your attention, I will give my attention. It's a contract, business. And like a begging bowl. My begging bowl hits your begging bowl, your begging bowl is it's my begging bowl. Both of them are standing in front of each other with a big begging bowl. All sound which you hear in your house is nothing but the clashes of these two begging bowls. He is asking for your attention, she is asking for his attention. Both are asking for others' attention and nobody is able to give. Once you understand you are slave of so many persons, you will understand you have invested your energy on all of them. then you will be able to integrate. You may ask, then Swamiji, should we not live adjusted life? I tell you, adjustment is different, compromising is different. Most of the time, you compromise, but you claim yourself as I am living a very adjusted life. Adjustment has nothing to do with compromise. What is adjustment? What is compromise? Let me explain. Compromise means you are not having your center. You are just having your center on so many persons. You are like a centipede. So you cannot do anything. You have to compromise. You are dependent on others. Your energy is dependent on others. Only by others' opinion you are alive. This is a compromise. Our present state. Adjustment means you totally integrate your energy in your being. You are never bothered or depressed by anybody's opinion. Even then you bend and give your attention to others. Even then you listen others' opinion. Even if you are not disturbed, you are ready to listen to others' opinion. That is what is adjustment. But in our being, 99% of us are wounds. We have a wound in our being. That is why we always compromise. We are never integrated. Understand? If you are integrated, you will adjust. Otherwise, whatever you do is compromising. Never live a compromised life. It is psychological slavery. Psychological slavery is much worse than physical slavery. And I tell you, only when you are integrated, only when you have energy on yourself, only when you are centered on yourself, you can really love others. You can really give your attention to others. Only then you can really adjust and live happily. Till that time, till the moment of centering yourself into the heart, whatever you do will be only a business. That is why always we say, almost all love marriage, I can say 99.9% love marriage, they feel the other has cheated you. Before marriage, he was one way, and after marriage, he is the other way. Be very clear, nobody has cheated you. It is we who cheated ourselves. It is we who cheated ourselves. We always think that this is going to be this way and that is going to be that way. And we ask for continuous attention. Finally we say, we have not got it. He has cheated us. Nobody has cheated you. It is you who has cheated. Because how much you can be dependent on others. Each one has got their own dependency on others. As long as you are dependent on others, be very clear, you are not going to feel satisfied. You are not going to center yourself. There is a beautiful technique from Tibetan Buddhism to center your heart, to center your energy. Already we practiced this meditation one day in New York. Now, this is the first technique, first level technique, a preliminary technique to center your energy. Then step by step, we will go into the next energy centers and work. Now, let us enter into the first level technique to center your heart, to center your energy. Before entering into the meditation, I want to spend a few minutes. Do you have any question about what we spoke now, what we discussed? I don't think every one of you understood everything, because I myself have not understood totally. Yes.
My question is, there are moments when we feel love without having an expectation. How is that different, or is it different?
The moments of meditation, you see, the moments of a deep spiritual level, the moments of meditation, if it has happened to your life, only then you will be able to feel the moments of love without any expectation. Till then, even if your mind says that I am not expecting anything, there will be something in the background. Search. Then you will be able to find out. Only when you have the taste of pure love by meditation, only by meditation you can have the taste of pure love. Chakra is centered in thought. We should think. This chakra blocked because of comparison and jealousy. Opens when you find out your uniqueness, your creativity. You are unique by yourself. When you understand yourself, this chakra opens. The very word means when you grasp this chakra, you want to come back. Teaching beyond purity. Money, name and fame, beauty, intelligence, and relationship. Relationship means power. Now, people are with you. This five things. This is the very other people are getting a thing.
Can have long life.
That we can put in the. Any other things to be told on this subject? It's mainly outward. The basic things. Now, anything else you consider on this subject? Now let us have a deep look into these five things. Can you say you are richest man? Can you say you are rich man? Yes, I mean you are rich man. Now can you say you are a rich man? Can you say you are a poor man? We are continuously only either telling that I am poor or I am rich. Telling that I am rich also will create some more worries that I am not richest. Anyway, what is it? You are either rich man or poor man. Okay. Can you say your name and name? Can you say you don't have any name? We just enter. Can you say you are beautiful? Can you say any of us that I am beautiful? Can you say that I am ugly? No skill. No skill. We are measuring our whole life with scale which is not a skill. Just with some data, some imagination. You are trying to build your life on the false data. Who can be given? Who can be said as a measure? How can it be said? What is the scale? You go back there, newspaper, many people just come and read over next page. But what can be the scale? Where is the scale? Upanishad says very beautifully. There are two types of existence: positive existence, negative existence. Things which are existing positively, which can be handled, this mic, this rose, it's existing, you can do something with it. Things which are existing negatively, darkness in the room.
You can't do anything directly in the darkness to remove the darkness. Do you understand? To remove the rose bush, you can do it directly in the rose bush. You can handle the rose bush, you can direct it, remove it. If you want something to be done to the rose bush, you can do it directly. It's positive existence. The darkness in the room, can you remove it? Can you handle it? No. Anybody knows how to handle the darkness? Must be a magician. So two kinds of existence are there. One of which very deeply explains. People are just trying to continuously work with their shadow. With the darkness. You can't do anything directly with darkness. If you want to remove the darkness also, you can't do anything directly because it is not existing. Only if something is existing, you can play. Which is not existing. It's a non-existence. Because we use the word darkness, we think that something like darkness is there. It is not darkness, it is lightlessness. Lightlessness. As she said, joylessness is just directly you can't do anything. You can't do anything directly just. Can you directly do anything with darkness? Then if you want to catch your shadow, how long to run? Run and run and run. You won't be able to catch. If you don't bother, just walk in your way. You'll be following. You can't do anything directly with your shadow, with the darkness, because it is not existing positive. So all these problems of comparison, they don't have positive existence. You say, you can't say that you are rich man. You can't say you are poor man. A long queue is there. You are standing in front of you, crores and crores. Backside you, crores and crores. Infinity and infinity. Same way. In the name of faith. One person, can anybody say that I am the famous man? No. And nobody can say that I don't have any faith. Everybody has got little. In front, big crowd. Backside also, big crowd. Same beauty. Who can say I'm beauty? Anybody? Who want to say it? That is scary. Decide on BQ, decide on BQ. Next. Intelligence, wisdom, knowledge, intellect, looking at all those. It's very difficult to live intellectual people. Even for viewers. But we will be very cautious and careful in the story of prayer. They say that I am a fool. I don't have intelligence. Nobody. That is the scale. There are two types of reality. Reality, comparative reality. Comparative reality is non-existential. But our whole life is completely tortured, bothered, disturbed. We live in hell just because of this comparative reality. Just because of this non-existential phenomenon, ghost-like phenomenon, Maya. As you say, Yama iti Maya, it is not there. That is so much suffering. Continuously compare. Anything, any step, compare. Mahavira says beautifully, when somebody is sent to this world, whatever quantity he takes is also sent to the world. Anybody James? Mahavira's idea. Not only your food is sent, I say, when you come to this world, you bring enough energy, karma, capacity to work out and to live your life perfectly. But as soon as you come here, instead of living your life, you started living others' life also. By comparing. You have been sent with 10,000 rupees to NGO to bring your help. After you go there, you meet a friend who purchases a refrigerator. It's a 15,000. You switch over to a refrigerator or you purchase both. Refrigerator and tea. Then the remaining money, then suffering. God is really gracious. Many people come and ask me, if God is full of love and grace, why so much of suffering in the world? No, He never sends anybody in empty hand. He sends what we can manage along with Him. When you come, you are deciding how much I will be able to manage with my capacity. How much I will be able to play balanced way. You bring the energy to create all those things along with you. After coming here, you will forget. You look at the neighbor. If she puts AC, you need immediately AC. Otherwise, your house temperature will increase. Everything is there. For green, nothing is there. Just like that. So, what is the way to come out? We understand comparison, jealousy creates so much of problem. Just think, all your problem, almost all your problem is centered on comparison. Continuously torturing yourself. You are torturing yourself with the thing which is not existing. If it is reality, you can do something reality. It's not reality. Then what can you do about it? You yourself say, you are not rich man. You yourself say, you are not beautiful. You yourself say that you don't have any pain. And you yourself again say that I am not rich, I am not a poor man. See the mental game. Mind is just playing a trick with you. You are continuously cheated by your mind. And rose bush, palm bush. Never try to become somebody else. If you are able to find out your own inner creativity, inner potentials, finding out your own tune, your own tone, your core. If you have found your core, if you find your own core, your own way of life and live, you will not be compared to others. Comparison and jealousy exist because you don't know who you are. You don't know what is your life. That is why you are just continuously comparing the other's life. If you know something as your life, you will not start comparing with others' life. Tree, another tree is the same? No. Everything is unique. Why you go for a tree? Even one tree, no two branches are same. If you look deep, no two leaves are same. Everything in existence is as unique as it is. Nothing can be compared. But man is the only animal uprooted from existence. We are continuously comparing. We have lost connection with existence. If you are rooted in existence, in the God, in the nature, you will not feel that you are uprooted. You will know that what is the core of your life, what is the uniqueness of your life. You will not be comparing yourself with others. You will not be living for the sake of others. You will be living your own life. You will be fulfilling your own life. So now, we enter with the technique to find out your own self, to be rooted with existence, to have tune with our being, to discover the core of our being. Clean. Shuddhi means clean. Vishuddhi, beyond clean. It means it is already clean. Only I have made you, I ask you to study, not to contaminate for 20 minutes. What is it? Nothing, just sit. I had a few words for this. For this, I will only sit. Sit, that's all. Because it is already completely clean. It is beyond clean. Study, that's the thing. And because Chakra is not at all disturbed. Comparison is not some positive thing which is existing to be removed. It's negative existence. So if you stop, if you drop, contaminate, immediately this chakra is true. It's Vishuddhi. Ever pure. Karma, akarma, vikarma. Karma means doing. Akarma means not doing. Vikarma means beyond doing and not doing. Shuddhi, Ashuddhi, Vishuddhi. Shuddhi means clean. Ashuddhi means contaminating. Vishuddhi means beyond clean and contaminating. This chakra is eternally pure. Only we are trying to train our best to contaminate it. I ask you to keep quiet this for 20 minutes, nothing else. This is the simplest meditation technique. That is why it's so much complicated. It's a very simple thing. Oh, so easy. As I told you, it's a very simple thing. That's why too much. There's been too much complication. Okay. Anyway, but you need to put your sincerity much. Especially you are shouting, screaming, you need to do many things. But today techniques, very silent, very different rhythm. For that, don't think that these techniques are much less these techniques are real techniques. You need to put your sincerity. Yesterday you are prepared to put your sincerity. Only today you are putting your sincerity. So this technique is something to do with thinking. Yes, you don't have to take seriously, but put sincere effort. This technique is something to do with singing. Singing means finding the original source in you. Singing means not expressing, but experiencing. We have come to the Karma Chakra, Sahasrara, which is placed on the top of the head. The Sahasrara means thousands of countless. It is not exactly thousand. It is not many, but countless. If the peoples are ready, the are which is countless. They just want to express the infinity. So they are using the word Sahasrara. This chakra is open. This chakra opens by gratitude. When you live with gratitude, when you feel that you are showered enough by existence, God has given you more than your qualification. When you feel the deep satisfaction and gratitude, this chakra opens. But what life? There are many ways of life. And many religions. If you list out things which you don't have, you can make a big list. You can make a very big list, which is infinite. You can make a long list, which can go even beyond the years. The same way, if you make things which you have, you make a list, the things which you have, that also you can make a long list. You can start with your have, because many people don't have. Start with have. You can make a very big list. Decide the big list. And decide another big list. Even if you remember, try your best to find it. Have only this key, that's enough. Abdullah meditation. Only this key is enough. This key can open all the 7 centers. If you are blissful, if you are with Nithyananda, you will not have any imagination, expectation about others. You will be completely yourself. Mulada and Rohan by his master key. Even the chakras, you are not getting the keys, but this key is a master key which can open all the chakras. Even
The Anya Chakras key can open energy. It can open. If you don't take seriously, you will not have a problem, but you will not be having something positive. This key, please be very clear. The Anya Chakras key also master to open, to solve the problems of all the chakras, to clean it, but the Sahasrara key will energize it. So it's an ultimate master for master key. It's an ultimate master key. If you are blissful, not only you will not have an expectation, you will be solving the problem of Mula, you will see a new energy, you will be living, you will be enjoying the life. You will have something positive also. So Mula will go on by the same key. If you have to live this, where is the person of death here? If you have the deep contentment, where is the person of your death? When he comes, come let us go. Whether you will go first or I will go first. Have you got a place and you are buffalo? You don't have, you can go by our car. Leave your buffalo here, I will give the ring. You can give leave to Yama. If you have the contentment of living, satisfaction, bliss, so that Nithyananda can open Swanishtana also. What is the very word Nithyananda can simply dissolve for it. It can open mind when you are full of Ananda. You will not ask any attention from others. You will just give attention, love. You will be radiating love. You will not be taking, you will be giving. Now, two birds are standing in front of each other and asking for wedding. Please give some attention. Please give some attention. Instead of that, you will be in a position of giving. You should, if you are blissful, that is a question of comparison. Compare with others. Only they will tell something, not you will tell. So, you should be also involved by his master key to the energies. And you are blissful, you cannot take anything seriously. You will not take anything seriously. Your intelligence will be in an ultimate state if you are blissful. Any problem, if you want to solve, most of us have got an idea. Before solving some problems, we go to some temple, do some prayer, do something. Some rituals will be having. I give you a new ritual. Just close your eyes for a few moments and be in a mood of bliss. Just feel that your whole being is smiling. If you feel that your whole being is smiling, you will be really in the mood of bliss. That will awaken your intelligence completely. You will be able to solve any problem with this bliss. So the Anya also can be opened by his master key. One key which can unlock and give all the treasures of all the chakras. If you go back to your house, naturally you will be giving a big discourse about this class. Carry this key with you and share it all. You will give gist of this class. No, it means you are not really enjoying the class. Just Virasana, you will not be able to Ananda. You see, from this moment only, next moment takes birth. If you realize this moment completely, the next moment will be Ananda. If you enjoy Nithyananda, you will be in Nithyananda. You just enjoy the presence of Nithyananda. You will enjoy continuously Nithyananda. So, you will never be missing it. Because from this moment only, next moment takes birth.
was given to us by the great masters of the world. What more they were given? They were given for our Nithyananda. To be Nithyananda. So now we have to pay our gratitude to them. First, we have to pay gratitude to them that they have taught us to pay gratitude. Next, let us pay gratitude to the whole existence. Even this flower pot has contributed to our joy. It has contributed something for our joy for these 2 days. Every day has contributed something or other. So we will pay our gratitude, our love to all of them. What is the way to pay the gratitude to the all masters, great masters? What they wanted us to be with Nithyananda. So let us enjoy, celebrate. That is the way to pay the gratitude. You feel it sitting and meditating, do that. If you feel it singing, do that. If you feel it dancing, do that. If you feel it jumping, do that. Whatever you want, how you will feel blissful, how you will feel with Nithyananda without touching the other's freedom, without touching the other. Whatever way you want, you express your love and gratitude to the masters. By dancing or willing or whatever way you want. This is the last technique, ultimate technique to make your life happy. Today, we have got a new LSD, love, sing, dance. For Anya laughter, for visually singing, for salsa dancing. Today morning, we see we have got a new LSD. To be continuously in the Ananda Bodhi, in the state of bliss, love, sing, and dance. The Puja people. Listen, many peoples, but nothing compared to this people. I listen to many peoples, many sects. It's nothing compared to the music. The Puja people. Don't bother who, what, when, why. Osho means Sadhu in Japanese language. This Kirtan is singing out Sadhu. Have your own Sadhu with your mind and pay gratitude to him. Just rejoice this music. By rejoicing this music, surely you will not be contaminated. Don't bother about it. So, it will be a 40 minutes music. A nice music and Guru Shruti. Words are also very good. It starts with the Guru Shruti, one song, and there will be 5 minutes gap. In that 5 minutes gap, just silently sit. And again, one song, the results. It's a beautiful music. They have selected at least from 100 places. 100 places I have selected this music for this celebration. Many places are reason, but the slowly thing to the up move is just a very nice move. Next chakra is Agnya. 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 In Bengali, Bangla pronunciation. What I know, because I read in Bengali. So, Agnya. Bangla pronunciation. So, how this chakra gets blocked? This chakra gets blocked because of the seriousness. And how to open this chakra? What I did just now, do it always. Just laugh. Laughter is the key to open this chakra. Have you observed? All of you are writing seriously. Laugh this chakra. Have you observed? Whenever you think seriously, this place gets simply some changes happen. Either this way or this way. But this place will be having a change. Whenever you think seriously, you get a headache. And there are few people who only gives headache, never gets. And there are few people, that is exception. But generally, whenever you think seriously anything, whenever you take anything seriously, whenever you analyze anything seriously, you get a headache. You get this Anya Chakra situated in the eyebrows. That is what is called Varanasi. Varanasi means not that it is Uttar Pradesh. Many people used to tell that if you die in Varanasi, you will get mukti. I don't think it is a logic. Simply, whomsoever dies in the Varanasi, you get mukti. What is the logic? Then why for tapasya? Then let us all go and live in Varanasi. And one day after we die, then we will get mukti. That cannot be the logic. Varanasi means the place between the Varana and Nasi. Between the eyebrows and nose. Anya Chakra. If you die in Varanasi, you will be enlightened. Please be very clear. If you die in Varanasi, you will be enlightened. Not if you die in UP Varanasi. Triputi is a different word. They use the Triputi word. They explain Vedanta. Yes, you can use any word. You can use any word, but the same thing. The place which is centered between the eyebrows and nose. That is what? If you are living in the key to open this chakra is happiness. Just now I am telling you, love or happiness. If you are happy, this chakra will be opened. If you die in Varanasi, if you die in happiness, you will be enlightened, you will be mukti, you will be attaining them. Not that if you die in Varanasi, you will get mukti. Of course, Ramakrishna says authoritatively that he has seen that when the people die in UP Varanasi, they get enlightened, they get mukti. So according to the authority of Ramakrishna, I accept and bow down to his words. But logically, I think this can be much more developed interpretation of that word. Because if you simply give this type of music, this type of lazy keys, the people will all go and stay in Marana and be lazy and do whatever they want. Yes. Yes, there is every chance in that way also you can do. Anyhow, the Marana. The meditation. I will tell you now. So, how this chakra gets locked? By seriousness. All our seriousness is just about sand castles. Sand castles. Is it not? Sand castles. Sand castles. Our whole life, do you think, is there any more value than sand castles? I think even sand castles has got some value. If I compare our whole life with sand castles may go to court and make me condemnation. Huh? Yes, nothing is left. If we compare our life with what? They may go to God's court and tell these human beings, they are claiming their right to be equal to me. How can they be equal to me? All our life, all our worries, all our seriousness is nothing but about sand castles. one key word you please write down. The key to unlock this chakra. Whenever you remember, just use this key. All seriousness is sickness. Write down. All seriousness. When I say all, I mean all. All our life. We are working, we are dreaming, we are seriously thinking, doing so many things. What for? Finally, where we end? Where we land? What happens? What is the final conclusion? Result? What is it? What is the result? Anyone want to tell? None?
How enlightened?
Nothing but sandcastles. All our life, finally we would have acquired through sandcastles. That is the result. Whenever you take anything serious, just remember, through seriousness, nothing can be solved. Yesterday I told you a small incident. That when you two play chess, somebody is a witnesser. Somebody is from outside. You play chess. Somebody is witnessing. Can give a right solution. Why? Because you are serious. When you are serious, you are sick. So all your sickness originates from seriousness. Now, man who thinks seriously, he never achieves. Man who thinks sincerely only achieves. There is a big difference between seriousness and sincerity. Sincerity, if you have planned sincerely, even if it fails, already I told you, even if it fails, you will not feel that you are cheated. You will not feel you are dejected. You will feel you have done your best. I say from my experience, seriousness never gets associated with sincerity. Seriousness always gets associated with worries. Worry and planning, there are two things. Psychological planning and real planning, there are two things. If you plan something very clearly, you have to plan for tomorrow what you have to do. In reality, what you have to do, where you have to go, everything you have to plan. Planning. There is nothing wrong. Chronological plan. According to chronological dates, you will be planning. There is nothing wrong in it. That is called sincerity. But something inside you will see. Postponing the happiness. If I get one house, then I will be happy. When you get the house, you will not be happy as you immediately. If I get tomorrow one refrigerator, I will be happy. When you get the fridge, if I get tomorrow such and such a thing, I will be happy. Just postponing your time, postponing your happiness, postponing your life. Just at present, I will worry and work, be serious. When I get all these things, I will simply relax and I will be happy. The psychological postponing, the psychological worry, the psychological planning, that is what is always associated with seriousness. And sincerity means even when you are working, you will be happy. When the thing comes, you will be more happy. When something else comes, you will be more happy. From ananda to ananda to ananda is what called sincerity. From dukkha to dukkha to dukkha is what called seriousness. Seriousness generates from sickness. Sickness generates from seriousness. Both are father of each other. Seriousness begets sickness begets seriousness. What do you think? Yes, you can say that yes. 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 Silence is understood as seriousness. So all seriousness is sickness. How to open this? How to open the chakra? Just laugh whenever you feel even those things. Don't be afraid, you will put it aside. No, there is no need to be afraid at all. Aside means there are two people. Then in society. Yes. The laughing, taking the things lightly, taking the things happily, will open this chakra. Whenever you remember, just be in a blissful mood. You can bring yourself. Uttare atmanam avashadaye. You have to bring yourself up by yourself only. Nobody else can do it. Gita says, you have to bring yourself up. It is you to decide whether I will become enemy of myself or whether I will become friend of myself. Gita says, Uttare atmanam avashadaye. When your consciousness is alert, any problem, you can directly look into the problem. Any man who comes and sees, can directly look into his problem and give the solution. When he comes and sits in front of you, you will see whether he has come to make business or cheat. If this consciousness is completely collected, and if you are always living in a light mood, you will see the people who are living in a light mood, they always get successful in their life. Serious people never succeed in their life. Even though they may make some money, but they don't feel that they are living their life. They don't feel the fulfillment. They may have fulfilled their house with furniture, but they will not be fulfilling their life with the inner furnitures. So furnish the inner house. Kamarana, yes. Maya Karana. When you open the third eye, the Maya simply gets burned. Maya means smart. All of Maya is nothing but sex, nothing but Kama. Yes. So you will become Shiva. When you live in a laughing, light mood, you will become Shiva. How to become Shiva? Just laugh. You see what simple key? Really, how to become Shiva? There are many so-called Vedantis continuously chant Shivoham, Shivoham, I am Shiva, I am Shiva. Do you think they will become Shiva? At the most they can become Sava. And they will begin again Shava. Then it becomes, they are already being, their being itself is Shava. How will they become Shiva? If you remember, if you look at Shiva, the real Shiva, the concept of Shiva, so beautifully danced. A continuous dance master, not a Raja, in full Ananda. If you look into the real concept of Shiva, especially in Tantra explains about Shiva, so beautifully enchanting expression, enchanting description given about Shiva. But the so-called Vedantists, some who made him a sannyasi and not a living sannyasi, they have made him such a concept has been made. Shiva looks like almost Shava. Yes. So many things. So many things they say. So many things they say. But a real Shiva will be loving, laughing, light, always full and filled, full of bliss. Anandamaya. Satchidanandamaya. So, if you want to become Shiva, just start laughing. That is the only key to open the Anya Chakra. Be in a light mood and start laughing. In Zen Buddhism, anybody comes to the monastery, the first training is they should laugh 3 hours per day. And that's a beautiful story which I would like to tell you. There was a conference of Zen monks, a big conference about how to be enlightened, how to get enlightened. There are so many research papers submitted, boring lectures occurred, small. Hey, one person started giving very lecture. delivered, 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 delivered. It is continuously happening. Slowly, one by one, started sleeping. Finally, one man was sleeping. Then after finishing his lecture, he told that man, I thank you. That I am happy very much that you are sitting and listening my lecture so many hours, so much you heard. I am very happy. That person told, no, I am mic person, I want my mic back. I am the one of the mic. I want my mic back. Please keep that mic. Here you go. So somehow, after that, the person apologizes, the speaker apologizes the man. Apologizes the man who heard. Sorry, I did not bring my watch. I forgot to bring my watch. I do not know how time passed. That is why I am not able to stop the lecture. Then the person told, and one of the mic told, yes, you have not brought the watch, it's all right. But the calendar was there now. But there was calendar in the hand. I told you, if you have looked at the calendar, so continuously these types of sermons were going on in the conference. So when all the sermon has finished, people are almost bored, tired. Then one Zen monk entered the hall. He is an enlightened man. Today was his discourse, his time. He came and started simply laughing without any reason. Simply started laughing. When the Zen people laugh, they really laugh. They don't laugh like a gentleman. All our laughter is gentlemanly laughter. More than 2 inches, we don't open the mouth. Do we open the mouth more than 3 inches? We never laugh, we only smile. Because ego. If we laugh, we will lose our ego. We will have to keep our personality outside. The child which is inside, the simple person which is inside, the innocent man who is inside will come out. We will show you our real face. We don't want to do that. Somebody will exploit. We never want to be simple. We always want to show that I am a big intellectual, knowledgeable man. I am so and so. We cannot drop that post. We cannot drop our tail. Even though we have dropped our tail physically, we cannot drop the tail psychologically. The tail says M.A.B.A. B.A.B.A. So and so. 1.5 seconds in the shop. The tail cannot be dropped. The ego cannot be dropped. That is why we are not able to laugh. But when a real enlightened person laughs, you will see a real child is laughing. You will see as if he is flowering. Not that only his mouth laughs. His whole being will be laughing. His whole body will be laughing. It is recorded in Ramakrishna's life. When he laughs, he will roll on the bed and laugh. He will not laugh simply, he will roll on the bed. Just remember, 50-year-old man rolling on the bed and laughing. How will you look? Ramakrishna's laughter is recorded. He will roll on the bed and laugh. So when the Zen monk really laughed, the laughter was so infectious, people started laughing. The whole group started laughing. The whole group simply because already they were tuned to laughter. When the laughter started, nobody was able to control. Do you think laughter can be controlled? No. It is so infectious. Now simply I am controlling it. Just to finish the discourse. Just to finish this idea. When the whole people started laughing, the whole group felt a new energy. When the master got down from the pedestal, he said, this is my lecture. Really, this is the most helpful lecture. This is the best way to help the people. And there is another thing. Whatever you do will totally different from whatever enlightened master does. If an enlightened man plucks the flower, that will be totally different. If you pluck the flower, that will be totally different. But in one place, in one thing, An enlightened man and common man meet and merge together, merge with each other. That is laughter. In laughter, there is no difference. Laughter is the highest spiritual quality from my experience. Highest spiritual value is laughter. If you know how to laugh without the word yourself, just laugh with the belly. Don't laugh with mouth. Laugh with belly. The great experience. You will feel that you are tremendously elevated. You will feel you are completely whole. You are completely become whole. You are transported to some other planet. The 1 minute there will be no mind. You will be in a state of no mind. In that moment you are enlightened. If you want to be enlightened, just laugh. The moment which you are laughing, you are enlightened. You cannot think. You will have no mind. What is meant by enlightenment? The man who has no mind. If you laugh, you will have no mind. You will be enlightened. Laughter, the greatest way, the Rajapati, which you call the royal road to enlightenment. Laughter, the great key to the enlightenment. If you laugh, even your sickness will fly. You will become healthier. If you don't laugh, even your health will become. You will fall in synchronization with the Pravajasana existence. Shall we laugh for 2 minutes? Yes, somebody who can give a good laughter can start. And I think they should sitting and laughing. So, I don't know nobody will laugh. What do you say? So, Ashiktas are out there. Just remember in Ashikta to allow them to live peacefully. You will not laugh. Okay, in your house you try. In your house, ask you go and try. Laugh. There are laughing clubs in Bangalore. I have an idea to create laughter clubs. When we come to the Bangalore, we will create laughter clubs in our ashram. In our ashram, that Bayou ashram, all the 5 the first day routine. Routine starts with the morning laughter. There is a music. Just as if the 10-20 persons are laughing, the guests will play. Just we play the cases. Early morning, as soon as you get up. First 10 minutes laughter. It will be practiced. Within few days you will get accustomed. When you start with laughter, your whole day will be full of energy. You will be completely healed. The great key for healing is laughter. So now we will go for a meditation. Now you are seeing the idea, the maturity about the 6 chakras. The key is to open the 6 chakras. In one word, somebody asked me, what's your message? Only one word, Anandamagi. I mean, Anandamagi. That's the only thing. English, be blissful. You start living in Ananda. You start living in bliss. That's more than enough. Nothing else is needed. There is anything more needed, nothing else. We do everything just for the sake of bliss. Great King Alexander the Great, came to India. And the bank of Sindhu River, he put a sannyasi, an old sannyasi. The
king actually wanted that someone Hindu sannyasi should come along with him to his place, his kingdom, his country. So, someone sannyasi was resting on the bank of the river. The king came and first asked, please you come with me in my country. Sannyasi said, no, I won't go here. I don't want to go. The king knows only his language. He removed the sword from the shield. He showed the sword and then told, I will kill you. Then the sannyasi started laughing again. He simply laughed. He gave a good belly laughter and then told, you are a great liar, you can never kill me. I am the Atma, I cannot cut your soul. Nayan Chintane Shastram, Nayan Narativa Bhava. Gita says, fire cannot burn, weapons cannot pierce me. You cannot kill me. Then the king saw such an integrity. Anybody will have shivering in front of an open sword. The man who is sannyasi was nobody. But even if he is killed, there is nobody to even ask why he has been killed. Such a man, but speaks with such a courage and boldness in front of an open sword. Many of us will speak anything, not in front of open sword. In front of open sword, that also a great king who can do anything. Then the king saw the integrity of Swami Sannyasi, was taken back. And very quickly asked, you are not afraid? I am seeing the first time a man who is not afraid of my sword. Sannyasi was not only not afraid, even his breath did not become faster. Even his breath was calm, quiet, selective, continuous, as it used to. What does the king is asking that? How you were so courageous? You were no fear. What is happening? Some enquiry started. Sannyasi is asking king, what for you are come here to conquer the enemy? What you are going to do afterwards? I go to the next country and conquer it. Afterwards, I am going to go to Afghan and conquer it. After conquer it, he was continuously telling all my own country's name. Finally, Sannyasi asked, after conquering everything, what will you do? I just rest, relax, enjoy the life. And beautiful. That is what I am doing now. That is the same thing I am doing now. Even without conquering, without having all the trouble which you are undergoing, that is what I am doing. So, all our trials, all our fightings, all our wars, even all our meditation practices are also only towards how to be Ananda, how to attain Ananda. Almost our meditation is nothing but war. Maybe the war is between some two persons. It is between us and us. It is between ourselves and ourselves. So you can use for the first self small letter and next self capital letter. That's all. It is a war only. All our meditation, all our spiritual practices, whatever we do, not only spiritually, whatever we do in outer world and inner world, all are aimed towards, aimed at Ananda, aimed at how to be happy, how to be blissful.
think this is the frequently asked question. How to be happy? How to be peaceful? The question which is asked more times than anything else. Ananda is our kingdom. It is our own. So how to be happy? You can never answer it. All the answers for the question how to be happy only will be impractical. Because the question is impractical. The question itself is something basically wrong. How to allow the happiness to come out? How you have lost the happiness? That is the right question. How you have lost it? Not how to be happy. You cannot create happiness. You cannot create ananda. Whatever is created will not withstand, will not long last. If it is created, how long is it going to be? How long is it going to be? If ananda is created through outer factors, it is not going to last for so much. It is not going to last. It is going to last only for a few minutes or a few hours. So it is not ananda. It is very dukkha. Because when you stop getting it, immediately dukkha comes. It is way to dukkha. It is not way to ananda, or it is not ananda. So then what is ananda? The question about ananda can be only one. How you have lost it. That question can be actually answered. How to be, how to attain cannot be, because you are already that. How can you lost it? Only one key, have a key, this key. Guilty consciousness. This is the only one word. My all these 6 days lecture, whatever the message, and just putting in few words, you can take the essence of my message. Essence of my message is be peaceful. How to get it? That's your guilty consciousness. Guilty consciousness. Whatever we do, either it is good or bad, whatever our life, whatever happens, our mind is so much connected with the idea, with the guilty consciousness. Sanatana Dharma. It beautifully declares, Amritasya Putra, you are the son of immortality. Our mind so much filled with guilty consciousness. Almost all our problem, all our dukkha, and then you start feeling guilty about it. First you do something, and then you start feeling guilty about it. You will be doing the same mistake. You will be again becoming angry as deeply you feel guilty. If you feel deeply guilty, within few hours you will be getting the same anger feeling. If you feel less guilty, you will be getting angry only after a few days. If you feel more guilty, if you just try to punish your mind, or you just try to instruct your mind that I should not be angry, I should not get anger, I should not. That is the energy which makes the whole samsara chakra to rotate. Please be very clear. Anybody mechanical engineer? Crankshaft. Crankshaft. The engines will be there. The half of the crankshaft movement will be taken care by the piston, and the other half will be taken care by the shaft itself. The shafts won't break. The same way, the samsara chakra also rotates. Half of the samsara chakra is moved by your deed, angry, or your lustful act, or your krodha, or your kama, whatever. The other half is run by guilty consciousness. So the samsara chakra, if you want to stop the samsara chakra, What I mean by samsara chakra is, if you want to stop your dukkha, if you want to drop your dukkha, first drop your guilty consciousness. Yeah. I will study some meditation under you. The sannyasi allowed me. Alright, you stay with me. After some 10 to 20 days, that sannyasi came to know that his disciple is not a disciple, he is a thief. He has stolen something somewhere and escaped from there and came and stayed with him. And he is feeding the thief. When the sannyasi came to know that he was giving food and was giving shelter to a thief, the voice came from heaven and told, "You idiot, I am feeding him for 30 years. You are only feeding for 30 days. Do you feel guilty for that? I am myself feeding him for 30 years. You have fed only for 30 days. You egoistic, you are not worthy for meditation." See the word beautifully. I am accepting. When existence, when the God, when Parashakti can accept us, who are these so-called people, so-called analysis? So you can't be the conscious in you. So, whatever the so-called morals, whatever social structures, all these things all these rules are created just for the sake of society's smooth running. But we people associate the social laws with our spiritual laws. We get confused. When we get confused with the social laws and spiritual laws, we have a great enemy who is called guilty enters in our being. If the guilty enters into your being, be very clear. Dukkha will start 24 hours. There are few people who come to me and say, "Swami, even without any reason, I simply feel depressed always." You know the whole survey is done in internet. What is the greatest disease of this century? What may be? It is not AIDS. It's not cancer. It's not TB. Depression. The root cause for the depression is guilty consciousness. We simply confuse the social laws with our spiritual laws. We continuously feel that we have done some sin or we have done some mistake. And especially many people come and tell me that even without reason I am feeling guilty. The reason is, in starting, you feel guilty, looking some reason, having some reason. Afterwards, you try to find some reason to be guilty. It gets reversed. When you start your life, you feel guilty out of some mistake, out of some reason. After some time, you start being guilty and try to pick up some reason. Try to find some reason. So, previously, the things, you learn the art how to be guilty. And whether the reason is there or not, you know how to be. So that is the only state of being you know. When you know that state of being, it is so much invested. When you know only that state of being, so you try to pick up some reason. If you don't get any reason, then you start worrying. No, I have no reason to worry. You start worrying upon the reason that you have no reason. There are many people who always think, you see, there is nothing to worry what to do. There are many people who cannot keep quiet, who cannot keep simply mum. You don't find reason also. They will feel depressed just because they don't find any reason or anything to worry, anything to brood over. Guilty. That is the
greatest enemy of us. One patient came to me. If he takes even one ice cream, you immediately start having a cough, cold problem. At least he will have a problem for 10 to 20 days. Even one ice cream is enough. Then I asked him to sit, diagnosed. The energy supply was perfectly alright. He has no problem in the energy. Then I was talking, I was asking him some more questions. Why? What is the problem? I told him, what do you feel, what do you think when you before taking the ice cream? Then suddenly he remembered something and told him, Swamiji, before taking the ice cream, I always remember that my mother, in young age, she never allowed me to take ice cream. She was scolded. That face, the furious face, I remember. My heart, from my mind, I get the instruction, don't take, you will get cold. But somehow, then I immediately my mind says, no, that time she told not now. I ate it. After eating the ice cream, I continuously feel guilty. So the guilty is implanted in you at very tender age. All of us, all our personality is almost schizophrenia. They are all schizophrenias. Whatever you do, there are few people, when they enter into some new house, they will calculate whether to put the right leg or left leg. If they put the right leg, immediately they will feel guilty. No, I should have put the left leg. The sadhana. There are many people who calculate. The sadhana is nothing but anything on just something. Sadhana, Jyotisha, all these things are byproducts of big mind. Man, a person with big mind only goes and searches, seeks all these things. How he became weak? How our mind becomes weak? It's nothing but a guilty consciousness. When you start feeling guilty, for example, you become angry. You become angry. If you feel guilty that I should not become angry, it is such a big mistake. You are continuously remembering the anger in your consciousness. You are feeling it means that is what is told in Ramayana. Whosoever comes and stands in front of the Vali will get half power. Whosoever comes and stands in front of the Vali, that person's power, half power will go to Vali. Vali will receive half of the energy. Whosoever comes and stands in front of him. That is why Rama came from a distance, from away from a distance. He was not facing him directly, just face. Just like the Vali, our anger is also. Our anger is nothing but Vali. If you go and stand in front of him, immediately half of your energy will go to him. We are giving life to anger. Actually, anger has no positive existence. There is two types of existence. One is positive existence, another one is negative existence. This flower is here. It is positive existence. You can show something. It is there. But anger is not like something positive. It is something negative. When you are unaware, anger comes up. Anger comes out. If you are aware, you cannot help it. When anger comes, just try to be aware. Simply anger will disappear. It means what? Anger is just like a darkness. There is some darkness in the house. Can you say that it is there? Can you say the darkness is there? Can you say it is not there? It is something negative existence. It is not existing positively. To drive it is positive existence.
then you will be able to handle that. If you take one lamp, small lamp to the room, you will see the darkness will simply disappear. It has no positive existence. And the darkness means it can be defined as a darkness means the exact word you can find. Lightlessness. Absence of light. So only it is a negative existence. Anger is also a negative existence. When you try to fight the negative existence, you are giving life to the negative existence. If you try to catch your shadow, what will happen? If you try to bury your shadow, what will happen? All our trials to win anger is nothing but trying to bury your shadow. It has no positive existence. How can you fight with it? You are the man who is going to be defeated. So the same way, guilty consciousness also has negative existence. With guilty consciousness, we cannot fight. When you are angry, again and again you will take the vow 1,001 times, I will not be having anger again. And this they have done, that they have done, your guru, whomsoever you get, you can promise on their head that I will not be angry again. If you feel deeply, that's what you will do. You will take promises, vows. I will complete celibate in future. A man has, we do the de-addiction project in Europe. And in the de-addiction project, de-addiction after the meditation over, they will be asked to promise. The man says, Swamiji, I am promising. I am promising all the time. One man, young person, told me, I have promised everywhere, anywhere, wherever they do this de-addiction course. I go there and make a promise and try to see how long I am able to keep the promise. Only for a few days. All our promises are almost like this only. It may not be 11th time, but 4th time or 5th time. But all our promises, whatever is done out of guilty consciousness, again we have to begin to the same mistake. Because when you feel guilty, you give life to the emotion which you don't want. If you want to forget anger, you are giving life to the anger. Half of your energy goes to you. Just as you are sharing with body. He receives your own energy and fights with you. Then how are you going to win? It is impossible to win. So how to stop giving energy to him? That is the question. How to stop giving energy to dukkha? Only way, stop being guilty. And this ice cream story. If you look into each and every one of your activity, you will find continuously so many people are inside you giving instructions. Your father, your mother, your elder brother, your sister, your teachers, your so-called moralistic swamis, your gurus, all the society will be standing in you and continuously guiding you and giving instructions. Either showing the greed, exploiting your greed, telling that you will go to heaven, or exploiting your fear that you will go to hell. All our life just disappears in the idea of greed and fear. Out of greed or fear, the whole life we are wasting in guilty consciousness. Just today I was talking to Vice Chancellor. I was telling what will I do going to Swarga? And he was very quickly commenting. Swarga is the place for lazy people. There is no work. Actually, if there is something like Swarga, I have not seen it. If there is something like Swarga, I don't think most of us can stay there.
always simply eating some amrita and drinking some somana, suravana, what will you do? And lying down whole day and roaming about here and there will be nothing else to do. Anyhow, that's not Bhadrapada, even if it is there. But our whole life is just guided by this greed and fear. Out of greed and fear only they put the guilty consciousness, they implant the guilty consciousness. You can just drop this guilty consciousness. You will see that you are jumping out of samsara chakra. You have taken the arm of the energy which used to move the samsara chakra. The arm energy supply has been cut. Then naturally the chakra has to stop. When you stop the energy supply, naturally it has to stop. So, if you want to be non-violent, if you want to drop the anger, first drop the guilty consciousness. Then naturally, your personality will become holistic, you will be integrated. When you are integrated, there is no need for you to practice anything. You will become actually your being will automatically radiate non-violence. There is no need that you should become non-violent. You should practice non-violence. You should drop anger. Simply you will become man of non-violence. Simply you will become a man of ahimsa. Simply you will become a man of no angry. Simply you will become a man of shanta. So the key how to drop the dukkha is nothing but how to drop guilt. First, throw all the voices which is continuously guiding you. That's a beautiful day. One person came to Buddha and asked that I would like to have sannyas, that I would like to receive sannyas from you, initiation from you. Then Buddha told, go and kill your father and mother and come. I will give you sannyas. But he is able to understand what he says. That person asked, please give me more explanation. He told, go and kill your psychological father and mother who are continuously guiding you, who are residing in you and guiding you, who are not allowing you to be mature. Remove them and then come. I will give you some. In all our heart, the whole society is sitting and continuously making us guilt. Anything you do, everything you do, you will feel a deep, tremendous guilty consciousness. Any of you can share any incident which has happened in your life, which you feel the guilt. Even if you have looked after perfectly, do you think that she will be alive? Do you think you can keep her till your death? That's all. Nothing else can be done. Then what is the meaning? The looking after perfectly. If you look into that subject, there will be no meaning. Whatever way you look after, even afterwards, also the world will remain. I have not looked after perfectly. We will be having some idea of Savitri or some old ancient person's idea that there is some person carrying his father and mother along with him and serving. Some story is written. We will be always continuously comparing. You see, the people who preach these stories, they themselves get caught in that. Small incident they give. One journalist, he wants to go to, after his death, he wants to go to heaven. Somehow he died, and then he had been to heaven. The gates of heaven, Saint Peter is standing. He was not allowed inside. He told, Saint Peter told, in heaven we have no news. Everything is safe, everybody drinks, eats, sleeps. We have no news.
want journalists, please go to hell. Hell is always filled with art news. Continuously. Somewhere or other, some art news is there. You go to hell. You will find a good job. And journalists find a good job elsewhere. Otherwise, they create hell and find a job. Because they should have some jobs. You don't find a place. You create a place. They create a hell and try to find their job. So the man was asked, you create a job. You can have a job in hell. And Saint Peter told, journalist told, all right, I will go to hell according to the instruction. But give me only one day time, 24 hours time to go around the heaven. I will go around the heaven within 24 hours. If I am able to convince some one of your journalists to get transferred to the hell, you give me that post. Otherwise, I will go to hell. Saint Peter thought, all right, after 24 hours, you can give him time. He was given time. He entered the heaven and spread the news that new magazines, new daily newspaper is going to be started in hell. He spread the news. The journalist knows how to spread the news. He spread the news that there is going to be new journal, new magazine, new daily newspaper in hell. Whomsoever wants job, they can apply. They can go there. And journalist people know how to spread the news reliably. They will not directly give. They will spread the news such a way. Somebody else will go and tell them whom he wants to convey. If I want to convey the news to you, I will not tell directly. I will tell somebody. They will come and tell you. Then you will naturally believe. So in that day, news spread all over the heaven. After 24 hours, he wants to keep his word. He is coming to the gate to leave the heaven. Saint Peter stopped him. No, you cannot go outside. Now here only one journalist, you are that man. All the 8 have escaped. All the 8 have escaped to hell. They are in search of their new job. They have gone to the hell. Now only one journalist we are having. You are that man. We cannot allow you to go there. Then that man who spread this news, he started shouting, no, I also want to go and join the newspaper. I myself want to go and join the daily newspaper. I want to go for that job. Then Peter got very much angry, annoyed. You idiot, you are the man who spread this news, spread this rumor. You are spreading this rumor. Now you are telling you want to go and join there. Then the man beautifully says one word. Yes, at first I only spread this rumor. Then so many people believe there may be some truth in that rumor. I want to verify whether it is truth or rumor. I want to go and see and in hell and find out whether it is real or not. This is the same thing which happens with all so-called preacher and moralistic teachers. If you don't feel confident with your moralistic idea, just make some 10,000 followers. You will feel confident. You see, when so many people believe in my rules, my laws, it must be true. There must be some truth in it. To get your confidence, simply preach that lie. Beautifully Hitler writes in his autobiography, the lie sold 100 times becomes true. The truth told first time is lie. So just spread something which is impossible. Just preach something, anything with which you don't feel confident. Just preach it for 10,000 people. When 10,000 followers are behind me, naturally you will feel like some confidence. Yes, 10,000 people are believing. They cannot be gates. They cannot be fools. Now what we are supposed to do? Just testify the philosophy with which you are present. Just see the truth. Even with me, when you listen this story, just see whether I am also creating the same 10,000 people. Just be very clear. Just be
be with an open eye, with an open mind. See whether I am also creating again the same 10,000. Or I am doing something else. Be very clear. I am giving you the torch. I am giving you the scale to measure me. Be very clear. That is what I am meaning. Actually, whomsoever says it is right. What is asked here? Beautiful question. There may be some other Swami telling the same story. Yes, it is right. But take this scale and measure the person who gave this scale also. Who gave this scale? Just measure him also. That is not the thing. There is a beautiful saying. If you sharpen your knife on wood, rubbing it, you can check whether it is sharp or not. In that cutting of the same tree. So you sharpen your intelligence using this idea and check whether it is intelligent or not. Yes, your intelligence with the same tree, nothing wrong. My idea is just get sharpened. Then you can test very, there is nothing wrong. As what you said, if you ask this right. Even if I am failure, I will accept honestly that I am failure, but I will never teach that don't have a scale. I always say have a scale. If I am not able to cope up with that scale, then drop me, not the scale. Please be very clear. If you are supposed to drop some one thing, some one time you may get into some contradiction, whether to drop the scale or drop the person. Drop the person, not the scale. Live on principles, not on personality. That is why our Sanatana Dharma, our Vedas are always apaurusha. It is not dependent on a single person. In the same thing, if they prove that there is no such person as Krishna existed on the earth, Hinduism will never get stumbled down. Hinduism will never fall. Because they stand on Gita. Even if Krishna doesn't exist, even if it is proved that there is no such personality called Krishna, the relevance of Gita with our life will not disappear. We will be living following Gita. So live on Gita, not on Krishna. Live on principles, not on personalities. So when I say this story, when I say all these things, take everything and make the principles, try to measure that same person with the principles. Krishna's beauty is he lived according to his Gita. That is the beauty. If you not have lived according to Gita, you will drop Krishna, not Gita. That is why all our Vedas are apaurusha. The Dharma, Sanatana Dharma, which is standing on principles, not on man. That's a beautiful thing. Vivekananda says. Many people used to tell Hinduism has no founder. Many people feel that it's a weakness. No, it is our great strength. We have no individual founder. We stand on principles. Even if somebody tomorrow proves that there was no man existed as a Krishna, like Krishna. Even if it is proved, there is no problem. In the same way, stand with principles, stand with the life, not on personalities. Because you will listen to many stories, even after a few years, you will listen to many stories about people. We should start creating stories because it's so tasty to create stories. Our tongues are simply aching. If you don't create story, if you go to some Swami and come back, and if you don't tell a beautiful, enchanting story, we feel that we are not satisfied. Huh? Tongue is boneless, and not only that, if you go to some Swami and come back, you should create at least few stories. Otherwise, how will you feel? How will you think that you are satisfied? Ananda. That is the way to get Ananda. So, creating stories is the habit of devotees. It is a basic truth. If there is no story, at least try to create something. So don't depend, don't rely on stories, even with me. When I give you the scale, I say measure me also. Not that measure only others, measure me I am also traveling. So, any other question?
Close to Sikhism, what you are telling, don't depend on personality, depend on teaching.
Sikhism is a byproduct of Sanatana Dharma. Who is Maharaj Guru Gobind Singh? He is a man of Virasana, he is a man from Sanatana Dharma. He is a Hindu sannyasi. Guru Granth Sahib is filled with our Sanskrit literature. It is not written by anybody. Any of you know? The Guru Granth Sahib is not written by anybody. It is collected from many books. So, now we come to the point. The same way, there are many people continuously preach many things and try to get a big gathering and one reach the event. He was talking to me about how they are spreading the message all these kind of things. I asked him, how do you feel your inner satisfaction? What do you feel about your religion? Your inner satisfaction, not the outer things. Do you feel happy with your ideas? Do you feel happy? Do you feel satisfied with your life? You are steady. When I started, I did not feel so confident. When I see thousands and thousands are following me, I felt so confident. So if the confidence comes from outside, if the confidence comes from others, if the base of the confidence is other, be very clear. Just like have a newspaper or a journalist, we will also be ready one day. So be very clear about the things which you have to work out in your life. If you take up the idea from the so-called artists or this type of preachers who are collecting a big crowd, and in India, any idiot can find out disciples. If I have to tell it more boldly, only idiots find disciples. Sorry to tell you. But if you see in a deep way, if you see, look into yourself, look into your being, look into the science of enlightenment. What I said is little harsh, little bold, little open, but truth. Because truth always hurts. Truth always hurts. There is no other way. Truth always hurts. Anyhow. So be very clear, you are not running behind any journalist news. All our life, we are almost running behind some hearsay news. At least from now onwards, start living authoritatively on your own. When you start living, you don't feel guilty, you won't confess. The idea of confession itself basically nuisance. The idea of confession is basically nuisance. There is no such thing as sin. Only thing that is told to the society. The society may break. Just for that, these people try to keep always this as a secret. But I say, I trust your intelligence. Even there is no such thing as sin. You are not going to simply kill somebody. You have enough intelligence. Only try to awaken your consciousness and intelligence. Try to work everything with intelligence, not with fear, not with greed. Don't bother about the word sin. Vivekananda very beautifully says, to call a man as a sinner is the only sin. There is no such thing as sin. The idea of sin itself is created by the sinners. So there is nothing like sin. So first and last, my word is, come out of this guilty consciousness. You will be a new being. And then, main thing will come to the subject. The coming out of guilty consciousness is the whole subject. When you understand that you are feeling guilty because of this reason and that reason, that's enough. The guilty will automatically come. There is no other need. So, and another next one thing I want to tell you about gratitude. Almost all our life,
we pray to God. We pray to God many times. All our life we pray to God. All our life, all our feelings are always, I want this, I want that. Many people pray to God. Are their prayers, sir? Nothing to ask. I want something. I want something. There is one person, he is praying to God musically. Oh God, please give me 1 crore of rupees in lottery. I will give you 20 lakhs rupees. I will put 20 lakhs rupees in hundi. If you don't believe me, direct that 20 lakhs yourself and give me only 80 lakhs. All our prayers, almost like this bargain only. Please believe me, I will put 20 lakhs in your hundi. If you don't believe, direct that 20 lakhs and give me only 80 lakhs. Almost all our prayers, all our relation with God is only a business. All our religion is only a business. Yesterday, as I told you, there are 2 ways of life. Only 2 ways of life in the whole world. Right side, a big list. What are the things which you have? Things which you have. Left side, make a big list. The things which you don't have. You don't have, you can make a big list. Immediately you will start writing. Starting from Rolls Royce car. And left side, you can have a big list. Starting from your pen, pencil, just you can have a big list. Both are infinite. This side also infinite. And this side also infinite. It is our choice whether to be happy looking at this side or to be sad looking at this side. As a life is only 2. Living can be only in 2 ways. One is looking at this side or one is looking at that side. Dakshinachara or Vamachara. I use the word for this. Right-handed religion, left-handed religion. As the way of life is only 2. Religion is also only 2. There is no other religions. Religions are only 2. One is religion-oriented prayer. The prayer-oriented religions. Religion oriented on prayer. Another one is religion based on meditation. The left-handed religion, people who are continuously asking, who are sad, sorrow, morose, serious, sick, they go on praying, begging, bargaining, making business contract with God. Their religion is based, oriented on prayer. The next part, who are continuously happy, blissful, satisfied, contented, based on meditation. There is only 2 kinds of religion in the whole world. All the religions can be classified in these 2 kinds. 2 categories. Is there any one category? All these things you can classify in these 2 levels. In the prayer level, or that is the meditation level. In these 2 levels, you can classify all the major religions. The person who are continuously asking, the person is continuously happy. It is our choice whether to look at this side or this side. A man who is meditation oriented will not be prayer oriented. The religion of prayer is for mass. The religion of asking is for mass. The religion of gratitude is for selected few who are enlightened. That is why the religion of meditation, religion of gratitude never spread all over the world. It is very few individuals who feel gratitude to the Parashakti, to the existence. We always pray to God, please give me a ring. We never pay gratitude to God, you have given me finger. We pray to God asking for a ring. Do we pay respect or gratitude to Him that you have given me finger? Do we? Very few. And only one day we try to live without the thumb finger. Only one day, 24 hours we try to live without using this thumb finger. What What will be the life? And only one day you try to live without having eye. Just keep closed eyes and try to live. Have you paid any gratitude to the Parashakti, to the existence? No. But we continuously pray, sometimes it is cold and take a program and pray. Many people do this. But do we pay our gratitude? We simply take it for granted. Whatever he has given, we take it for granted and go for upgrade for something more. There is only two ways of religion and two ways of life. Whether to decide this side or that side is up to you. Whether to follow the side of prayer or follow the side of gratitude, meditation. If you want to have a deep life connection with the reality, with existence, with Parashakti, the only way is having gratitude. Ramakrishna used to tell a beautiful story. One person was accommodated in one big Raja's guest house. And then that man came, the man who is accommodated in the guest house, came and told the Raja, I did not have a light in my house, in my room, the fan was not running. He complained something. Then immediately the Raja told his minister, remove this idiot, remove this fellow. I have given him guest house, that itself is a big thing. But he is asking for all these things, remove him. After a few days, another person came and stayed. He came to the king and told, O king, so beautiful guest house you have given me, so good house, I am very happy. You are helping me in a beautiful way. The king called the minister, told, check whether he has got any problem, go and verify. Clear all the problems. Give him some more comfort. Provide the best possible comfort. Am I right? This is the same thing happens with everything, with existence. When you are loving, flowing, paying the gratitude to the Parashakti, you will see a life connection is happening between you and that Shakti. You all will practice now. When you finish this, you will practice. 5 minutes we will sit and pay gratitude. Pay our gratitude to the Parashakti. Whatsoever he has given. You will feel that tremendous energy flow is starting with you. You will feel that you are fulfilled as if you have reached the end. Because we never did this. We do not know the taste of the gratitude. We do not know the taste of a real prayer. If you want to have a real living connection with existence, never go for praying, go for paying gratitude. Just give your gratitude. Then you will start having a real life connection. As it happens in the king's story. Are you able to understand the idea of king? So, at least today, now 1 hour, 1.5 hours, we are going to be here. This 1.5 hours, we will forget all our worries. We will forget whatever we don't have. We will not look into the left side. We will look into the right side. Let us decide for this 1.5 hours. Afterwards, it is up to you to decide. Now, at least for my sake, because all these 6 days I have spoken to you all. So just for my sake, let us do this practice as a trial. Of course, there are many questions will arise. If I don't look at all about my needs, what will happen to my family, what will happen to my future, if I don't worry about my worries, what will happen to my wife, what will happen to my... all your questions are there, true, you are worried. But for this, just for this 1.5 hours, you just turn towards my side, keeping all these questions aside. If you don't worry this 1.5 hours, do you think that your shop will be closed? Do you think that your business will be collapsed? Do you think that your wife will die? Any of you? If you can give me the 1.5 hour, your life will be disturbed. Anybody is there? No. I think you can give me this 1.5 hour. You can give me now. Anybody who is not able to give? Anybody who says that I won't be able to give? No, everybody can give. So this 1.5 hour, keep aside all these nonsense questions. That if I don't worry about my life, if I don't worry about my wife, what will happen to my future? What will happen to my son? They all will be happy. Do you think that if you die, world will not move? It will move in better way. Never think because of us some good things are happening. In spite of us some good things are happening.
We'll start. The next, Muladhara Chakra, the root center. This is the energy of pure greed. I can say pure expression. This is the chakra from which the opening starts happening. See, when you wake up from the dream, when the energy gets centered in Muladhara Chakra. Whenever the energy gets centered in Muladhara Chakra, you wake up. If all your energy gets centered, see, one or two thoughts, if it turns and touches the Muladhara, you wake up from ordinary dream. Your whole awareness, if it turns and touches the Muladhara, you wake up from this dream. You can see that is why whenever you have a very fantasy dream, you will wake up. You think, oh God, such a wonderful dream. Any fantasy dream, you will just wake up. Because the energy has turned and touched the Muladhara Chakra. Same way, you can see in your life, whenever you feel, oh God, this is an ecstasy, too much, something amazing. Those moments, you will see, you will have a clarity, it is not going to be permanent. It is not that only that moment, you are realizing for those few moments, everything is dream. How many of you in the peak ecstasy felt that this is not going to last long? Understand? This is the truth. Whenever your awareness, your energy turns and touches the Muladhara, you will have the experience, whatever you are in is a dream. Whatever you are in is a dream. Master is the ultimate fantasy. All your fantasy, the fulfillment of all your fantasy is a master. Or he is the ultimate nightmare. I can describe in both ways. Whether as a nightmare or as a fantasy, he will wake you up. If you feel I am a fantasy, the path for you is a devotion. Through devotion, you will be liberated. If you feel I am a nightmare, the path for you is a vairagya. Vairagya is the path. Vairagya means the non-attachment. Through that you will be liberated. This is the way you can choose whether to follow the path of devotion or to follow the path of the renunciation. You can choose. Understand, whether it is a deep greed or a deep fear, you will have the clarity that this is not true. You will be awakened. There is an automatic awakening system in you. Just like if the pain is too much, automatically you will fall into coma. You don't have to do anything. If the pain is unbearable, you will just fall into coma. The automatic system is there. Same way, if the suffering or if the conflict with you and what you have created, if it is too much, you will be awakened. This is the science of awakening. Whenever the conflict between you and what you have created is too much, you will be awakened. Whether it is through fantasy or through fear. Whether it is through greed or through fear. In the night, you can see in the dream, whether it is fantasy dream or a nightmare, you will wake up. When that conflict is too much, when the give and take is too much with you and what you expressed. In the nighttime dream is what is you have expressed. Whenever the conflict is too much, you will wake up. Same way, Even in this world, whenever you think it is too much of ecstasy, it is too much, unimaginable, if the pure greed energy is expressing, suddenly you will have a glimpse, oh God, it's not going to stand. It's not going to last long. Not only that experience or that situation or that moment, you will see the whole thing with which you are having that fantasy feeling, the fantastic feeling is not going to stand. It's like a spider, how the spider expresses its own web from itself. It expresses its own web. Same way, this is the web created by you. It is from your very mind stuff. This web is created. When you have too much of fear or too much of greed, you break it. When you can't handle the conflict, when you can't handle the play anymore. See, you did this whole thing playfully. You ask, what is this, Swamiji? What are you talking? I am telling you the truth. How playfully you create a dream and enter into it. With that same playful mood only you create this web, the cosmos, and relax into it. When it is too much, you are not able to handle this play anymore, you wake up. When we experience pure greed, you can wake up. See, in the last session, I tried to give you the glimpse of pure energy, pure fear. The pure fear. Same way, this session, this technique will give you the glimpse of pure greed by awakening the Muladhara Chakra. A different technique. This will give you the glimpse of pure greed. When the pure greed happens also, your consciousness level will raise. And you will start seeing it's all just layer. Please understand, again I am going back to the first chakra, Agnya Chakra. Seeing through the eyes. When the energy is more centered on the scene will overrule you. It will command you. When the energy is more on the seer can change it, change the scene. When the energy is more on the object of the greed, that will disturb your life. When the energy is more on the pure greed energy, pure greed, you will wake up. You will not be touched anymore by it. So now, all we need to do is enter into the process of awakening the pure greed. Means Muladhara Chakra. Pure energy, lust energy of Muladhara Chakra. I wanted to make one more statement. There is a question from Guru Prem. Yesterday I was just going through these questions. He asked, if the Vairagya is deep boredom, is Viagra the excitement? I want you to know, I just wanted to pass an idea. Actually, this is directly related to this Muladhara Chakra. You have certain amount of bio-memory in you. Bio-memory of lust, or fear, or greed, with which you made your body. See, when you make your body, 30% lust, 40% fear, and 20% worry. Something like this, you accumulate you make the karmas, and out of that, you make the body. So if your body is prepared with a particular amount of lust, that is your bio-memory, prarabdha, we call it prarabdha. In English, I want to use the word bio-memory. With that particular amount of lust, if you have made your body, that is your lust. How much your body expresses, acts for that bio-memory is your lust. But through pornography or through some way, if you start comparing with somebody else's lust with you, you will always have a problem. I am not up to that mark, or I am little more than that. When you start comparing, you have corrupted the lust. And please understand, any medicine or external help you add to improve your lust action is going to dangerously disturb your consciousness. It is going to dangerously disturb your consciousness. Means you are adding agamya. Instead of relaxing or releasing your prarabdha, you see, you come down, you have 40% of lust engram, you think, let me finish it and get rid of it. That's the way you come down. And after coming down, when you add some medical help or any external help, naturally you are accumulating agamya with the greed, with the lust. Agamya accumulated in the lust will directly damage the body and consciousness. Please understand? Directly it will damage. The karma, biomemory which you brought, live it. I am not saying don't live it. Live it. But anything added to it directly will disturb your consciousness. So, be very clear. And you don't have to compare your lust with somebody else's lust. Your action with somebody else's action. It is purely your individual experience. There are some more questions on this subject. Lust and greed and the Muladhara Chakra. Somebody is asking, Guru Premulli is asking, is there an answer to chicken and the egg question? Understand, egg is first. Egg never came from chicken, it came from hen. I answered. If you have any question on Muladhara, you can write it and give now. I'll answer. I'll throw some more light on whatever concepts I've expressed. Then we'll go for meditation. Are greed and desire interchange? I'm not able to read the next line. Oh, interchangeable. See, I can say there is no difference between greed and desire. It's a different words, that's all. I can say pure greed and ordinary greed. Pure greed is the just overflowing energy. Ordinary greed is when it is associated with some object. All I am trying to do in these 2 days is trying to give you the deep ecstasy or the experience without objects, so that you are liberated from objects. I am not saying don't live with the objects. When you go back, you can live with the objects. You can live with things, but have the freedom. See, having the freedom from objects and persons is the ultimate freedom. You should live it to understand. You should live it to understand. I feel so poor, so sympathy towards the people who are caught with the objects and persons. I feel, oh God, he is in mess. It's an amazing liberation. You should see how the life is. It's like if you are a billionaire and see a poor guy in a slum or in a small village, how you feel bad. Same way only I feel when I see people who are caught in the objects or with the persons or memories. Understand, sometimes you may not be directly caught with a particular person, but the memory. Only one person's memory liberates you. That's enlightened person's memory. The memory with the enlightened being, that only liberates you. That's what we call devotion. And any memory with anybody else is suffering. Could you please explain masculine and feminine energy and how it relates to people who are gay and lesbian? This is a very deep question. Understand, I'll explain the science of birth. Usually, in the cosmos, how the birth happens, if somebody has spent one life as a male birth, male body, they decide to take a female birth. They decide to take a female birth. I always saw, more than 99%, it's always, if you are male this birth, you are surely female in the last birth. I don't know why, but that is the way. Maybe the suffering is too much. So they jump to the other gender. If they just jump to the other gender, but the taste for the other experience, for example, last Janma somebody was male, this Janma they take the female body, but the taste for the female body is too much in that person, He comes with the female body and the taste for the female body. He comes with the male body and the taste for the male body. That is where this problem starts. These gay and lesbian relationships are the gay and lesbian beings. Another one thing is there. In Tantra, we explain anybody who is growing has to go through different layers. Between 0 to 7, the child will be enjoying its own body. It will be just enjoying its own body. And between 7 and 14, the child will enjoy its gender's body. It will enjoy friendliness, understand? Not sex, not lust, friendliness. So the male child will enjoy the male body. The female child will enjoy the female body. Then after 14, the opposite gender, lust starts. First, enjoying its own presence, then enjoying the friendliness, then enjoying the physical sex. Body and mind, this is the way it gets matured. And according to Tantra, after 21, you are supposed to enjoy everything, what we call brahmacharya. See, 0 to 7, enjoying your own body. 7 to 14, enjoying the friendliness, the body of the same gender. 14 to 21, enjoying the opposite sex. After 21, enjoying the whole world. This is the way Tantra wants human beings to flower. Our Gurukuls were done for that only. By 21, you are in brahmacharya. Brahmacharya means enjoying everything. You just connect with the moon, you just connect with the sun, you just connect with the whole thing, and you are in ecstasy. Nothing else is required. You are in ecstasy with everything. This is the way the growth is supposed to happen. I can say, human beings who are not able to cross that 7 to 14, the mental age, they are also stuck in the gay space or lesbian space. Two kinds of people. People who are stuck between the 7 to 14, they can be healed, they can be helped, and they can be made to straight. But the people who came down with a different desire, they can't be healed. They have to live their freedom, or they have to live that kind of same lifestyle. No other way. Does enlightenment change the dynamic between us and husband and wife? No. It doesn't change the dynamic. I can say, when you are enlightened, you only share that energy with the other person. Other person is elevated, just like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. Just like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. One difficulty is there, if the other person is completely against, dead against, then nothing can be done. Guru Prem, you won't have that problem. I am answering the questioner. You won't have that problem. But if the person is completely opposite, then the problem is there. If that person is little sympathetic, you won't have a problem. Even little sympathetic towards, you won't have a problem. You will only share and inspire the other person and elevate. Why in the Hindu tradition and some other religions are women banned from temples praying, etc., when they are having their menstrual cycle? Oh God, this is a... Let me be very honest. I tried to consciously scan so much about this question. I am not able to find any justification. I am not able to find any justification. Usually I always support the Vedic tradition, Hindu tradition. I am not able to find any justification. So in all our temples I am allowing. In all our temples I am allowing. Women can come in all the days. They can come and pray. I am not able to find any justification. Maybe when they created that idea, at that time there might have been some reason. That is what I can tell. Now I don't find any justification or any reason. So in all our temples I am allowing. As far as I am concerned, you can do meditation or puja or anything. I have no problem. But in many traditional temples they don't allow. Maybe when the tradition was created there would have been some reason. Are greed and desire interchangeable? I answered. I thought energy was supposed to travel up the spine and through the Sahasrara for enlightenment. I heard you say, when the energy turns down to Muladhara, we are awakened. Now I am confused about these points. When you heard that the energy should travel to the up to get enlightened, that idea presented was totally different. Now when I say energy has to turn towards the Mooladhara to get enlightened, you can say this is awareness, that is energy. Two different expression, same word is used. Whether this or that, you will become enlightened. Only in between it doesn't happen. If you are hanging around like a Trishangu Surga, what's the definition of lust? Is it purely sexual, or how do you compare lust with someone? What is the question? Who put the question? No, it's a sexual only. When I use the word lust, I meant by sexual only. Do you mean sexual performance? That is what I meant, sexual performance. I did not mean anything else. Finally, what do you say? One should have lust or not? Oh God. I am not saying you should not have or should have. What prarabdha you brought, leave it. If you have, enjoy it. But don't try to enrich it, especially from external sources. Do not add something externally. It will terribly damage your system. Because, see, if your body would have been prepared for 100 activity, in that 40% engram is lust, 30% is some other activity, 20% is some other activity. If you increase the lust activity from 40 to 80 by the external boosters, your body will not be able to handle other activities. Then you start creating all kinds of, especially the diseases like cancer, or self-torturing, just shrinking, just destroying the body starts happening through this kind of external supports. So I am not saying you should not have or you should have. Just if you brought it, leave it, enjoy it. If you don't have, don't bother. But don't have comparison with somebody else's activity or performance or lifestyle. When you have a comparison with somebody else's activity or lifestyle or performance, the trouble starts. Your lust is purely your lust. It is such a personal, intimate thing. Why do you want to put that in the market with somebody else's lust? Why do you want to compare with somebody else's performance, somebody else's action? So, just enjoy. It is your own very property. It is your intimate experience. The problem is people don't have anymore any idea about intimacy or the sanctity associated to intimacy. It's no more sacred. It's only utility, a pleasure experience, or just a, what to say? All right, I don't want to use any more words. If I use, I'll use strong words. How to be liberated from lust? You don't have to bother so much about liberation to the lust. If the pure energy in the Mooladhara is awakened, I am not saying you will be liberated from the lust, you will be above the lust. If you want, play the game. When you don't want, relax from it. You will be above it. So the liberation is some way condemning the lust energy. Just like how you condemn fear, you condemn lust. Because it is a kind of a dependency. And you don't want to, especially male have so much of ego. You don't want to be dependent. So understand, going beyond lust should happen for the right reason. Not just because your ego is hurting. It's dependency. For wrong reason, if you try to go beyond the lust, you will again and again have suffering in other planes, in other places. Understand, even if it is the right action, wrong reason, you will have a problem. I used to tell a small story. 3 mad people wanted to be released from the madhouse. They went to the doctor. Doctor said, come tomorrow morning, I'll have a test for you guys, then I'll decide. Next day morning they came. There was an empty swimming pool, no water. Doctor said, jump. First guy jumped and broke his leg. Doctor said, you can't go out, go. He said, told the second guy, jump. Second guy jumped, broke the hand. Said, you can't go out, go. You have to be here. Third guy, he called and said, jump. Third guy said, no, I won't jump. Then doctor said, you can go out, come on. He was settling all the paperwork. He was doing all the paperwork, about to be released. Doctor casually asked, why you did not jump? That guy said, I don't know swimming. Understand? Right action, wrong reason. So, even for the wrong reason, you try to go beyond the lust, you will be in suffering. You will be creating a mess. So even don't entertain even the subtle hatred. Even subtle hatred against fear or lust, you will be caught in that. You will be just caught. It's like a Vali, understand? In Ramayana, you heard the story of Ramayana. Vali is a monkey who has a boon. Anybody who stands in front of him for fight, half of their energy will come to him. Your lust and fear is like a Vali. If you stand directly in front of it for fight, half of your energy will go there. Then naturally he is only going to win because he already has his energy and half of your energy. What will happen? So you are fighting a losing war. You are fighting losing war. So don't have even a subtle hatred. See, you hate because it is a dependency. That's where the problem starts. That's where the problem starts. So don't have hatred. It's like purifying the fear. Just like purifying the fear, purify the lust. Try to have a pure experience of pure greed without the object. Maybe these techniques will help you. That will leave you above, beyond lust. Is lust connected with aggression? I can say lust is nothing but an aggression. It is aggression. When it is not aggression anymore, it will become pure romance. Such a beautiful experience. Pure romance is like a flower. And lust is always an aggression. With pure romance, not even seeing is required. Not even seeing is required. Somebody complains about this Rasalila of Sri Krishna. He is a playboy. Krishna is having so many girlfriends. What is this? What is going on? He is worshipped as ideal. Understand, the whole thing, Rasalila, happened when Krishna was not even 10. By the time he is at 10, he has already gone to, he has left for Mathura. Please understand, the whole thing happened below the age of 10. Then understand, it's a pure friendliness. It was not lust. It was pure friendliness. The whole thing was a pure romance. It was never lust. There's a big difference between these two. The Bhagavatam beautifully describes. How many of you read Bhagavatam? You should read. If you find time, you should read in your language. I can say, I have read thousands of mythological scriptures, mythological literature. Not only Hindu mythology, even the Jain mythology, Buddhist mythology, and some Christian literature, in Sufi literature. So many mythological literatures I have read, but nothing like Bhagavatam. It is just essence of pure romance, the pure energy. It is just nothing like Bhagavatam. Somebody asked me, my biographer asked me, Swamiji, how you want your biography to be presented? I told, if you can, read Bhagavatam and internalize. With that ecstasy, write me. That is the way I wanted to be presented. The best way, if you want to understand the pure expression of a enlightened being landing on the planet Earth and playing, Bhagavatam should be read. Bhagavatam beautifully describes this whole scene. Somebody questions the Rishi, Bhagavatakara. He was questioned, who recites the Bhagavatam, he was questioned, what do you mean about saying that the connection between Radha, connection between Krishna and Gopikas are not lust, but the connection between the Sisubala and his, what do you call? Courtesans. What do you call her? Court dancers. Courtesans. Courtesans. It is a pure lust. What do you mean by that? Because Sisubala also had 16,000 courtesans and Krishna had 16,000 Gopikas. What do you mean by that? Then beautifully Bhagavatakara describes, see the relationship between, the bridge between Krishna and Gopikas is a knowledge, pure knowledge that Krishna is ultimate. Nothing else. Love was the bridge. Knowledge was the bridge. Nothing else. There was no give and take. But with the Sisubala and courtesans, it was money. It was security. The bridge was security and money, not the knowledge and bhakti. So what is the bridge between you and your wife? Find out. Then you will understand whether you are living like a Krishna and Krishna's gopikas or like Sisubala or Sisubala's courtesans. No, that is the truth. Understand whether you are living like a Krishna. If only money and security is the bridge, then you are living like Sisubala. If the love and understanding, knowledge is the bridge, you are living like Krishna. This is the difference between pure romance and lust. See, it is a practical life. It's a practical life. And see how your life is. And it's such an amazing expression. I can say the best expression, the best biography written about an enlightened master is Bhagavatam. I have read so many biographies of enlightened masters, so many, but nothing compared to Bhagavatam. I don't know whether 5 or 10,000 years before they wrote. I don't know how 10,000 years before such a peak of consciousness was reached by human beings. See, unless you experience this kind of that subtle, pure romance and all, you can't describe it. Experiencing pure romance is the peak of human consciousness. That's the peak of human consciousness. I can say at least 5,000 years before, in India, people have experienced that peak. That's why I say this civilization is out of great visionaries. The civilization is born out of great visionaries. And try to read Bhagavatam, you may understand what's the meaning of that pure romance. The difference between lust and romance. You can say this simple scale, go and measure it. The bridge between you and your wife, is it just security and money? Or is it understanding and love? Whole problem is solved. What to do when these things are at their peak? Am I right? I'm not. At their peak. Direct solution is, I'll work with you now. We will work on root chakra and make it pure energy. That's a direct solution. No other direct solution. Is the prarabdha of lust is different between husband and wife? Oh God, that is where the whole mess starts. That is where the whole mess starts. At least in the West you have a freedom to change. In India that is also not there. These fellows are caught. To tell you honestly, I don't have a practical answer for it. Really. I tried that some way, technically we can alter the energy and all those things. Even then, the willingness to change is also not there. That is where the problem starts. If both the person feel one person's prarabdha is more or less than the other person, they need to help each other, then problem gets settled. Then they can be brought to meditation or some techniques and process, and it just completely gets healed. But even if that is not happening, it's a mess only. That's why I say in the modern day, marriage is the greatest calamity. No, really. That's the greatest chaos can happen to you. What to do? Nothing can be done. When does life begin? Before conception, at conception, or birth? During birth. When the umbilical cord, you see the prana connection between you and your mother, when that is disconnected, then the energy, when the soul enters into your being. Till then, you are surviving through the mother's prana. Your heart may be beating, everything may be functioning, but the individual soul has not entered into it. Individual soul enters only during the birth. When the umbilical cord starts moving, the movement of the umbilical cord starts happening. That is the moment individual soul enters. Then you may ask how Prahlada, how Abhimanyu
tomorrow you ask this question, I'll answer. Tomorrow you'll be working on death. That time, I'll answer. Who put this quote? Manisha? Oh God. Just now I saw you making my eyes small. I saw blue sky around behind you and saw 4 different faces, like 4 different images. What is that? When you look through the eyes, you will see different experiences. Not only that, you will see an empty person, an emptiness talking to you. That emptiness is the fullness.
The Mooladhara is situated near where your spinal cord ends. The Swadhisthana is little bit above and below navel. Swadhisthana is little above the Mooladhara and below the navel center. And exactly in navel, near navel, the Manipura Chakra is situated. So the ancient Tantra system states elaborately about these chakras. And today modern biologists say there are corresponding glands situated in the body. Where they say Agnya, biologists say the pituitary glands is there. Corresponding to each chakra, nearly there is a gland. The glands gives energy through these chakras. What is meant by the word chakra? What is these chakras actually? That is the first thing to be known. We have 3 bodies. We don't have one body as we think. We have 3 bodies. The body on which we are using now at present, the body in which you have come to the class, with which you are moving, you are writing, you are talking. This is called Chakra Avastha, the body of Chakra. Another body, Sukna Sarira, which you use it in your dream state. If you are lying down, you will be sleeping in Bangalore. But you will be dreaming as if you have gone to Bombay, as if you have gone to some other place. In dream, you are going to that place. You feel you are going to that place. At that time, which body you are using? Swapna body. Sukshma Sarira. You can use the word Sukshma Sarira also. Swapna Sarira. And another one Sarira, Karana Sarira, it is called. In the deep sleep state, that body you are in that state, that body is called Karmasharira. Of course, that body doesn't move, it is completely made out of tamas. So that body doesn't move. These 3 bodies meet in 6 particular centers in our body system. The other 2 bodies meet this physical body at these particular 6 centers. There are 6 centers. Today we are going to see these 3 centers. In particular 6 centers, all these 3 bodies meet and overlap with each other. When if you know about these chakra signs, if we can use the signs of these chakras, we will be able to use the aircraft into aircraft as aircraft. Yesterday I told you the story about aircraft. After the Second World War, German soldiers are left on open aircraft near a tribal area. When the tribals saw the mechanism, they thought it would be a bullock cart. They started using it as a bullock cart to transport the materials. After a few weeks or months, someone little bit intelligent man came even saw and thought it may not be a bullock cart because there are so many gear systems. For bullock cart, there is no need for so many gear systems. He thought it would be a tractor, and he started using it as a tractor. After few months, he saw his man with their father, and he instructed them how to start and use it as an aircraft. Then they started using it as an aircraft. This is the same thing in chakras in our life also. If we don't know the gears and mechanisms of these chakras, we will be using our body as a tractor or bullock cart. At the most, we use only as a bullock cart. We don't really use as a tractor. If we know the mechanisms, if we know how to use these gears of our tractor, we can fly with this aircraft. The science of flying, that is the science about chakras. If you know the science of chakras, you can use this body, you can use the energy in much higher scale, in much higher way, not in the lower forms in which we are using at present. If these chakras get opened, your energy will be used in a higher place. It will be transformed into a higher energy. So how to open this? What is the science of these chakras? To open these chakras, two methods are followed. One is meditation, another one is maturity. What I call by the word maturity, we can use the word jnana, wisdom. What is called as jnana, wisdom? I call it as a maturity. Jnana word is too much attached to seriousness. When we listen the word, we immediately feel that it is not for the Christas. That's why I am not using the word jnana, I am using the word maturity. When we are young, when we are a small kid, if some doll or toy is taken away from us, what will happen? We cry as if our life is gone. And if today somebody takes away some doll, some toy from us, we don't want much. We don't cry. Why? We become mature. It is the same thing happens. When you grow more mentally, the maturity results on you, not physically. There are many people physically grown up to 90 years, but their mental age is not more than 12 or 13. Now there are many methods to test the mental age of a man. There are many methods that come up, and they are testing also. They say average man's mental age is not more than 12. So after 12, we stop growing. When we become aged, we will not be old. Getting aged is different and getting old is different. If you get old, really you will be old. The old is old. The sentence is being found in a real sense. Swami Brahmananda is a Ramakrishna's disciple on Swami. He used to be called as a Sarputra Ramakrishna, son of Ramakrishna. When he was meditating in Vrindavan, somebody came and offered him a big costly blanket, shawl. And he was just looking at it. It is lying down in front of him. After a few hours, somebody came and took the blanket and went away. Some thief. He was just looking. He was just looking, nothing was happening. There is no change. And Rama Maharshi's life there is an incident. Some rabbis came to the ashram. Their Rab maternity was in the ashram. And they gave a good blow to him also, good puja to him also. He did not even breathe fast. At least even if you don't react, our breathing became faster. He did not even breathe fast. He was so silent, calm. Nothing but maturity. When the maturity descends on us, the same thing will be the reaction. When we listen to the story of Ramana Maharshi, we think, oh, what great. But the thing which is happening in Ramana Maharshi's case, in our case also, both are not the same. When we become mature, when we have grown out of the dal or tai, we don't care much. In the same way, Maharshi has grown out of the outer belt. We can grow out of the outer belt. At present, we have grown bodily. We have not grown mentally. Are you able to understand what I say? Mental age. Mental age may mean. You were also at one time trying and giving for the dog, for the tie. Now we are not. Why? You became mature. The same thing happens when you became mature, when you have seen the wealth, when you have grown out of wealth. You will not be disturbed. You will not be crying with outer things. What has happened in the life of Ramana Maharshi, what has happened in the life of Brahmananda, can very happen in our life also. Only thing we should know how to start the gears and start using the tracker into aircraft. How to use the aircraft as an aircraft. The mechanisms of the aircraft, we should be able to handle it. So the chakras are the mechanisms which is in our aircraft. Whether we use it as aircraft or a bullock cart is up to us. Whether to be mature or not, whether to live and die with idols and dolls or to grow out of it, it's our decision. It is up to us to decide what to do, what not to do.